Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 26 Harvest, the Martial Arts Tournament. Red Peach Ridge. When Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang reunited, it was after Zhou Jiapeng and the third elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoquan, had arrived. When Zhou Jiapeng rushed back to Monkey Valley, he was astonished to find Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang missing, and the red-tailed monkey troop had returned. Fortunately, this time he was accompanied by the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, who quickly located the two hiding in the mountains based on the scents they had deliberately left behind. However, compared to Zhou Chun, who only suffered from excessive magical energy depletion, Zhou Zhengyang was in a much worse state. He had been directly struck by the flames breathed by the red-tailed monkey king, his entire body covered in blisters, even his face was burned. He only managed to escape by finding a river and holding his breath to dive underwater, thus shaking off the red-tailed monkeys. Seeing Zhou Zhengyang, covered in wounds, brought back by Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Jiapeng was filled with remorse and self-reproach, saying, "It was my carelessness. I should have stayed behind and let you two go back to find the elder." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang, lying on the ground, immediately comforted him in a low voice, "Uncle Peng, don't blame yourself. It was the most appropriate thing for you to go back to the family to find the elder. No one is to blame. We can only blame our bad luck. Who would have thought that those red-tailed monkeys would have a Vajra monkey as their backer?" Hearing him mention the Vajra monkey, Zhou Chun, standing beside him, couldn't help but look at the open space to the side. There, several demon monkeys, including the red-tailed monkey king and the Vajra monkey, were lying unconscious and fast asleep. After driving away Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang, the red-tailed monkey troop had probably held a banquet for the Vajra monkey in Monkey Valley to thank it, offering it various wild fruits and medicinal herbs such as Solomon's seal and Ganoderma lucidum, and even had two female monkeys accompany it. When Zhou Jiapeng arrived with Zhou Daoquan immediately used his skills to capture them all and knock them unconscious with a secret drug. These wretched monkeys. The family is just about to rebuild the beast enclosure, so we'll throw them all into the monkey enclosure and slowly wear down their ferocity. Zhou Jiapeng also glanced at the monkeys on the ground and cursed them angrily. "Alright, I've examined them. Zheng Yuang's injuries only look serious on the surface, he'll recover in a month or two. You've all done a great service to the family this time, and the clan leader will certainly reward you handsomely." Zhou Daoquan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to dwell on these matters. Then, he first took out a spirit beast pouch and put the unconscious monkeys inside, and then began transplanting the vermilion sun fruit. It's worth mentioning that while the spirit beast pouch can hold living creatures like demonic beasts and spirit pets, it's only if the demonic beasts don't resist. For someone like Zhou Daoquan to directly take in a demonic beast that hasn't been tamed through a contract, it's crucial to ensure the beast doesn't awaken halfway through. Otherwise, an awakened beast could easily break through the spirit beast pouch and escape if it struggles and attacks. At this moment, Zhou Chun was also intently watching third elder Zhou Daoquan transplant the vermilion sun fruit tree. He first took out a flower pot-shaped magic artifact from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground. Then, he formed a hand seal, using a special spirit gathering method to gather the surrounding wood elemental energy, transforming it into azure spiritual water that he sprinkled onto the vermilion sun fruit tree. After waiting for about half an hour, until the vermilion sun fruit tree had absorbed a large amount of spiritual water containing wood elemental energy and its vitality was exceptionally strong, Zhou Daoquan used the magic artifact to break open the stone wall. Under precise control of his divine sense, he dug out the vermilion sun fruit tree without damaging its roots and placed it inside the flower pot magic artifact. At this moment, Zhou Daoquan quickly took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and poured a large amount of spiritual water into the flower pot. This spiritual water was somewhat similar to the hydroponic nutrient solution Zhou Chun had used in his previous life. It could provide nutrients for the transplanted spiritual plants, increasing their survival rate. Its formula was considered a family secret. After completing the transplanting process, Zhou Chun waved his hand, moving the flower pot containing the Zuyang fruit tree onto the back of his fire crane spirit pet. Then he waved to Zhou Chun and the other two, saying, "I must protect this Zuyang fruit tree, so I won't take you back with me. You may return to the family on your own." The three immediately replied, "We respectfully see you off, Elder." After watching Zhou Chun depart, Zhou Chun thought Zhou Jiapeng would suggest searching for the golden monkey's lair to see if they could find anything else. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiapeng seemed completely oblivious to this, nodding directly to Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhenggaiong and saying, "Let's go, we'll go back to the clan too." But at this moment, the usually carefree Zhou Zhenggaiong surprisingly shared Zhou Chun's thought, and even before Zhou Chun could, he looked at Zhou Jiapeng and said, "Uncle Peng, aren't we going to look for that King Kong monkey's lair anymore? Maybe we'll find something else." Hearing this, Zhou Jiapeng's face immediately darkened, and he glared at him, scolding, "You brat, you're practically half dead, and you're still thinking about these things? You've already forgotten the pain of your wounds." He then shook his head, saying, "Don't dream about such good things. King Kong monkeys are an oddity within their troop. They like to roam freely, their home is wherever they are. Finding anything good in its temporary lair is practically impossible." He then looked at Zhou Zhenggaiong with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Besides, the most important thing right now is to get you back to the clan to recover. What else, no matter how good the treasures are, is more important than your life." After being repeatedly reprimanded, Zhou Zhenggaiong dared not say another word. Seeing Zhou Jiapeng's attitude, Zhou Chun was even less inclined to provoke him further. He offered to make a stretcher, and he and Zhou Jiapeng carried the injured Zhou Zhenggaiong on their journey. It was 3 days later when the three returned to the Zhou family at Jiufang Ridge. Upon returning to the family, the third elder, Zhou Chun, who had returned earlier, had already explained the situation. After meeting the three, the clan chief, Zhou quickly bestowed rewards. Zhou Zhenggaiong, who had contributed the most and achieved the greatest merit, was rewarded with a blood spirit pill, useful for purifying the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts and breaking through bottlenecks, as well as 100 family merit points. Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Chun were each rewarded with 80 and 50 merit points respectively. Compared to the previous rewards Zhou Chun had received, this reward was rather ordinary. However, this was normal, as he had helped out of personal friendship and, in principle, shouldn't even be receiving a reward from the family. The reason he's being rewarded for his good deeds is because they indirectly helped the family capture a rare golden monkey and a group of red-tailed monkeys. Zhou Chun's biggest gain from this trip is probably Zhou Zhenggaiong's favor and his friendship with the elder Zhou Jiapeng. That's how sects and families are, it's easier to ask for help and make trustworthy friends when needed. Zhou Chun helped Zhou Zhenggaiong this time, so next time he asks, Zhou Zhenggaiong will definitely help, otherwise, he'll have a hard time staying in the family, as all family members will distance themselves from someone who only takes advantage and refuses to give. By helping Zhou Zhenggaiong, Zhou Chun demonstrated his considerable family resources, strength, and wisdom, winning the appreciation of the elder Zhou Jiapeng. Their relationship has evolved from a mere formality of uncle and nephew to a close acquaintance. This means that if Zhou Chun needs Zhou Jiapeng's help in the future, Zhou Jiapeng will be much more likely to be willing to assist him. At the same time, if Zhou Jiapeng needs help in the future, he'll be more likely to think of Zhou Chun. In short, cultivating immortality is not just about fighting and killing, nor is it just about secluded cultivation. Human relationships and social interactions are also very important aspects for cultivators. After returning to his family, Zhou Chun's life resumed its previous routine, except for two additional things: visiting Zhou Zhenggaiong, who was recuperating at home, and using the pretext of seeking advice on raising spirit pets to cultivate a closer relationship with his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng. 3 more months passed quickly, and with the aid of the Spring Sun Pill, Zhou Chun's cultivation steadily progressed. One day, when Zhou Chun visited his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng, he suddenly learned some news from him. A few days ago, the patriarch summoned me and said that in about 6 months, the Zhou family and several local cultivation families in Lanzhou will jointly host a martial arts competition among key refining stage cultivators. They will be divided into youth and elite groups. Zheng Chun, if you can reach the 8th level of key refining before that competition, with your magic weapon and that rock tortoise, you might be able to compete for a place in the top 10 of the youth group. In Zhou Jiapeng's residence, just as Zhou Chun was about to leave, he suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said this. This surprised Zhou Chun slightly. After a moment of stunned silence, he looked at Zhou Peng with curiosity and asked, "Uncle Peng, could you tell me more about this?" Zhou Peng shook his head and said, "The clan leader didn't tell me the specifics. I only know that the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, the Mu family of Iron Mountain, the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, and the He family of Green Bamboo Mountain have this exchange activity, which is held every 10 years or so. It's just that our Zhou family was able to join this time. More details will probably only be known after the clan leader announces this news. The Mu family of Iron Mountain is also involved." Hearing the name of this family again after more than half a year, Zhou Chun felt a sense of emotion. In fact, during these past 6 months, he had inquired about the Mu family's situation from the rogue cultivators and Zhou family members who came to the Zhou family to cultivate. However, the information from Wild Wolf Ridge seemed to be tightly controlled, and the information Zhou Chun obtained could not be guaranteed to be true. The only thing he could confirm was that the Mu family had a fierce conflict with a rogue cultivator organization called Kian Alliance, and both sides had low-level cultivators killed or injured. Now, it seems that Wild Wolf Ridge has also been occupied by the Kian Alliance. Zhou Chun didn't know what the Mu family was thinking, but this matter was clearly beyond his control, so he hadn't paid attention to the Mu family's situation for some time. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Chun quickly came back to his senses and bowed to Zhou Peng, saying, "I understand, thank you for telling me, Uncle Peng." Seeing this, Zhou Peng patted him on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Prepare well. If you can really get a good ranking at this exchange meeting, becoming an elite clansman ahead of time will definitely not be a problem, and the clan leader and elders will certainly reward you in other ways." "Yes, I will definitely try my best to seize the opportunity." Zhou Chun nodded vigorously, truly taking this matter to heart. "A new week begins. Please give me some recommendation votes. I'll start writing the final part of Desert today. If nothing unexpected happens, Desert should be finished this week." Chapter 27 Key Refining Stage 8th Level. Thanks to Zhou Peng's information, Zhou Chun had 6 months to prepare. He first sought out Zhou, the Peak Master of Baozi Peak, to inquire about the rules of the martial arts competition. He quickly learned from him that such competitions, designed to test younger cultivators, generally either prohibited the use of magic talismans or restricted the number and grade of talismans used. As for spirit pets, there were certainly no restrictions, otherwise, even magic weapons would be prohibited. Therefore, to achieve a good ranking in such competitions, besides one's own cultivation level, one needed to work hard on magic weapons, spirit pets, and spell cultivation. Zhou Chun's current magic weapon configuration was actually quite good, ranking among the top in the mid-stage key refining cultivators of the Zhou family, but it didn't give him a significant advantage. As for spell cultivation, the youth group registration was limited to cultivators under 30 years old, and everyone was roughly the same age, so the age difference wouldn't be too great. If he really encountered someone with talent in spell cultivation, he could only blame his bad luck. Needless to say, spirit pets are extremely rare. Unless it's a family like the Zhou family, whose tradition of beast taming is deeply rooted in martial arts, most key refining cultivators can't afford or properly care for spirit pets. Therefore, after much deliberation, Zhou Chun decided that besides ensuring he advanced to the 8th level of key refining before participating in the martial arts competition, he also needed to try and acquire a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. This way, unless all the top 10 in the youth group were key refining cultivators above the 10th level, he should have a good chance of entering. To obtain a high-grade first-tier magic weapon, Zhou Chun only had 2 options: purchase it from the Red Cliff Market or exchange it from the family. Although the Zhou family no longer distributed spirit coins as welfare offerings, the annual family merit points could still be exchanged for items from the family treasury. However, high-grade first-tier magic weapons were extremely precious, with a market price of at least 300 spirit coins. The Zhou family had only implemented the merit point system for a little over 2 years, and as an ordinary family member, Zhou Chun could only receive 20 merit points as welfare offerings each year. Even including the merits he gained from his previous trip to Red Peach Ridge, it was still far from enough to exchange for a first-grade high-quality magic weapon. Fortunately, even if the merits weren't enough, he could make up the difference with spirit coins. So Zhou Chun checked his own assets and found that thanks to the compensation he received from his previous trip to the Mu family, he actually had nearly 80 spirit coins. In that case, He only needed to gather about 100 more spirit coins to exchange for a first-grade high-quality magic weapon from the family treasury. As for how to gather 100 spirit coins, Zhou Chun's first thought was to borrow money. This is what ordinary people would think when they don't have enough money to buy something they need. However, after Zhou Chun thought of all the people he could borrow money from, he hesitated. There weren't many cultivators in the Zhou family with whom he had a good enough relationship to borrow money. And those few cultivators who could lend him money seemed to be able to sign up for the upcoming martial arts competition. If Zhou Chun went to them to borrow money now, unless they didn't plan to participate in the event, it seemed that whether he lent them money or not, it would affect their relationship. Let's get a feel for them first. Tell them the news, and if they're planning to participate, then don't ask for money. Thinking this, Zhou Chun immediately began visiting each family. As he expected, after learning that 5 cultivation families were jointly hosting a martial arts tournament, Zhou Chun and several others expressed their intention to participate and bring glory to their families. 2 others, however, didn't participate because they were too old or knew their cultivation level was too low. But when Zhou Chun mentioned borrowing money, the 2 of them could only scrape together less than 30 spirit coins. It turned out they had already used their own spirit coins to buy pills and other items. Seeing this, Zhou Chun felt embarrassed to take all their remaining emergency spirit coins and gave up on the idea of borrowing money. Since he couldn't borrow spirit coins from the families, Zhou Chun had no choice but to turn his attention to the market. He had several magical artifacts that he could sell at the market for spirit coins. If he took a risk and purified a 100-year-old spiritual herb with purifying spiritual water to sell, he could easily make up for the shortfall of over 100 spirit coins. Having made up his mind, Zhou Chun focused on his cultivation, planning to go to the market to implement his plan once his cultivation reached the 8th level of the key refining stage. About a month later, the news of the joint martial arts competition organized by the 5 major families was officially announced to all members of the Zhou family, along with the relevant rules. According to the rules, each cultivator participating in the martial arts competition could only bring 5 magic talismans into the arena for each battle, and only 1 first-grade high-level magic talisman was allowed. Each family could only send 10 people per group to participate in this martial arts competition. In other words, even if all the qualified cultivators in the Zhou family registered, they could only send a total of 20 family members from the elite and youth groups to participate. Because of this restriction, the Zhou family would first hold a selection competition. The time for the selection competition was also set for 1 month before the official start of the event. With the announcement of this news, all the qualified cultivators in the Zhou family who were eligible to participate in the event began preparing diligently. Any Zhou family cultivator with a modicum of intelligence knew that this joint event of the 5 major families would be a crucial performance for the Zhou family after establishing themselves in the cultivation world of Jingguo and Laozhou. If they could represent the Zhou family and achieve a good ranking in the event, they would not only receive prizes prepared by the 5 major families, but also gain the favor of the clan leader and elders, with countless benefits in the future. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun soon learned some very bad news. Most of the remaining first-tier high-grade magic artifacts in the family treasury had been exchanged, and the few remaining were unwanted items. It seems I can't rely on the family anymore. Now I can only try to find a way through the market. A shadow of gloom flashed in his eyes, and Zhou Chun shook his head, abandoning his plan to exchange for magic artifacts from the family. Time slowly passed, and after Zhou Chun consumed the 8th Spring Sun pill, his cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of the key refining stage as expected. At this time, his 24th birthday had just passed less than 2 months prior. A 24-year-old cultivator at the 8th level of the key refining stage was considered one of the faster cultivators among the Zhou family members. Zhou Zhenggang, a few years older than Zhou Chun, had only recently broken through to the 8th level of the key refining stage, and even that breakthrough was aided by elixirs. However, Zhou Zhenggang's spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, had successfully advanced to first-tier high-grade demon beast after consuming the blood spirit pill, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's rock turtle, after consuming all 3 bottles of beast spirit pills, had only just caught up with its master's cultivation level. If Zhou Chun relied solely on his 8th level key refining stage cultivation and a first-tier or mid-grade demon beast, the rock turtle, against the late-stage key refining cultivators from other families participating in the martial arts competition, his chances of victory were slim. After all, the late-stage key refining cultivators from other families participating in the competition would almost certainly possess first-tier high-grade magic weapons. In light of this, after breaking through to the 8th level of the key refining stage, Zhou Chun went to Pagoda Peak to pay his respects to Clan Chief Zhou Daoi, explaining his intention to go to the Red Cliff Market. The Red Cliff Market is a chaotic place, teeming with bandits and thieves. Zhou Chun, if you're going to the market, it's best to have someone accompany you. Be extra careful when you go out, and don't let anyone follow or ambush you. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daoi looked at Zhou Chun and pondered for a while before finally not refusing his request to go out, but earnestly admonishing him to be careful while traveling. Zhou Chun solemnly replied, "This junior will certainly remember the clan chief's teachings." Then he left Nine Peaks Ridge and headed straight for the Red Cliff Market. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't ignore Zhou Daoi's warning, but the things he was about to do were not suitable for having a Zhou family cultivator accompany him. After leaving Nine Peaks Ridge for about 100 miles, he changed his clothes and then used his flying artifact to continue his journey. Every 100 or 200 miles he flew, Zhou Chun would stop and meditate for an hour to recover his magical power. After spending most of the day doing this, Zhou Chun arrived outside the Red Rock Mountains. Standing on the outer edge of the mountains, looking in the direction of Red Cliff Market, he couldn't help but recall his first visit here more than 3 years ago. Back then, his journey to the market was fraught with danger, his heart pounding with fear. But this time, that situation would definitely not happen again. Zhou Chun first found a place to meditate and recover his magical power. Once his power was fully restored, he drank a large mouthful of purifying spiritual water. Then used his flying artifact to fly to an altitude of over 300 feet. He then activated his protective shield and flew directly towards Red Cliff Market. This action undoubtedly exposed him to the sight of many cultivators in the mountains below. However, upon seeing the altitude, the bandit cultivators all abandoned the idea of attacking. At such a high altitude, they would not be able to lock onto their target and would only reveal their own location. Moreover, those who possessed flying magical artifacts would make others wary of their background and origins, preventing them from acting rashly. Thus, until Zhou Chun flew all the way to the outskirts of Honggaya Market and landed, he encountered no attacks whatsoever. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Xianbao Pavilion. More than 3 years have passed, and Honggaya Market remains almost unchanged. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar shops, Zhou Chun couldn't help but recall his encounter with Zhou Zhengang and his group 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the Zhou family, having just settled in Jilfang Ridge, had already sent Zhou Zhengang and his companions to the market to scout out opportunities and prepare for opening shops. However, more than 3 years later, the Zhou family still hadn't opened a shop. Zhou Chun didn't know the reason for this, but he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. At this moment, he walked deeper into the market, intending to set up a stall at the market to sell magical artifacts and perhaps buy some wild spiritual herbs. But halfway there, Zhou Chun's gaze was drawn to a shop. Li's Pharmacy. Seeing the 4 large, gilded characters above the shop's entrance, and then watching the smiling young shop assistant seeing a customer out, Zhou Chun's expression shifted rapidly, his mood shifting between light and shadow. He recognized a young shop assistant. If his memory served him right, the man was a member of the Li family, formerly of the 3 Absolute Sect. This made it clear who owned the Li's Pharmacy. The Li family's pharmacy is open. Have the Yu family's shop and the Spirit Beast Manor's shop also opened in the market? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, immediately changing his plans and beginning to wander through the entire Red Cliff Market. After a stroll, he didn't find the other 2 shops. Perhaps, like the Zhou family, the other 2 had chosen to proceed cautiously, not rushing to make a move. The appearance of the Li family cultivator also made Zhou Chun realize another problem. Walking through the market, he might be recognized by those who had seen him before from the 3 Absolute Sect, so he immediately went to an inn in the market and booked a cultivation room for himself. Inside the cultivation room, Zhou Chun took out some disguise and makeup items from his storage bag and began to apply makeup. He had grand ambitions for this trip to the market, so he had done his homework beforehand and prepared many useful items. After some makeup, Zhou Chun transformed from a handsome young man of 1.8 meters tall into an ordinary young man with dark skin and many pimples on his face. Those pimples weren't fake, they were caused by medication stimulating his skin. Zhou Chun's makeup techniques and the items he used were all learned from books in the Zhou family's library, and in terms of effectiveness, they were no worse than his makeup techniques in his previous life. Therefore, even when he looked at himself in the mirror after the makeup was done, he found it hard to connect the person in the mirror with the handsome young man Zhou Chun. Nodding to himself in satisfaction, Zhou Chun waited until the 2 hours were up before checking out of the inn. Half an hour later, a gray-clad young man appeared at the Red Cliff market stalls, selling magical artifacts. Zhou Chun also put his pale gold flying knife magic weapon, the golden willow blade, on the stall, priced at 65 spirit coins. He also had the black longsword magic weapon he obtained from the Mu family, and a storage bag. He had originally intended to sell the black iron cone magic weapon he acquired from Li Han, but after discovering Li family cultivators in the market, he abandoned the idea for safety reasons. The golden willow blade, as a mid-grade first-tier magic weapon, was quite eye-catching in the market. However, the price of 65 spirit coins was beyond the reach of ordinary rogue cultivators. Therefore, while some cultivators inquired and bargained, no one actually bought it. Zhou Chun continued to set up his stall until the 5th day, finally selling it for 59 spirit coins. During these days, Zhou Chun also bought several wild spiritual herbs. However, these wild herbs were very ordinary, far inferior to the 100-year-old wild ginseng he had previously purchased. Even after purification, they wouldn't sell for many spirit coins. So Zhou Chun could only continue to stake out the market every day, hoping to find another spiritual herb of the level of a 100-year-old wild ginseng. His efforts paid off. On the 9th day at the Red Cliff market, he finally found what he wanted. It was a redlingzi mushroom over 200 years old, priced at a whopping 60 spirit coins. The seller was a middle-aged female cultivator at the 11th level of key refining. Frankly, this price was significantly higher than what a pharmacy would offer. Pharmacies usually only offered around 50 spirit coins for a herb of this age. But Zhou Chun didn't care. He could easily double the price by reselling it, making a profit either way. Therefore, he quickly bought it with spirit coins. However, this one redlingzi wasn't enough. Selling it would only fetch a little over 100 spirit coins at most, far short of Zhou Chun's required amount. Fortunately, Hongai Market, being the only formal market for cultivators in Lanzhou, saw a large number of cultivators coming and going daily. With patience, it wasn't difficult for Zhou Chun to find the high-quality spiritual herbs he wanted. After staying in the market for 14 days, he finally bought enough spiritual herbs and began his next plan. In the inn's cultivation room, Zhou Chun removed all his makeup, revealing his original appearance. Then, carrying the spiritual herbs that had been purified of their turbid energy with spiritual water, he headed straight for the most famous shop in the market, Xianbao Pavilion. The owner of Xianbao Pavilion was the Yang Sect, a major sect of the Jing Kingdom, renowned for its weapon refining techniques. Therefore, the magical artifacts sold by Xianbao Pavilion were always highly praised. When Zhou Chun entered the shop, a pretty female shop assistant quickly greeted him. This shop assistant looked to be no more than 20 years old, and her cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of key refining. She was probably a rogue cultivator employed by Xianbao Pavilion. With a smile, she approached Zhou Chun and immediately curtsied, saying, "Welcome to our Xianbao Pavilion, sir. I am Lanzi, and it is my honor to serve you." This seemingly ordinary scene filled Zhou Chun with immense emotion. He had visited many shops in the market, and now he had finally encountered one that prioritized service. No wonder it was a nationally renowned establishment. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chun smiled and nodded slightly to the young woman, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I wish to purchase a high-grade first-tier attack magic weapon. Do you have one for your perusal?" Upon hearing this, the young woman's eyes widened in surprise, then lit up with delight as she nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course we do. However, I am not in a position to handle such a large order. Please follow me, sir, and I will introduce you to our manager." With that, she gestured for Zhou Chun to enter a quiet room at the back of the main hall. Upon reaching the quiet room, the young woman didn't shy away from Zhou Chun, directly knocking and repeating his purpose. The door opened. As Zhou Chun entered alone, he saw a pale-faced, long-bearded man standing before him in the tea-room-style room. The man's cultivation was at the 11th level of key refining. Upon seeing him enter, the man immediately bowed and said, "My name is Liu Feng, manager of this shop. Are you looking for a high-grade first-tier attack magic weapon? Do you have any special requirements regarding its form? Or is any type acceptable?" Zhou Chun replied immediately, "No special requirements. Any type is fine, as long as it satisfies me. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will go and fetch the item for you," the man said, pushing open another small door behind him and disappearing. After waiting for about 15 minutes, he returned to the room through that small door. Before Zhou Chun could ask, he took out several wooden boxes of varying sizes from his storage bag and placed them on a nearby table. He then opened each one to show Zhou Chun the magical artifacts inside. First, he opened a long, rectangular wooden box and took out a pale golden longsword, about 3 feet long. He introduced it, saying, "This magical artifact is called the Golden Goose Blade. It is made of refined gold and forged with pure earth fire for 5 days and 5 nights. It possesses sharpness and armor-piercing properties. Only magical artifacts of the same rank can withstand its sharpness. The price is 320 spirit coins." After pausing slightly and seeing that Zhou Chun did not respond, he put the longsword back in the wooden box and opened a second wooden box, taking out a small, fiery red flag. The magical artifact is called the Flame Sparrow Flag. It is made primarily of the silk of the second-tier demonic beast, the Crimson Flame Spider, with fire-refined copper as the auxiliary material. It was crafted by a renowned artifact refiner over half a month. It can unleash 3 flame sparrows with a power equivalent to the firebird technique at once, or concentrate its power to unleash a single flame sparrow with a power equivalent to a first-tier high-grade spell. Furthermore, if one possesses fire control techniques, the flames released by this treasure can be used to one's own advantage, achieving even more exquisite effects. The price is 380 spirit coins. Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he unabashedly showed his appreciation, saying, "It is indeed a fine treasure, and the price is fair." After saying that, he shook his head, saying with considerable regret, "Unfortunately, I do not understand fire control techniques and cannot utilize the true purpose of this item. I'll have to look at other magical artifacts." Hearing this, the pale-faced middle-aged man swallowed back the words he was about to say, and could only put the small fiery red flag back into the wooden box. He then opened the third wooden box and took out a small earthen yellow seal. The small, earthen yellow seal seemed extremely heavy. When the pale-faced middle-aged man took it out, the veins on his wrist bulged, indicating great effort. Unlike the previous magical artifacts, he didn't hold it in his hand but placed it directly on the ironwood table beside him. The artifact is called the Small Thousand Mountain Seal. It is made from a large amount of earth-profound stone, refined by pure earth fire for 10 days and 10 nights. It possesses the characteristics of gravity, sturdiness, and gigantification. Its power is unmatched among first-tier magical artifacts. The price is 420 spirit coins. Having said this, the pale-faced middle-aged man didn't take out any other magical artifacts, but looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Of these 3 magical artifacts, does fellow Taoist have any that catch his eye?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Only these 3 magical artifacts? Aren't there any other magical artifacts?" He seemed to disbelieve that the vast heavenly treasure pavilion only had a few high-grade first-tier magical artifacts. Hearing this, the pale-faced middle-aged man looked at him intently and said, "We naturally have other magical artifacts, but their uses are similar to these 3. If you want to see them all, I'll have to check your assets first, to avoid wasting everyone's time." Zhou Chun frowned and asked softly, "Is this your shop's rule?" "Yes, that's a rule." The pale-faced middle-aged man nodded without hesitation. "I understand. Then I'll have Manager Liu check my assets." Zhou Chun's brow relaxed, and he nodded slightly. Then he reached into his storage bag and revealed his assets. Although it's only 2 chapters a day, it's over 6,000 words a day, equivalent to 3 chapters for those who only write for 2K chapters. Readers, please don't rush me. Chapter 29 Moonblade Meteor Wheel. Zhou Chun's initial investment wasn't particularly substantial. It consisted of 57 spirit coins, plus a 200-year-old red Ganoderma lucidum, a 100-year-old Polygonitum sibiricum, and 2 100-year-old Scrofularian ingponsis. Excluding the spirit coins, the 4 medicinal herbs together were worth a little over 300 on the market. However, these items were at least enough to prove that he could indeed afford a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. Therefore, after examining the items he brought, the pale-faced middle-aged man didn't say much. He quickly took out 2 wooden boxes from his storage bag, opened them one by one, and introduced them. The magic weapon is named Moonblade Meteor Wheel. It is made of steel, silver, and black iron, and was forged by a master craftsman using pure earth fire for 7 days and 7 nights. It possesses sharpness and armor-piercing properties. It can be split into 2, transforming into 2 moon blades, one for attacking enemies and the other for self-defense. It can also be combined into a single wheel for use against enemies. The price is 370 spirit coins. The magic weapon is named Wind and Fire Fan. It is made from the feathers and bones of a second-tier demon beast, the Wind and Fire Kite, and was forged by a master craftsman. When swung, it can unleash a series of wind blades and fireballs to attack enemies. The price is 430 spirit coins. At this point, the pale-faced middle-aged man cupped his hands towards Zhou Chun and said, "Greetings, esteemed guest. These magic weapons are all the first-tier high-grade offensive magic weapons that our shop currently has in stock. First-tier high-grade magic weapons are usually not easy to sell. Even a large shop like Cheyenne Bayo Pavilion is lucky to sell 2 or 3 a month, so they don't usually keep too many in stock. But Cheyenne Bayo Pavilion is Cheyenne Bayo Pavilion after all." The magical artifacts the pale-faced middle-aged man brought out, except for the relatively ordinary golden goose blade, were all rare treasures. Each one made Zhou Chun's mouth water. He desperately wanted them. Unfortunately, his funds only allowed him to choose one, and he had to exclude the 2 artifacts priced over 400 spirit coins. After gazing at the artifacts for a long time, Zhou Chun pointed to one of the wooden boxes and said, "The Moonblade Meteor Wheel will do. This item suits my taste perfectly, I'll choose it." Hearing this, the pale-faced middle-aged man immediately smiled and praised, "Fellow Taoist has excellent taste. This item is both offensive and defensive. With your cultivation level, with this in hand, you can even fight against a late-stage key refining cultivator." He then put the other magical artifacts into his storage bag, leaving only the wooden box containing the Moonblade Meteor Wheel on the table. Seeing this, Zhou Chun pushed forward the items he had used to purchase the magic artifact and calmly said, 370 spirit coins. With these spirit herbs and these spirit coins, I think that should be enough to exchange for it. It is enough, but are you sure you want to use these pure spirit herbs to exchange for the magic artifact? The pale-faced middle-aged man looked at the spirit herbs on the table with shifting eyes, seemingly having some concerns. "What? Manager Liu, are you worried there's something wrong with these spiritual herbs?" Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, then patted his chest and assured him, "You can rest assured about that. I am a direct descendant of the Zhou family of 9 Peaks Ridge. These spiritual herbs were dug up from the Sect's spiritual herb garden when the 3 absolute sect migrated. They are absolutely genuine spiritual herbs, without a trace of impure energy." Hearing him introduce himself and explain the origin of the herbs, the pale-faced middle-aged man's eyes immediately sharpened. He quickly smiled and bowed to him, saying, "So you are a cultivator from the Zhou family of that spirit beast. My apologies for not recognizing you." He then nodded and said, "Since you can assure me that there is nothing wrong with the spiritual herbs, then this deal is done. This Moonblade Meteor Wheel is now yours." He then pushed the wooden box containing the magical artifact in front of Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately put the wooden box into his storage bag, then laughed heartily and said, "Manager Liu is so kind. Well then, we'll meet again sometime. Goodbye, fellow Taoist Zhou. Welcome to visit our Cheyenne Bayo Pavilion again in the future," the pale-faced middle-aged man said, then got up and saw Zhou Chun to the door. After confirming that Zhou Chun had left Cheyenne Bayo Pavilion, he returned to the quiet room and stared at the wooden boxes containing spiritual herbs on the table. The pale-faced middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he said to himself, "Do you think there might be more spiritual herbs in his storage bag? Although the 3 absolute sect is far inferior to our sect, it is still a sect with a history of over 1,700 years. Even if there are no 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in their spiritual herb garden, there should be quite a few spiritual herbs that are several hundred years old." It seemed as if he was talking to some mysterious being. Not long after he finished speaking, a slightly aged voice entered his ears. Perhaps he does still have some medicinal herbs in his storage bag, but he definitely doesn't have any that are hundreds of years old. The number of those herbs is limited. The 3 absolute sect didn't flee in panic after their gates were breached. Any disciple below them, unless they're stupid, wouldn't dare touch those kinds of herbs under the noses of the Sect's high-level cultivators. Hearing this, the pale-faced middle-aged man nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing. Then, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "So, in your opinion, should we release the news? That's your decision." "I know nothing," the aged voice rang in his ears again, making him curse inwardly. "These damned old bastards are both greedy and cowardly, always wanting to reap the benefits without getting involved, only thinking of getting what they want." But no matter how much he cursed inwardly, he dared not show it on his face. He simply hesitated, head bowed in thought, unable to make a decision. After a long while, he shook his head with a regretful expression and said, "Then let's forget it. The Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge has only recently established themselves in Lanzhou, and their vigilance is at its highest right now. It's hard to guarantee that the kid just now wasn't bait they threw out to test the various forces." This time, however, he received no reply. This made him curse inwardly again, and he sat down and gulped down several mouthfuls of tea to suppress his anger. On the other side, after leaving Xianbao Pavilion, Zhou Chun went directly to the market inn and opened a cultivation room. After entering the sealed cultivation room, Zhou Chun took out the wooden box and burned it, along with his coat and underwear. This was naturally to prevent being marked and tracked. There were too many methods in the cultivation world to leave marks through drugs and magic to track objects and people. Zhou Chun himself knew of more than a dozen. Although Xianbao Pavilion was a well-known and established shop, one should always be wary. It was hard to guarantee that the pale-faced middle-aged man wouldn't tamper with him, and then have someone find him and kill him to steal his treasure after he left the market. It was better to be safe than sorry. After watching the wooden box and clothes burn to ashes, Zhou Chun repeatedly searched himself with his divine sense to make sure he found nothing amiss before changing into new clothes. Then, looking at the silver-black circular magic artifact beside him, which was about a foot in diameter when closed, he immediately reached up and grabbed the handle in the middle to lift it. This object wasn't actually as heavy as it looked, probably less than 10 pounds, and Zhou Chun could lift it with one hand without much effort. After carefully examining the artifact, he discovered that it could actually be hung on his back, but that would require a carrying frame. However, let alone carrying this circular magic artifact, Zhou Chun had rarely even seen cultivators carrying swords and knives. So, it was more suitable to keep it in his storage bag. After this examination, Zhou Chun began to refine the magic artifact. Such magical artifacts purchased from shops, regardless of whether they had previous owners, would have their original owner's divine imprint and residual or completely erased, making it easy for the new owner to refine them. Therefore, Zhou Chun only needed less than an hour to refine and familiarize himself with the artifact's usage, and he was extremely satisfied with its power. After becoming somewhat familiar with the new artifact, Zhou Chun, having emptied his wallet, finally embarked on his journey home. However, this time, after leaving the market, Zhou Chun did not repeat his previous trick of using a flying artifact to traverse the Red Rock Mountains from the sky. He dared to use that method before because flying towards the Red Cliff Market would easily attract the attention of the guards, and he could then meditate and recover his mana within the market. But his previous actions had exposed him, and if he used this method again upon leaving, there was no guarantee that powerful bandits with similar flying artifacts wouldn't take to the air to hunt him down. Compared to that, while leaving alone on the ground also carried risks. The risk of encountering extremely powerful bandits was undoubtedly much smaller. Moreover, Zhou Chun, who recently acquired a first-grade high-quality magic weapon, is actually no weaker than 2 or 3 ordinary mid-stage key refining cultivators. Ordinary bandit cultivators might not have the ability to defeat him. Chapter 30 Fierce Battle Against Bandit Cultivators. Although he felt that with his current strength, he shouldn't encounter any trouble venturing into and out of the market alone, Zhou Chun wasn't truly careless and did nothing. He still sent his red-billed sparrow, which he had trained for several years, ahead to scout the way, while also carrying his black iron shield magic weapon, ready to be activated for protection at any time. Thanks to the red-billed sparrow's advance warning, Zhou Chun didn't encounter any cultivators ahead. However, as he was about to leave the Red Rock Mountains, he suddenly heard a panicked cry for help, a pleasant female voice. "Help! Fellow Taoist, can you save this humble girl?" The soft, sweet female cry for help echoed through the mountains, startling countless birds. Zhou Chun paused slightly upon hearing the voice. He glanced in the direction the voice came from, then quickly shook his head, ignoring it. Such cries for help were common in the Red Rock Mountains, some genuine, some feigned. Some were truly desperate, calling out for help on a whim. Some bandits deliberately exploit people's sympathy to lure them in. But for Zhou Chun, whether the person calling for help was genuinely in danger or deliberately trying to bait him, he didn't want to pay attention. He only did what he was capable of. This was Zhou Chun's principle. His current cultivation level didn't allow him to casually save others. This was the cultivation world. If he failed to save someone, he might lose his own life. However, after walking a short distance, Zhou Chun's expression quickly changed. He hurriedly waved his hand, summoning his black iron shield magic weapon, and then rapidly formed hand seals to cast a first-tier, low-grade spell, Earth Spirit Shield, on himself. After doing all this, he looked grimly at the empty forest ahead and shouted, "Come out. Your trick has been exposed." However, his shout received no response, only the rustling of the mountain wind blowing through the branches and the chirping of insects in the mountains. Zhou Chun, however, seemed very confident in his judgment. Seeing that the person in the shadows refused to come out, he coldly said, "Since you enjoy playing this hide-and-seek game, then continue. I won't play along." With that, he patted his storage bag, summoning the bamboo leaf-shaped flying magic weapon, and was about to step onto it. Just then, a streak of crimson fire suddenly shot through the forest, aiming straight for Zhou Chun's head. A clang rang out as a black iron shield suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Chun, deflecting the fiery red spear-like magic weapon. "Finally decided to come out, huh?" Zhou Chun sneered, immediately retrieving the bamboo leaf flying magic weapon. Then, he reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the rock tortoise. At that moment, in the direction from which the fiery red spear-like magic weapon had been launched, a man with triangular eyes and dressed in blue leaped out of the bushes, raising his hand to recall the failed attack. Then, his face darkened as he glared at Zhou Chun and hissed, "Boy, how did you discover me? I believe my disguise, while not flawless, shouldn't have been detected by a cultivator like you who hasn't even reached the late stage of key refining." He couldn't understand how, with his 10th level key refining cultivation and the disguise and concealment technique he had used countless times without incident, he could have failed in front of a mid-stage key refining cultivator like Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun coldly chuckled, "Your disguise was indeed flawless, but you insisted on adding unnecessary details by having someone call for help to distract me. I've only walked a little over 100 feet from where I heard the sound to here, so why can't I hear the sound at all now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a playful laugh suddenly rang out from the forest behind him. "Hey, so it was I who was exposed. Thank you for pointing out my weakness, young man. I will definitely correct my mistake next time and never repeat it." With these sweet words, a scantily clad woman in a red gauze dress suddenly appeared, blocking Zhou Chun's escape route. However, compared to the triangular-eyed man, the woman's cultivation was considerably lower, only on par with Zhou Chun, also at the 8th level of key refining. The triangular-eyed man's expression improved somewhat after hearing Zhou Chun's words. At least it proved his disguise was indeed correct, and the problem wasn't with him. But he didn't forget his identity, and immediately looked at Zhou Chun with a cold glint in his eyes, saying, "Boy, you do have some skill, but meeting us today is just bad luck. If there's a next life, remember not to go out alone again." Before he finished speaking, he shouted, "Attack!" Then, with a flick of his finger, the fiery red spear-like magical weapon shot towards Zhou Chun once more. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a crimson copper gourd magic artifact, and tossed it above his head. With a surge of magic power, the gourd lid exploded open automatically, flames shooting from its mouth, instantly spitting out 6 or 7 fist-sized fireballs towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, the woman in red gauze behind Zhou Chun, a cold smile on her face, raised her sleeve, and a light blue longsword magic artifact flew towards Zhou Chun's back. Facing this pincer attack, Zhou Chun's expression was solemn, but his heart was also filled with anticipation. In just over a month, the martial arts competition held by the 5 major cultivation families would begin, at which time he would inevitably face off against the late-stage key refining cultivators of those families. Those individuals, as outstanding members of the younger generation of their respective cultivation families, were certainly no weaker than the triangular-eyed man before him. Today, he could use this triangular-eyed man and his wife to test his own strength and see just how powerful he truly was. Stone, with a thought, the rock tortoise beside him understood his intention. It opened its mouth and hissed, spewing out a large amount of earthen yellow spiritual light, instantly creating an earthen yellow stone wall, 2 zang long and wide, 3 steps away from Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun himself, with a thought, used his black iron shield magic weapon to block the light blue longsword magic weapon, thrusting from behind. At the same time, he reached into his storage pouch at his waist, and a silver-black circular magic weapon appeared, which he grabbed. Boom! Explosions rang out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of Zhou Chun to shake violently, cracks spreading everywhere. Although the stone wall technique cast by the rock tortoise was a mid-grade first-level defensive spell, the triangular-eyed man's fiery red spear magic weapon and copper gourd magic weapon were also mid-grade first-level magic weapons. It was already quite good that they could block this wave of attacks. Before the triangular-eyed man's second wave of attacks could arrive, Zhou Chun tossed his silver-black circular magic weapon into the air. Driven by his magic power, the weapon shone with silver light, hurtling towards the triangular-eyed man like a silver meteor. A high-grade first-tier magic weapon. An exclamation came from the triangular-eyed man, who immediately recognized the weapon's grade from the powerful energy released by the Moonblade meteor wheel. His expression immediately turned grim. With a thud, his fiery red spear, which had been preparing to attack Zhou Chun again, suddenly emitted a ring of fiery red flames at its tip, swiftly thrusting towards the oncoming silver meteor. Simultaneously, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, quickly summoning an earth-yellow circular shield that swirled around him, and then cast a diamond shield talisman on himself. Just as the pale golden shield rose around him, the silver meteor and the fiery spear collided in mid-air. Then, a scene that made the triangular-eyed man's eyes twitch appeared. The 2 magical artifacts clashed in mid-air. The flaming spear lasted less than a breath before being blasted away by the silver-black wheel-shaped artifact. The triangular-eyed man could even sense through his divine sense that multiple cracks had appeared on the spear blade and shaft. This artifact, which had accompanied him in slaying many powerful enemies, would likely be obsolete after this. After blasting away the flaming spear, the silver-black wheel-shaped artifact, still possessing considerable power, continued to spin and bombard the earthen yellow round shield-shaped artifact. This time, the round shield-shaped artifact finally lived up to the triangular-eyed man's expectations, successfully blocking the attack of the silver-black wheel-shaped artifact. However, looking at the several cuts made by the sharp moon blades on the round shield, the triangular-eyed man felt no joy. He knew very well that against the attack of a first-tier high-grade magical artifact, his 2 first-tier mid-grade defensive artifacts might withstand it once or twice, but definitely not 3 or 4 times. So now he only had 2 choices, either retreat from the battlefield immediately, or capture Zhou Chun before his magical artifacts were completely destroyed. The first option had barely formed in his mind when the triangular-eyed man immediately ruled it out. Putting aside whether Zhou Chun would sit idly by and watch the couple retreat from the battlefield, he himself didn't want to let go of this fat sheep. To be able to go out alone with a first-grade high-level magical artifact while only having a mid-stage key refining cultivation was a good thing he might not encounter again even after years of waiting in the Red Rock Mountains. So he quickly made his choice and immediately shouted, "This guy's tough, wife. Don't be stingy with your things." Before he finished speaking, before Zhou Chun could reinfuse the Moonblade meteor wheel with magic power to activate its second strike, the triangular-eyed man patted his storage pouch again and took out a shimmering first-grade high-level magical talisman. He channeled his magic power into the talisman, then flicked his wrist towards Zhou Chun. The burning talisman instantly transformed into a 10-foot-long fire serpent, lunging towards Zhou Chun, a first-tier high-grade talisman. The fire serpent talisman, behind Zhou Chun, the woman in red gauze, hearing the triangular-eyed man's words, continued to wield her blue longsword magic weapon against Zhou Chun's black iron shield magic weapon. Simultaneously, she took out a first-tier high-grade talisman, the golden spear talisman, and activated it, instantly transforming it into a gleaming golden spear that thrust towards Zhou Chun. This pincer attack, using first-tier high-grade talismans as offensive methods, was highly confident. Even a typical late-stage key refining cultivator, let alone Zhou Chun, would be severely injured, if not killed, without a first-tier high-grade defensive magic weapon. The triangular-eyed man was extremely confident. However, the next instant, Zhou Chun's response caused his expression to change drastically, leaving him dumbfounded. Chapter 31 Slaying a powerful enemy and taking stock of the gains. At that moment, Zhou Chun, simultaneously attacked from both sides by two high-grade first-tier magic talismans, was initially startled, but quickly reacted. He increased his magical power to activate the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, instantly splitting the artifact into two semicircular moonblades, which he then unleashed upon the Fire Serpent and Golden Spear respectively. Simultaneously, with a thought, the Earth Tortoise beside him suddenly slammed its tail against the ground and sprang up, transforming into a human shield to block his path. In mid-air, the Moonblades collided with the Fire Serpent and Golden Spear, expending most of their power before crashing to the ground. The greatly weakened Fire Serpent and Golden Spear then landed on the Earth Tortoise's back and Zhou Chun's shield, failing to inflict any real damage on master and servant. This turn of events left the triangular-eyed man and the woman in red gauze dumbfounded, their expressions drastically changing. Zhou Chun and the relanded Earth Tortoise seized this opportunity to launch a swift counterattack. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhou Chun unleashed a silver short sword, aimed directly at the triangular-eyed man. The rock tortoise slammed its paw into the ground, instantly spewing sharp stone spikes from around the man, shattering his golden protective shield and causing it to tremble violently. The triangular-eyed man finally regained his senses, then, while using his earthen yellow round shield to block the silver short sword, shouted angrily, "Damn it, this is tough. My wife, you go first. I'll hold him off and cover your retreat." Hearing this, the woman in red gauze's pretty face changed instantly. After a slight hesitation, she nodded and replied, "Then, my husband, be careful. I'll wait for you at our usual spot." With that, she retrieved her light blue longsword and quickly retreated into the forest. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't try to stop him. Instead, he channeled his magic power, causing the two crescent-shaped blades on the ground to fly into the sky and merge back into a silver-black wheel. Watching the silver-black wheel spin and fly in the air, a flicker of fear flashed in the triangular-eyed man's eyes. He nervously swallowed and whispered to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist, I admit defeat today. If you let me leave, I can leave you my storage bag." Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he replied softly, "Really? Don't lie to me." "Absolutely true. I'd be a fool to lie to you," the triangular-eyed man said, patting his chest with absolute certainty. "Then put the storage bag on the ground and leave." Zhou Chun considered for a moment before stating his conditions. Hearing this, the triangular-eyed man's eyes lit up with joy. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Taoist. I'll take my leave." He then reached for his storage pouch at his waist, tossed it into the nearby bushes, and without even removing his golden protective shield, turned and headed towards the forest. But he had only taken a few steps when the silver-black circular magical artifact spinning in the air whistled and slashed towards him. "You broke your promise," a roar erupted from the triangular-eyed man. He turned around angrily, hastily manipulating his earthen yellow round shield magical artifact to block it. "Who said I broke my promise? Did I let you leave, allowing you to take a few steps ahead?" Zhou Chun's face revealed a faint mocking smile as he watched the earthen yellow round shield magical artifact quickly disintegrate under the repeated cuts of the Moonblade Meteor Wheel. Before the triangular-eyed man could use any other methods, Zhou Chun concentrated his magic power and activated the silver-black circular magic weapon, which spun in the air before crashing down on him. This time, he finally couldn't withstand it and was directly struck. His protective shield shattered, killing him instantly. This is what they call those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. In the mountains and forests, Zhou Chun formed hand seals, gathering water vapor to create rain, washing away the bloodstains on the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, then looked at the bloodied corpse on the ground and let out a cold laugh. Zhou Chun had no sympathy or pity for these bandit cultivators who specialized in ambushing and killing other cultivators to steal their treasures. The crimes these people committed were more than enough to atone for even if they died 100 times. He might not have been able to do it normally, but this time, being able to spare the life of a bandit cultivator, how could Zhou Chun not do this good deed? Moreover, he was certain that the storage bag left behind by the triangular-eyed man was definitely a decoy, and it definitely didn't contain his real wealth. Sure enough, as Zhou Chun searched the remains on the ground, he quickly found another storage bag in his sleeve pocket. He probed the bag with his divine sense and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Next, Zhou Chun burned the remains, then put the rock tortoise into his spirit beast bag and swiftly used the wind control technique to leave the battlefield. Half an hour after Zhou Chun left, the woman in red returned to the scene. When she saw the fragments of magical artifacts, the remaining bloodstains, and the ashes from the burning corpses, she instantly understood the situation. Her pretty face turned pale, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping bitterly. "Why, my husband, how could you leave like this? You promised to grow old with me, how could you abandon me like this?" The woman's sorrowful cries echoed through the mountains and forests, lingering on the wind. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun sped away from the Red Rock Mountains, he found a secluded spot to stop and meditate to recover his mana. First-grade high-level magic artifacts were indeed useful, but they consumed a tremendous amount of mana. The battle, lasting less than a quarter of an hour, had already depleted nearly 60% of Zhou Chun's mana. And this was just one first-grade high-level magic artifact. It was conceivable that if he didn't break through to the late key refining stage, even if he had two first-grade high-level magic artifacts, he would likely be exhausted after only a few uses, leaving him vulnerable to attack. In comparison, spirit pets were far superior. They were not only versatile but also didn't consume their master's mana. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun glanced at the rock tortoise guarding him beside him and, before entering meditation, specially took out a bag of dried meat from his storage pouch and fed it to the tortoise as a reward. 2 hours later, Zhou Chun awoke from his meditation, his mana finally recovered to over 80%. Then he took out the stone jar, took a large gulp of purifying spiritual water to dispel the turbid and evil energy in his body, and then took out the storage bags he had taken from the triangular-eyed man to check his spoils. The two storage bags of the triangular-eyed man contained quite a lot of things. The storage bag used as an illusion contained more than 20 spirit coins, talismans, clothing, books, and other items, which looked quite presentable. The other storage bag that Zhou Chun found in the man's sleeve pocket contained more than 160 spirit coins, 2 bottles of pills, several jade boxes and wooden boxes for storing valuable spiritual items, and several cultivation manuals. In addition, Zhou Chun also picked up the flame-tipped spear and copper-gourd magic tools that the triangular-eyed man had used earlier. Of these two magic tools, the flame-tipped spear was full of cracks and would probably be unusable after a few more uses, so it was of little value. However, the copper-gourd magic tool that could release fireballs was well preserved, giving Zhou Chun another usable magic tool. Zhou Chun examined the two magical artifacts for a few moments before putting them away, intending to refine them upon returning to his family. His gaze then fell upon the jade bottle containing the pills, as well as the several jade and wooden boxes. He opened the 2 jade bottles, revealing a purplish-red powder in one. Zhou Chun recognized it as a healing elixir, blood coagulating and muscle regenerating powder, known for its potent hemostatic and healing effects on external injuries. The other jade bottle contained 3 unfamiliar, yellowish-brown pills. He would need to have them appraised by his elders upon returning home to determine their purpose. The remaining 2 jade boxes contained 2 spiritual herbs, a 100-year-old red earth ginseng and a 7-leaf purple star orchid, a more valuable herb. Both were wild herbs, likely acquired through robbery by the triangular-eyed man. The last wooden box contained an oval-shaped, yellowish-brown ore. The yellowish-brown ore was heavy. Zhou Chun had to use both hands to lift it out of the wooden box. As he examined it, trying to determine its origin, the rock tortoise beside him suddenly stretched its head in front of him and sniffed, conveying a strange emotion. "You mean this thing is edible?" Zhou Chun looked at the rock tortoise with astonishment, quite incredulous. However, the rock tortoise, lacking its intelligence, couldn't comprehend such complex emotions, and simply nodded, conveying a new idea. "Oh, you mean you feel this thing would be beneficial to eat, but you can't eat it now?" Zhou Chun nodded slightly, understanding the rock tortoise's meaning. This yellowish-brown ore must have a bloodline-enhancing effect for the rock tortoise clan, but it also required a certain level of strength from the rock tortoise. His rock tortoise was currently only a mid-grade first-tier demon beast, its bloodline potential not yet at its limit, so it would have difficulty digesting this thing now. It's estimated that this rock tortoise will only be able to consume this ore to promote its bloodline evolution after it has fully realized its bloodline potential and reached a cultivation level comparable to 12th level key refining cultivator. In that case, this ore must be a rare resource. I wonder where that triangular-eyed man obtained it. Thinking this, Zhou Chun looked at the rock tortoise and said, "In that case, I'll keep this for you for now, and give it to you when you can eat it." Then he turned his gaze to the ancient texts and manuals. After flipping through several of them, Zhou Chun quickly found what he was looking for. In a text called Feng Zhen's Miscellaneous Talks, There was a secret technique for disguise and concealment left by its owner, Feng Zhen, called forest concealment and cicada breath technique. It was a practical technique that could both conceal its presence using vegetation, similar to the forest concealment technique, and also conceal its breath and energy fluctuations. Moreover, unlike the forest concealment technique, which restricts movement after activation, the forest concealment cicada breath technique allows for movement within the forest, providing excellent camouflage during movement. However, as mentioned earlier, the camouflage effect of the forest concealment cicada breath technique is primarily effective against the naked eye during movement, having little effect on divine sense, thus limiting its use. Even so, Zhou Chun immediately realized that this secret technique, the forest concealment cicada breath technique, was likely his greatest gain from this trip. Chapter 32 Presenting the Treasure, the Clan Chief's Wisdom. What a windfall! In the mountains, Zhou Chun looked at the Feng Zhen's miscellaneous talks in his hand, which recorded the cultivation method of the forest hermit cicada breath technique, his face full of excitement. In the cultivation world, for a power, the most precious things have never been external objects such as magic weapons, pills, and talismans, but rather various secret techniques with special uses. Magic weapons, pills, and talismans can only benefit one person, while secret techniques can be practiced by any cultivator who meets the cultivation conditions. And secret techniques are also a concept, including secret medicine formulas, secret weapon crafting techniques, pill refining techniques, etc., all of which can be counted as secret technique inheritance. Therefore, for a power, the more secret technique inheritances it possesses, the deeper its foundation. For example, major sects such as the Moonwheel Sect of Jingle, the Flame Sun Sect, and the Azure Lotus Temple, which have nascent soul stage cultivators in charge, have countless secret techniques collected within their sects. Therefore, even if the cultivators of these sects do not have an advantage in magic weapons, they are still far superior to the cultivators of small families and sects outside. The forest hermit cicada breath technique that Zhou Chun has obtained, while not a combat technique that directly enhances combat power, nor a refining or alchemy skill that continuously generates resources for the family, excels in its simple requirements for cultivators. Almost anyone can practice it, and all key refining stage cultivators can use it. This universality will greatly increase its value to cultivation family. Therefore, Zhou Chun is now almost certain that by offering this technique, he can not only directly advance to an elite clansman, but also potentially receive a large amount of family merit. How could he not be overjoyed? With this happy feeling, Zhou Chun, beaming, summoned his bamboo leaf flying artifact and soared into the sky, eager to return to the family. However, once back at the family, he calmed his excitement and didn't rush to Pagoda Peak to present the treasure to Clan Chief Zhou Daoi. Instead, he returned to his residence on Baozi Peak to meditate and recover his mana. Zhou Chun doesn't want anyone to know about the stone jar that produces purifying spiritual water yet. Therefore, every time he returned to the clan, regardless of whether his magical power was greatly depleted, he would first deplete it to only 1 or 2/10. This way, no one would suspect that he had spent time meditating outside to recover his magical power. Moreover, he also needed some time to embellish his experience. For example, where did the spirit coins he used to purchase the first-tier high-grade magic weapon, Moonblade Meteor Wheel, come from? For example, after his fierce battle with the enemy outside, instead of quickly riding a flying magic weapon back to the clan, he took more than 3 days to walk back to the clan due to the excessive depletion of his magical power. These details were very important and had to be paid attention to at all times. Otherwise, even if no one noticed the flaws once or twice, after a while, no one was a fool and would notice the anomaly. After meditating on Baozi Peak for several hours and fully recovering his condition, Zhou Chun went to Baoda Peak to pay his respects to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi. Zhangjin, you've finally decided to come back. It's been quite a while since you left. If you hadn't returned, you probably wouldn't have had a chance to participate in the clan selection competition. Inside this haunting hall, after receiving Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoi looked at him deeply and spoke some meaningful words. Zhou Daoi still had a deep impression of Zhou Chun, this young junior in the clan. Mainly because of the things Zhou Chun had done and the suggestions he had made, which had greatly benefited the clan. As the clan leader, he naturally couldn't forget such a meritorious person. However, although he thought highly of Zhou Chun, as the clan leader, He had to treat everyone equally and couldn't arbitrarily give anyone special treatment or rewards. Therefore, apart from giving Zhou Chun some preferential treatment in certain areas, he wouldn't directly reward Zhou Chun with anything without a reason. Upon hearing Zhou Daoi's meaningful words, Zhou Chun quickly interjected, "Clan chief, you are wise. My return this time was indeed delayed for a reason. Normally, a Zhou family cultivator would take 7 or 8 days to travel to the Red Cliff Market, even at a leisurely pace. After all, it was just a business trip, not a permanent cultivation retreat. His trip lasted over 10 days, twice as long as others, effectively meaning he did less for the clan. If anyone gossiped about this, Clan Chief Zhou Daoi would likely punish him to maintain order. However, despite the stated reason, Zhou Chun didn't rush to explain. Instead, he began to present his treasure. "Clan Chief, you are wise. Although my journey was fraught with peril, I also gained immensely, acquiring a secret technique extremely valuable to the clan." With that, Zhou Chun took out a book containing the forest-hidden cicada breath technique, titled Feng Zhen's Miscellaneous Talks, and handed it to Zhou Daoi. "Is that so?" Zhou Daoi's expression shifted, and he immediately took the book, looking at the page Zhou Chun had specifically turned to. After reading through the description of the cultivation method and effects of the forest-hidden cicada breath technique, he couldn't help but nod with delight, saying, "Indeed, it's a very practical and excellent secret technique. Zheng Chun, you've done a great service to the family this time." Then, a thought struck him, remembering Zhou Chun's earlier claim of 9 deaths in 1 life, and he immediately asked with concern, "You said you experienced a near-death experience. Did you encounter bandits?" "Clan leader is wise. That's exactly it." Zhou Chun gave a small compliment, then recounted his encounter with a bandit couple, including a detailed description of the battle, without any concealment. Hearing Zhou Chun's description, Zhou Daoi was quite astonished. He looked at Zhou Chun before him, utterly astonished that this young man, barely 25, had managed to fight 2 bandits and even kill them despite being at a disadvantage in cultivation. While amazed by Zhou Chun's strength, he also shook his head repeatedly, warning, "That was too risky. Zheng Chun, if you encounter something like this in the future, it's best to just leave. We cultivators strive for immortality, not for such petty squabbles." Seemingly afraid Zhou Chun hadn't listened, he added earnestly, "I'm not telling you to run away, but that there's no need for pointless fighting. Those bandits are like homeless stray dogs. Their lives worthless. We don't need to risk our lives against them without a chance." Zhou Chun knew he meant well, so he didn't explain further, simply straightening his posture and replying, "I understand. I will be more careful in the future." "Good child, it's good that you understand." Zhou Daoi nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with his attitude. Zhou Chun then took the opportunity to say, "This junior has another matter I would like to ask the clan leader. When I was cleaning out that bandit cultivator's storage bag, I found a bottle of pills and a piece of ore that I don't recognize. I would like to ask the clan leader to help me identify them." Hearing this, Zhou Daoi immediately said softly, "Oh, take them out and let me see." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately took out a bottle of pills and the yellowish-brown ore. Upon seeing this, Zhou Daoi first opened the jade bottle, poured out a pill, glanced at it, and quickly nodded, saying, "This pill is the ginseng and ginseng pill, a kind of pill that can improve the mana of late-stage key refining cultivators. It's more effective than the family's Spring Sun pill, but its medicinal properties are more potent, so it shouldn't be taken in large quantities. The interval between doses should ideally be more than 2 months." He then returned the jade bottle to Zhou Chun and looked at the earthen yellow ore, saying, "This ore is quite good. It's called Cheyenne Stone, containing pure earth elemental spiritual power. It can be used as a material for refining weapons and is also a favorite food of certain earth elemental demonic beasts." He then pointed out to Zhou Chun, "Once your rock tortoise has been cultivated to first-tier high-grade level, you can feed it this. Even if it doesn't evolve its bloodline into a mid-level demonic beast, it will strengthen its bloodline and accumulate foundation for future advancement." Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly in thanks. This junior understands. "Thank you, clan chief, for enlightening me." After Zhou Chun put both items away, Zhou Daoi looked at him and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. Regarding the reward for your contribution of offering the secret technique, I will discuss it with the elders and then summon you back to announce it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "This junior obeys." This junior takes his leave. He then left the main hall and returned to Bao's He Peak to await news. After Zhou Chun left, Zhou Daowei looked at the Buk Fengzhen's miscellaneous talks in his hand and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Zhou Chun where the spirit coins used to purchase the first-grade high-level magic weapon came from. Never mind, we cultivators travel far and wide, who doesn't have some fortuitous encounters and their own little secrets? As long as he didn't embezzle family property for personal gain, why bother digging so deep? Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Daowei quickly suppressed the urge to investigate and decided not to pursue the matter further. He was indeed the patriarch of the Zhou family, but he wasn't the parent of every Zhou family cultivator. Furthermore, even parents can't allow their children to have no privacy at all. If he wanted to uncover every little secret of every Zhou family cultivator, the end result would likely be alienation from the clan, or even their departure from the family. Therefore, to be a qualified clan leader, Zhou Daowei must know what to ask and what not to ask. 6,000 words delivered today. Chapter 33 Clan Rewards, Selecting Secret Techniques. Clan Chief Zhou Daowei didn't ask where Zhou Chun got the spirit coins to purchase the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, which surprised Zhou Chun. However, this was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Although he thought his fabricated reason was flawless, a lie is still a lie. If he didn't have to lie, there would be no possibility of being exposed. So, in the following days, Zhou Chun waited for the clan chief to decide on the reward for his offering of the forest-hidden cicada breath technique while inquiring about the registration for the upcoming clan selection competition from familiar clan members like Zhou's Hengaiwang. To encourage clan members to participate in the selection competition, the Zhou clan had set up some rewards. Anyone who entered the top 10 in the elite or youth groups would receive an additional year's worth of welfare offerings and merit points corresponding to their clan status. Although the reward wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Therefore, basically all the cultivators in the clan who met the registration requirements participated. Of course, for Zhou Chun, entering the top 10 in the youth group was practically no problem, and he might even have the chance to compete for the top 3. As for first place, forget about it. The highest-ranking cultivator under 30 in the Zhou family is Zhou's Henkang, the 7th in the Zhang generation. At only 29 years old, he has already reached the 10th level of key refining and possesses at least 2 first-grade high-level magic weapons. This Zhou Henkang is also a strong contender for first place in the youth group of the 5 great families martial arts competition, and the elders of the Zhou family have high hopes for him. Zhou Chun's goal is simple, ignoring the Zhou family's internal selection competition. He just needs to be in the top 10 of the 5 great families martial arts competition. It is said that cultivators who enter the top 10 will receive a first-grade high-level magic weapon, or equivalent pills and spiritual items as rewards. This is a very substantial reward. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye while waiting. 3 days later, Zhou Chun was summoned to Pagoda Peak by the Patriarch Zhou Daowei's spirit pet Lanlin, and then learned about his reward. After discussion with the 3 elders, we have decided to reward you, Zheng Chun, for presenting the forest hermit cicada breathing technique as follows. You are promoted to an elite member of the clan. You are granted the opportunity to choose a secret technique to cultivate on the 2nd floor of the library. You are rewarded with 300 merit points. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daowei looked at Zhou Chun, whom he had summoned, and solemnly announced the rewards. This reward was undeniably generous. Leaving aside the status of an elite member, the opportunity to choose a secret technique and the 300 merit points were all tangible benefits. Even Zhou Chun hadn't expected the reward to be so much more generous than he had anticipated. He was so stunned that he forgot to thank them. It was only after Zhou Daowei saw his silence that he spoke up, reminding him, "Well, are you satisfied with the clan's reward, Zheng Chun?" That he finally came to his senses. Nodding repeatedly, he replied, "Satisfied, very satisfied." He then bowed respectfully to Zhou Daowei, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, clan chief and all the elders. I am deeply grateful." "I'm glad you're satisfied," Zhou Daowei nodded, then looked at Zhou Chun earnestly and instructed, "As long as you serve the family diligently in the future, the family will never treat you unfairly." "Yes, I will certainly remember the clan chief's teachings," Zhou Chun replied respectfully, then left Pagoda Peak with profuse thanks. He didn't linger at all afterward, heading directly to Flying Stone Peak where the library was located. Zhou Chun had been curious about the 2nd floor of the Zhou family's library for quite some time. Now that he finally had the opportunity to enter and choose a secret technique to cultivate, how could he sit still? However, to enter the second floor of the library, he needed the help of the third elder, Zhou Chun, to unlock the restrictions. Zhou Chun waited on Flying Stone Peak for nearly an hour before the third elder, Zhou Chun, finally had time to come to the library. Zhou Chun naturally had a deep impression of Zhou Chun, who had placed a mysterious snake egg in his possession for research. Upon seeing him now, he looked at him with approval and said, "You've got quite a bit of luck, kid. Usually, only core members of the clan can enter the second floor of this library to choose a secret technique to cultivate. You've already done it, even though you've just been promoted to elite clan member." Zhou Chun, hearing this, obediently complimented, "It's all thanks to the patriarch and elder's support and care that I have this opportunity." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "You've got a good tongue, kid. No wonder the patriarch favors you so much and speaks highly of you in front of us." Patriarch Zhou favored him? Zhou Chun's expression froze for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't lie to him about this, so it was probably true. This was very good news for him. Having caught the eye of clan chief Zhou, he now had a powerful backer in the Zhou family. Though pleased, he restrained himself and continued to speak politely. "I'm speaking from the heart, the truth is all I'm saying." Zhou Chun ignored him, instead casting a spell towards the corner of the first floor of the library. Instantly, the staircase, previously hidden by a spell, appeared in Zhou Chun's view. "Alright, the spell is broken. Go to the second floor and choose what you want. Just tell me when you're done." Zhou Chun waved his hand, said this, and went to the giant blue-haired ape guarding the library, communicating with the Zhou family's beast in animal language. As a foundation establishment cultivator skilled in beast-taming, Zhou Chun knew over a dozen animal languages and could communicate directly with irrelevant beasts. Of course, this communication was limited to simple words, and it was far less convenient than communicating with tamed spirit beasts when dealing with wild monsters. Zhou Chun had already witnessed Zhou family cultivators communicating with spirit beasts using animal language, so he was no longer surprised. After a brief glance, he eagerly walked up the stairs to the second floor of the library. Compared to the spaciousness of the first floor, the second floor was much smaller. Moreover, at a glance, only the bookshelf labeled secret techniques was visible, the rest of the space remained blank, still isolated by the restrictive spells. He walked to the bookshelf and scanned it, seeing 13 books arranged in a row. These 13 books represented the 13 secret techniques possessed by the Zhou family. Of course, Zhou Chun knew that the Zhou family certainly had more than just these 13 secret techniques. These were the only ones currently available for their key refining stage members to cultivate. Among them was the Forest Hidden Cicada Breath technique, which he had presented the Golden Spirit Sword technique, a secret sword-wielding art, can only be cultivated by those with a metal attribute spiritual root. It has 2 levels. After mastering the first level, it can imbue sword-type magical weapons with a Golden Spirit Sword aura, enhancing their sharpness. After mastering the second level, it can unleash Golden Spirit Sword Ki through sword-type magical weapons, with power comparable to a first-tier high-grade spell. The 5-element Spirit Armor technique, a defensive secret technique, allows one to condense a 5-element spirit armor for protection based on their own magical power attribute upon successful cultivation. The defensive effect depends on the individual's cultivation level. The Blood-Burning Spirit Transformation technique, an auxiliary secret technique, allows one to convert blood essence into magical power upon successful cultivation. Zhou Chun looked through the books one by one and found that the dozen or so secret techniques on the bookshelf covered almost every use, and they all seemed quite good. Unfortunately, he could only choose one secret technique to cultivate at present. The next time he wanted to come here to choose a secret technique would probably have to wait until he advanced to become a core member of the family. Therefore, after much consideration, Zhou Chun chose the defensive secret technique, the 5-element spirit armor technique. He had no choice, he was afraid of dying. And mastering this defensive secret technique would undoubtedly greatly enhance his ability to defend himself and survive in combat. After choosing the technique, Zhou Chun took the book down the stairs and handed it to the third elder, Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun took the book, glanced at the name, and nodded slightly, saying, "Since you've chosen, leave this rubbing of the secret technique with the old ape. When you want to practice the technique, come to it to get the rubbing and study it until you've mastered it." He then handed the book to the giant blue-haired ape beside him. "Junior obeys," Zhou Chun replied, bowing respectfully to the giant blue-haired ape. At this moment, Zhou Chun seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at him, saying, "By the way, that strange beast you left with me for research. I've already done some research on it. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have results within 6 months. Remember not to wander around during this time, lest I can't find you." He'd already researched it so quickly? Zhou Chun was startled, then delighted, and immediately nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, Junior will remember." Chapter 34 Azure Cloud Python, Soaring on a Dragon. The cultivation of secret techniques is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Even though the forest hidden cicada breath technique and the 5-element spirit armor technique are not particularly difficult techniques to cultivate, it would still take a key refining stage cultivator at least a year to cultivate them to the point of mastery without interfering with their own cultivation. Therefore, after returning from Flying Stone Peak, Zhou Chun's life remained largely unchanged, except for using his previous time for reading and leisurely practice of the 2 secret techniques. 7 days after his return from Red Cliff Market, the Zhou family's internal selection competition officially began. The final result of the selection competition was not unexpected for many Zhou family cultivators. As cultivators from the same family, they inevitably sparred and went on adventures together, so they could get a general idea of each other's strength by asking around. Zhou Chun did not go all out in the selection competition, not even using his first-tier high-grade magic weapon, the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, so he ultimately won 5th place in the youth group, just behind his 10th brother, Zhou Zhenggaiwang. In the elite group, which was limited to those under 60 years old, Zhou Chun's close friend, his 27th uncle Zhou Jiapeng, achieved 2nd place. After the internal selection competition, Zhou Chun and the other confirmed participants received a list containing information on participants from several other families. Each person also received 1 first-grade high-ranking magic talisman and 4 first-grade mid-ranking magic talismans bestowed by their family. This clearly demonstrates how much the Zhou family leadership, including clan chief Zhou Daoyi, valued this competition among the 5 major cultivation families. About a month later, on this morning, all 20 Zhou family cultivators participating in the competition gathered at Pagoda Peak. Today was the day to depart for the competition venue. This competition was being hosted by the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, and the venue is located within the Wang family's mountain gate. At Pagoda Peak, after all the Zhou family cultivators had arrived, clan chief Zhou Daoyi first gave a morale-boosting speech, then removed his spirit beast pouch from his waist and tossed it aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, and a giant azure python, 6 or 7 zang long, appeared instantly in the plaza in front of this honking hall. This azure python's body was as thick as a water bucket, its belly a bluish-white hue adorned with clusters of white cloud-like patterns. It was a 2nd-tier mid-grade demonic beast, the azure cloud python. This azure python was the spirit pet of Zhou Daoyi, the Zhou family patriarch, a very rare mid-grade demonic beast possessing the legendary bloodline of a dragon. Once a demonic beast reaches the 2nd tier, regardless of its species, it gains the ability to fly, just like Foundation Establishment cultivators. As a wind attribute demonic beast, the azure cloud python, upon reaching adulthood in the 2nd tier, could fly even faster and more skillfully than cultivators. Therefore, with its 6 or 7 zang long body, it could easily serve as a flying dragon boat, carrying Zhou Chun and the other 20 key refining cultivators on their journey. After releasing the azure cloud python, Zhou Daoyi immediately moved, walking directly to the head of the python, which was lying upright in the plaza. Then, he waved to the Zhou family cultivators behind him, who were stunned by the aura of the azure cloud python's appearance, and said, "Come on up, King King will take you to the Wang family in Red Medicine Valley." Hearing this, the Jia generation cultivators, such as Zhou Jiapeng, who had seen the azure cloud python more than once, quickly moved to the python's back and sat down. With these people leading the way, the Zhang generation young cultivators like Zhou Chun dared to follow boldly. After all 20 people were on the python's back and lined up about a foot apart, Zhou Daoyi said, "Hold on tight," and the azure cloud python under his feet flicked its tail, twisted its head, and flew up from the ground with a gust of wind. "Ah!" exclamations rang out in the air, as the Zhou family cultivators, riding this flying snake for the first time, screamed nervously as the snake's body swayed. However, this was mostly due to their own excessive tension. Although the snake's body swayed slightly, it was far more stable than a galloping horse, with no noticeable bumps. So, after releasing their tension through shouts, The group quickly realized this, returned to normal, and then, somewhat excitedly, gripped the python's body, pointing and gazing at the mountains and rivers below. To accommodate these key refining stage cultivators, the azure cloud python didn't fly too high, only about 600 or 700 feet. This altitude, below the clouds, offered a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery below. Of course, this also meant that anyone on the ground could see the giant python carrying over 20 people flying through the air simply by looking up. Therefore, when the python flew past areas where mortals gathered, those who happened to look up and see this scene invariably mistook the python for a legendary dragon and the Zhou family cultivators on its back for immortals riding a dragon, thus bowing and worshipping them. Even some cultivators were shocked by the scene, many speechless with astonishment. The reactions of those below filled the Zhou family cultivators with immense pride. See? This was their Zhou family, a cultivation clan with over 1,700 years of history, far superior to those unaffiliated rogue cultivators in small, insignificant families. One of the Zhou family's family generation cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, "If only the patriarch's azure cloud python could evolve into a dragon, then we could truly ride dragons." Hearing this, the Zhou family cultivators on the python's back also couldn't help but imagine the scene he described, their hearts filled with longing. Only Zhou Daowai, with his back to the crowd, wore a wry smile upon hearing this. A dragon, he wanted one too. The problem was, evolving the azure cloud python into a dragon was incredibly difficult. Let alone someone who's only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he were to become a purple mansion stage cultivator, the chances of achieving this are slim. To be called a dragon, one must at least be a high-level demonic beast, and among high-level demonic beasts, they are extremely powerful. Although the azure cloud python possesses dragon blood, it's virtually impossible for it to evolve into a dragon on its own. However, there's no need to discourage the ambitions of these younger family members at this point. In fact, Zhou Daowai's high-profile and flamboyant method of taking the Zhou family cultivators to the Wang family in Red Medicine Valley was intended to inspire these younger generations and simultaneously showcase the Zhou family's strength and resources to the outside world. The azure cloud python's flying speed is very fast, covering 400 to 500 miles in an hour. It took them less than 2 hours to travel from Nine Peaks Ridge to Red Medicine Valley, where the Wang family resides. The Wang family of Red Medicine Valley is famous for cultivating and selling spiritual herbs, and their Red Medicine Valley is a place perfectly suited for the growth of these herbs. In terms of family strength, the Wang family was also quite formidable, boasting not only a grand elder at the Purple Mansion stage, but also as many as 5 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Furthermore, there were 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wang family within the Azure Lotus Temple. It could be said that, on the surface, the Wang family was even stronger than the Zhou family. At this moment, when the Zhou family cultivators appeared outside Red Medicine Valley riding the azure cloud python, the Wang family cultivators guard in the formation were utterly shocked and dumbfounded. It was only after Zhou Daowai commanded the azure cloud python to land on the ground, unload the riders, and retract the python into his spirit beast pouch that the stunned Wang family cultivators recovered and hurriedly informed the Wang family patriarch and other high-ranking members of the clan. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour outside the Wang family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun and the others finally saw the formation's mist churning violently, revealing a passage large enough for several people to pass through side by side. Then, Wang Xiaoxian, the patriarch of the Red Medicine Valley Wang family, led 2 Wang family cultivators out from that passage to greet them. Haha, welcome fellow Taoist Zhou and all fellow Taoists of the Zhou family to the Wang family. I, Wang, greet you warmly, with a prosperous appearance, small eyes, a round belly, and wearing a loose yellow robe. This was Wang Xiaoxian, the patriarch of the Wang family. He greeted Zhou Daowai and the Zhou family cultivators with a smile and a cupped hand salute, then warmly welcomed them into the mountain gate. Unlike the diverse scenery of the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge, the Wang family's mountain gate was located in a large valley, with extensive medicinal herb fields, resembling a large farm. Upon entering the Wang family's mountain gate, one could smell various medicinal fragrances, and see many Wang family cultivators watering, weeding, and weeding in the fields. At a glance, Zhou Chun realized that the Wang family's medicinal herb fields, just the area he saw, were 7 or 8 times larger than the Zhou family's, and the variety of spiritual herbs planted within were numerous and diverse. The Wang family of Red Medicine Valley truly lives up to their reputation. Beside Zhou Chun, Zhou Jiapen, like him, surveyed the various spirit fields and then let out a soft sigh. Even Zhou Hengyang muttered to himself with envy, with so many spirit herbs, the Wang family cultivators must be very fortunate. At least they certainly won't lack pills to improve their cultivation, but is that really the case? Zhou Chun considered the information he knew about the Wang family and felt that it wasn't as simple as Zhou Hengyang described. After all, if they really didn't lack pills at all, the Wang family cultivators participating in the competition listed in the information should all be at the 11th or 12th level of the key refining stage. He secretly pondered, there's also a possibility that these spirit herbs don't entirely belong to the Wang family. However, he couldn't say this aloud, since the Wang family patriarch, Wang Zhixin, was right in front of them. In a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, outside Tainan Valley, Han Li first encountered the world of cultivation. When he first saw it, he found it incredibly amazing and interesting, marveling at the various settings. However, with the widespread popularity of online novels, it's practically impossible to create something new within the traditional xiangxia genre. So, this time, I'm trying something new. I have the protagonist, as a junior member of a cultivation family, participate in various events within the family, showing in detail how a cultivation family develops, what the lives of its members are like, and their social interactions. It seems no one has written about this aspect before. If family missions are just monotonous tasks like going out to fight monsters, level up, and obtain spiritual herbs, don't you think it's too cliché? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35: An Unavoidable Blind Date. Red Medicine Valley. It wasn't until Zhou Chun and the others entered the Wang family compound with Wang Zhixin, the family patriarch, that they realized the Zhou family was the last to arrive. The Mu family of Beiyan Mountain, the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge, and the He family of Qingzhou Mountain had all arrived the day before. With the arrival of the Zhou family, all 5 major families were now present. This joint martial arts competition and exchange event, hosted by our 5 major families, is a rare grand occasion in recent years. My Wang family has invited many Foundation establishment cultivators from both inside and outside Lanzhou to attend. Now that everyone has arrived and begun their exchange, fellow Taoist Zhou, please come with me to get to know everyone, Wang Zhixin said with a smile, extending his hand to Zhou Daoi in a gesture of invitation outside a courtyard deep within the Wang family compound. After speaking, he glanced at Zhou Chun and the other key refining cultivators from the Zhou family and smiled. This is a good opportunity for these juniors to get to know each other and build relationships. Hearing this, Zhou Daoi nodded first, then said to the group of Zhou family cultivators behind him, "You all heard what fellow Taoist Wang said. Go and meet the other cultivators from various families with the 2 fellow Taoists Wang. Remember not to cause trouble, understand?" "Yes, clan leader," everyone responded in unison, and then followed the 2 key refining cultivators from the Wang family beside Wang Zhixin to another courtyard. When the Zhou family members arrived at a courtyard called Ganji Yuan, they could hear cheers and applause coming from inside. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances and then entered the courtyard one after another. In the courtyard planted with many osmanthus trees, dozens of male and female cultivators were either sitting on stone benches or lying on tree trunks, all looking at one spot in the center, as if some activity was taking place. At this moment, after leading the Zhou family group in, the Wang family cultivator, who was leading the group, immediately clapped his hands and called out, "Come, come, everyone, pause for a moment and come over to welcome the fellow Taoists from the Zhou family." Hearing his words, the cultivators in the courtyard all turned their gazes to the group of Zhou family cultivators. "I am Zhou Jiacheng, greetings to all fellow Taoists." "Zhou Jiapeng, greetings to all fellow Taoists." "Zhou Zhenkeng, greetings to all fellow Taoists." Meeting the gazes of the cultivators in the courtyard, the Zhou family cultivators all cupped their hands and introduced themselves, taking the initiative to start a conversation. Thus, the cultivators from other families who had been sizing up the Zhou family cultivators had no choice but to also introduce themselves so as not to be impolite, even though many of them had done so before. After everyone had introduced themselves, at the invitation of the host Wang family cultivators, Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators found places to sit down and joined in their activities. Before the Zhou family cultivators arrived, These people were competing in spellcasting speed to see who could cast the most first-tier low-grade and first-tier mid-grade spells within 100 breaths. To increase the excitement of the competition, someone was acting as a bookmaker, attracting others to place bets with spirit coins. Half of the bookmaker's winnings would go to the winner. This greatly increased the willingness of the cultivators present to participate, and many signed up. Upon learning of this event, many Zhou family cultivators were also tempted and signed up to participate. Of course, those qualified to participate in such an event were basically elite cultivators like Zhou Chun. Younger cultivators like Zhou Chun could only watch the excitement. 13th brother, why don't you place a bet? Under a cassia tree, Zhou Chun was standing with his arms crossed, watching the two cultivators compete, when Zhou Zhengyang suddenly walked up to him and whispered about placing bets. Gambling has always been harmful. I never gamble. Zhou Chun shook his head and answered Zhou Zhengyang in a low voice. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang couldn't help but grin and say, a little gambling is harmless, but excessive gambling is harmful. I know this principle, so I only bet 3 spirit coins for fun. If I lose, I lose. Zhou Chun didn't know if he really thought so, but although the two had a good relationship, it wasn't his place to lecture the other. So he just shook his head and said, Brother Yang, you understand. Anyway, I don't gamble. If you don't want to gamble, then don't. Have you seen those girls over there? I've inquired, and they're all unmarried. Why don't you come with me and give it a try? What if it works out? As Zhou Zhengyang spoke, he winked at Zhou Chun. Unlike Zhou Chun, most of the other cultivators in the Zhou family were not opposed to finding a cultivation partner, and were even quite proactive. In fact, for cultivators, men and women being cultivation partners and practicing dual cultivation together is also a way to enhance their cultivation with the help of external forces. Zhou Chun had even seen a dual cultivation technique when he was selecting secret techniques on the second floor of the Zhou family's library. If a man and woman practice that kind of dual cultivation technique together, their cultivation speed would be faster than normal. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for a cultivator like Zhou Zhengyang, who is 27 or 28 years old, to have the idea of seeking a cultivation partner when he sees female cultivators from other families who are of good background, cultivation level, and appearance. However, he only has the desire but not the courage, and he needs Zhou Chun to embolden him. As for why he needs Zhou Chun, it's because Zhou Chun is handsome and dashing, and unlikely to be disliked or rejected by female cultivators. To be honest, Zhou Chun never thought that after transmigrating, he would become a handsome man. Therefore, he felt a little amused and exasperated about being used as a tool by Zhou Zhengyang. But he couldn't refuse such a thing. Regardless of his relationship with Zhou Zhengyang, getting to know other cultivators wasn't necessarily a bad thing. More importantly, while he wasn't currently looking for a cultivation partner, there was no need to avoid female cultivators. If he didn't agree, Zhou Zhengyang, that big-mouthed guy, might spread the word, and people might question his sexual orientation. So, he coughed lightly and said, Ahem, getting to know other families is certainly possible, but whether you can attract the girl's interest depends on your own abilities, Brother Yang. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Zhengyang nodded happily. Of course, I've prepared a secret weapon. A secret weapon? Zhou Chun glanced at him, but couldn't see anything new on him. However, his words piqued her curiosity. She then followed him to the osmanthus tree where the female cultivators were. After walking about 10 feet away from the female cultivators, Zhou Chun saw that they had noticed him and Zhou Zhengyang wasn't going to speak, so he had to bow first and say, Greetings, fellow Daoists. I am Zhou Zhengyang, and this is my cousin, Zhou Zhengyang. He paused slightly, then smiled at the woman and said, May we stay a moment and exchange ideas with you? He was actually quite nervous as he said this. To be honest, Zhou Chun had a lingering fear of such situations. In his previous life, he had been rejected many times, to the point that he had given up entirely. However, this time, the outcome had given him confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the female cultivators smiled. One of them, wearing a light blue dress, immediately raised her hand and said, Of course, it's no trouble at all. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please have a seat. We sisters would also like to ask the Zhou family for some guidance on the Tao of beast-taming. So, being handsome really does bring advantages? Or are the female cultivators in this world more understanding? As Zhou Chun sat down, he was filled with emotion. He looked at the 4 female cultivators opposite him. In terms of looks and figure, they were absolutely top-tier beauties, The kind who could easily gain millions of followers without filters or live streams. In his previous life, he could only admire such beauties. To actually meet them in person and receive their smiles was virtually impossible. Fellow Taoist Zhou looks quite young. May I ask your age? I've heard that the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge tames many kinds of spirit beasts. I've always wanted to raise a fox-type spirit pet. Could fellow Taoist Zhou help me? I've tamed a flame cat spirit pet, but unfortunately, after many years it's remained a mid-grade first-tier demon beast. Does fellow Taoist Zhou know how to help it advance and break through? Just as Zhou Chun sat down, lost in thought, the female cultivators in front of him began bombarding him with questions. This seemed to have brought him back to a familiar routine. But before, they would always ask, have you bought a house? Have you bought a car? Is the house fully paid for? Is the car BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi? Compared to those soul-searching questions, these questions were relatively easy to answer. He composed himself and replied with a smile, I am 24 years old this year, and have been on the path of cultivation for 14 years. This fellow Taoist's request is truly difficult for me to grant, as the Zhou family currently has no plans to sell spirit pets. However, I can keep an eye out for you and inform you promptly of any news. As for this fellow Taoist's question, I need to examine your flame cat and understand your flame cat breeding process before I can offer any advice. In this way, while answering the questions from the female cultivators, Zhou Chun gradually helped Zhou Zhengyang understand some of the women's situations by asking his own questions. Chapter 36 First Battle Victory. Ultimately, Zhou Chun himself had no intention of finding a cultivation partner, so after chatting for a while, he stopped initiating conversation to avoid giving the girls the wrong signal. Seeing that Zhou Chun wasn't very talkative, the female cultivators realized he was just there to make friends, not to find a partner. Therefore, they didn't ask him any more personal questions. Zhou Zhengyang, on the other hand, became bolder as Zhou Chun opened up the conversation and started speaking on Zhou Chun's behalf. To be honest, Zhou Zhengyang wasn't ugly, he was of average appearance. With his looks, Zhou family background, and cultivation level, he could easily find a partner if he just wanted one. After all, many female cultivators among the independent cultivators dreamed of marrying a cultivator from a powerful cultivation family, so they could have a stable and safe home for cultivation and no longer have to live under someone else's roof. However, it was clear that Zhou Zhengyang wasn't interested in marrying a female independent cultivator. He preferred a marriage alliance with a female cultivator from a fellow cultivation family. He naturally had his own reasons for this. Having formed cultivation partnerships with female rogue cultivators, he had nothing but multiple cultivation partners. However, marrying a female cultivator from a fellow cultivation family meant becoming a bridge between the two families, ensuring they wouldn't be mistreated. Moreover, compared to female rogue cultivators with complicated pasts, female cultivators from cultivation families, bound by various constraints, were clearly more trustworthy in terms of character and morality. Thus, as Zhou Zhengyang gradually revealed his abilities and unveiled his secret weapon, it actually piqued the interest of several female cultivators. Zhou Chun then learned that his so-called secret weapon was a low-level demon beast, the water moon rabbit, less than 6 months old. This white-furred rabbit, weighing less than 5 pounds, had captivating sapphire-like eyes and very long ears that made one want to tug at them. Several female cultivators, upon seeing it, took turns hugging and petting it, unable to put it down. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately knew that Zhou Zhengyang must have had a master guiding him. Otherwise, with his impatient nature, how could he have come up with such a tactic? And so, for the next 2 days, Zhou Chun and the other key refining cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families gathered daily for various activities, seeking like-minded friends. Zhou Chun also made acquaintances with cultivators from other families during these 2 days, carefully memorizing their appearances and names. He knew that, barring unforeseen circumstances, these people would become the ones holding real power in their families in the future. Memorizing their appearances and names now would serve as a topic for building relationships should they need to do things together in the future. On the 3rd day, the patriarchs of the major families had finalized their plans, and the martial arts competition officially began. According to the rules, the elite group and the youth group would compete simultaneously on 2 separate arenas, with opponents determined by drawing lots. On a wide, open plain deep within the Wang family compound of Red Medicine Valley, 2 arenas, each 100 feet long and wide, had been marked out. the patriarchs of the 5 major cultivation families and some foundation establishment cultivators who came to watch the ceremony were seated in the spectator stands outside the arena. Some key refining cultivators from the Wang family who were not on missions were also standing outside. At this time, Zhou Chun and the other 50 youth group cultivators lined up in 2 rows and sat cross-legged outside the arena. A Wang family cultivator then presented them with a box containing lots, allowing each of them to draw a wooden slip. When it was Zhou Chun's turn, he looked at his lot, Jia5 Yang. According to the rules, his first opponent should be the one who drew Jia5 Yin. After everyone had drawn their lots, the Wang family foundation establishment elder, who was acting as the referee on the arena, immediately announced, "Alright, now that the lots have been drawn, please invite the 2 fellow cultivators who drew Jia1 to come up and spar." Hearing this, the 2 youth group cultivators who drew Jia1 immediately stood up and walked towards the arena. 2 young men, dressed in yellow and cyan robes respectively, stepped onto the arena and stood about 30 feet apart. Following the rules, they bowed to each other and announced their names: Sun Zuanhu of the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge, and He Chenggang of the He family of Kingzhu Mountain. After exchanging greetings, and with a referee's signal, they each unleashed their magical weapons and launched probing attacks. Both men were still in the mid-stage of key refining, with a He family member even reaching the 7th level. Therefore, their duel offered little in the way of learning for Zhou Chun. After about a quarter of an hour of fighting, Sun Zuanhu of the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge successfully defeated his opponent, securing the first victory. Following the order of the draw, it was soon Zhou Chun's turn. His opponent was a female cultivator in a white dress, also at the 8th level of key refining. Zhou Zhengchen of the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge, Wang Zhensun of the Wang family of Honggaiao Valley. On the arena, Zhou Chun looked at the seemingly weak female cultivator opposite him, composed himself slightly, quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and bowed to the referee to indicate that he was ready. The duel begins. With the referee's command, Zhou Chun immediately summoned his black iron shield to protect himself, and then took out the rock tortoise from his spirit beast pouch. Wang Zhensun on the other side made a similar choice, first summoning a silver white handkerchief magic weapon that spun endlessly above her head, and then summoning a silver longsword magic weapon to attack him. With a thud, Zhou Chun's black iron shield intercepted the silver longsword. Then he reached into his storage pouch and took out 2 more magic weapons in succession, the silver short sword magic weapon and the copper gourd magic weapon. With his magic power activated, the silver short sword magic weapon shot rapidly towards Wang Zhensun on the other side. At the same time, he tossed a copper gourd magic artifact in his hand into the air, and 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs spewed out from its mouth with muffled sounds. This sudden change caused Wang Zhensun's pretty face to pale, and she hurriedly reached into her storage pouch at her waist, taking out a magic talisman and slapping it onto her body. Golden light surged, forming a gleaming golden armor on her body, a first-tier high-grade defensive magic talisman, the Golden Armor Talisman. According to the rules of the duel, only one first-tier high-grade magic talisman could be carried into each match, but ordinary cultivators might not be willing to use it. Now, Wang Zhensun had used the magic talisman right at the start, and a precious one at that, the Golden Armor Talisman. This instantly made Zhou Chun realize that he had encountered a second-generation immortal. Even if Wang Zhensun's direct elder wasn't a foundation establishment cultivator of the Wang family, he was likely a core member of the clan and doted on her. On the battlefield, Zhou Chun's silver short sword magic weapon was enveloped by the silver-white radiance released from the silver-white handkerchief above Wang Zhensun's head as soon as it reached her. Not only could it not harm her in the slightest, but it also restricted Zhou Chun's own abilities. It was only thanks to the successive explosions of 7 or 8 fireballs that the silver-white radiance was shattered, allowing Zhou Chun to regain control of the silver short sword magic weapon. However, with a golden armor talisman protecting her, Wang Zhensun was naturally not harmed by the fireball explosions. Seeing how effective the golden armor talisman was, her confidence was boosted, and her expression returned to normal. She immediately patted her storage bag at her waist and took out a fiery red copper ball magic weapon. Go! With a delicate shout, she raised her hand and threw the fiery red copper ball magic weapon at Zhou Chun. As soon as it left Wang Zhensun's palm, it quickly emitted a crimson flame under her magical power, and soon it burst into flames and transformed into a small crimson sun in the air. A top-grade first-tier magic weapon, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he inwardly groaned. He had originally intended to conceal his strength and reveal the Moonblade Meteor Wheel later when competing for the top 10, but now it seemed his plan was about to fail again. He could only reach into his storage pouch and summon the Moonblade Meteor Wheel. A flash of silver light appeared as the silver-black circular magic weapon, like a silver meteor, collided violently with the incoming crimson sun. Instantly, silver spiritual light and crimson flames scattered in all directions. The two magic weapons were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand, and both were eventually withdrawn by their masters after exhausting their power. Now that Zhou Chun had used his trump card, he no longer hesitated or provoked. He immediately gave a command, and the rock earth turtle, while slapping its paws to release a series of earth spikes to attack Wang's Henzhen, charged towards her. Such an arena battle, with its designated arena, was undoubtedly extremely advantageous for cultivators like Zhou Chun who brought spirit pets. Even the slower-moving rock tortoise had a chance to actively approach its opponent for melee combat. Wang's Henzhen, on the other hand, wasn't stupid. Seeing the rock tortoise charging towards her, she hurriedly used her silver longsword magic weapon to attack. However, the rock tortoise not only had a powerful shell defense but had also mastered two close combat defensive spells, Stone Skin Technique and Earth Spirit Shield. Unless she used a high-grade first-tier magic weapon, she had no chance of breaking through its defenses. But with Zhou Chun watching, how could she find that opportunity? So, after fighting for about 15 minutes, her protective golden armor talisman finally ran out of power and was broken, forcing her to concede defeat. Zhou Chun, who won the duel, showed no smile. After the referee announced the result, he hurriedly returned to his original spot to meditate and recover his magic power. He expended a lot of mana in this battle, and he needs to win at least 2 more matches to secure a place in the top 10, so he can't afford to waste precious recovery time. The desert update should be available tomorrow. It's a bit laggy, don't worry. Chapter 37 On and Off Stage. Fellow Taoist Mu, you flatter me. On the dueling platform, Zhou Chun smiled and bowed respectfully to his opponent, whose protective barrier he had broken and who now held his sword to his heart, before retrieving his magic weapon. This was his second duel, against a key refining stage 8 cultivator from the Mu family of Bian Mountain, who possessed no high-grade tier 1 magic weapon. Therefore, his victory was relatively easy, unlike the intense first match. After this win, only 13 of the 50 participants in the youth group would remain after the second round of duels. Zhou Chun only needed one more win to directly enter the top 10. However, after stepping down from the platform, looking at the remaining contestants, Zhou Chun still dared not relax. Those now qualified to compete for the top 10 were either late-stage key refining cultivators with high-grade tier 1 magic weapons, or like him, mid-stage key refining cultivators with high-grade tier 1 magic weapons. They were all formidable opponents. By the end of the second round, only 4 members of the Zhou family, including Zhou Chun, remained in the youth group. The other 3 were Zhou Zhengkang, Zhou Zhentao, and Zhou Zhenggaiong. This result surprised many Zhou family cultivators. However, the patriarch Zhou Daoai, in the audience, seemed to have expected it and wasn't surprised at all. He knew Zhou Chun's intentions from the fact that Zhou Chun hadn't used a first-grade high-level magic weapon during the family selection competition. As for Zhou Zhenggaiong, after his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, advanced to first-grade high-level demon beast, his strength was no less than that of an ordinary late-stage key refining cultivator. Coupled with good luck, he hadn't encountered any overly powerful opponents, so winning 2 matches was normal. Zhou Zhengkang and Zhou Zhentao were both late-stage key refining cultivators and possessed first-grade high-level magic weapons, allowing them to eliminate their opponents purely through strength. Soon, the third round of drawing lots began. This time, Zhou Chun drew the Dinger Yin number, meaning his opponent would be the Dinger Yang number. My luck was a bit bad. If only I had drawn number 3, he looked at the wooden lot in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Because only 15 people were vying for the top 10 spots, the person who drew the third draw, Ding, could wait until the first 14 people had finished competing for the top 7, and then join the 7 eliminated people to compete for the remaining 3 spots. This way, their opponents, having fought an extra battle, would definitely be in worse shape than a well-rested person, and the person could also gain a clearer understanding of their opponent's methods through the previous 7 battles. However, since the draw had already been made, there was no point in saying anything now. They could only wait patiently for their turn. To Zhou Chun's surprise, The first match was an internal battle between the 4 cultivators of the Zhou family. The 2 who drew the first draw, Jia, were none other than Zhou Zhengkang and Zhou Zhengyang from the Zhou family. Sigh, I didn't expect to be grouped with you, 7th brother. It seems this is the end for me. On the arena, Zhou Zhengyang looked at Zhou Zhengkang opposite him with a frustrated expression and sighed. He was certainly no match for Zhou Zhengkang, who was at the 10th level of the key refining stage. So to avoid wasting Zhou Zhengkang's mana, he had no choice but to concede and leave the arena. After stepping off the stage, Zhou Zhengyang went straight to Zhou Chun's side, encouraging him, 13th brother, it's up to you. You must get into the top 10. Seeing the lingering gloom on his face, Zhou Chun comforted him, Brother Yang, don't be discouraged. You took the initiative to back down this time for the sake of the bigger picture. When you return to the clan leader will likely compensate you, unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang sighed, I don't care about those things, but I told Miss Yu Jiao that I would definitely get into the top 10. How am I supposed to face her now, Miss Yu Jiao? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then recalled the female cultivators he had spoken with the day before. Soon, the image of a large-eyed female cultivator in a pale yellow dress appeared in his mind. She seemed to be from the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge, and her name seemed to be Sun Yujiao. It's surprising how quickly Zhou Zhengyang acted. He couldn't help but smile and comfort him, Brother Yang, don't worry. I think Miss Yujiao is a reasonable person. Your humility in yielding to your cousin for the sake of the bigger picture might make her appreciate you even more. Besides, this also gives you another reason to get closer to her, is that so? Zhou Zhengyang was slightly taken aback, then murmured to himself, half worried and half expectant, then I really hope it's as you say, 13th brother. Seeing his anxious look, Zhou Chun actually understood. As far as he knew, this was probably Zhou Zhengyang's first love, although it seemed to be unrequited love at the moment. Not long after, Zhou Zhentao, the 8th in the Zheng generation of the Zhou family, also took to the stage. After a hard-fought battle, Zhou Zhentao successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the top 10 in this way. Even if Zhou Chun lost, the Zhou family would have 2 people in the top 10 of the youth group, so they wouldn't be ranked last among the 5 major cultivation families. Therefore, the patriarch Zhou Daoi in the audience also smiled at this time, and his mood was completely relaxed. After waiting for about an hour, until the first 6 matches were over, Zhou Chun finally took to the stage. He Changfang from the He family of Kingzhou Mountain, Zhou Hongchun from the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge. On the stage, Zhou Chun and his opponent announced their names, then looked at each other with serious expressions, waiting for the referee to announce the start. In the audience, seeing the final match of the top 7 in the youth group begin, Wang Zixin, the head of the Wang family, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Daoi and the head of the He family beside him, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhou, fellow Taoist He, who do you think will win this match? Hearing this, Zhou Daoi immediately raised his eyelids, glanced at him, and then said calmly, It's normal for anyone to win or lose. Does fellow Taoist Wang have some brilliant idea? I wouldn't call it a brilliant idea, but I feel that the one who will ultimately win is that young fellow Taoist from the Zhou family. Wang Zixin's eyes darted around as he softly expressed his opinion. As soon as he said this, the He family patriarch was displeased and said, Fellow Taoist Wang, what makes you so sure? My Changfang is clearly more powerful and has a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. How can you be so sure he will lose to that young Taoist from the Zhou family? Seeing this, Wang Zixin waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist He, please don't be upset. I'm just expressing my opinion. He then continued, the reason I think this way is because of that young Taoist from the Zhou family's spirit pet, a rock earth tortoise spirit pet with the same cultivation level as him. Plus, it's an arena battle. This has a much greater impact on the outcome than a mere first-tier cultivation level. Hearing this, the He family patriarch didn't refute him for a moment. Meanwhile, the Sun family patriarch, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines, echoed, Fellow Taoist Wang is right. This kind of arena competition gives cultivators who tame spirit pets a huge advantage. He then looked at Zhou Daoi, half jokingly and half seriously, and said, It seems that next time we hold a similar event, to prevent the Zhou family from monopolizing the limelight, we'll have to change the rules of the dueling competition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoi immediately waved his hand seriously and said, Fellow Taoist son, I disagree. Why are the cultivation levels of my Zhou family cultivators generally lagging behind yours? Isn't it all because we've invested a lot of resources in spirit pet training? If we don't allow my Zhou family cultivators to bring spirit pets into battle, wouldn't that be tying their own hands? He then glanced at the other family patriarchs and said, besides, taming spirit pets isn't a skill unique to the Zhou family. If you fellow Daoists feel that bringing spirit pets is an advantage, then you can let your younger generations tame spirit pets and bring them into battle. These words left Wang Zixin and the others exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Theoretically, Zhou Daoi's words were correct. However, in practice, there were significant problems. Leaving aside how they could possibly equip every member of their family with a spirit pet, even if they did, as Zhou Daoi stated, for a spirit pet to quickly develop combat power and catch up with its master in cultivation, it would require a vast amount of resources. And not every cultivator was willing to spend their spirit coins on spirit pets. After a moment of silence, Wang Zixin chuckled and said, fellow Taoist Zhou has quite the plan. He looked at Zhou Daoi with a smile and said in a joking tone, if every family really lets their members tame spirit pets, I'm afraid that Zhou family's spirit pet growth pills will sell out. Hearing this, Zhou Daoi chuckled and said, hey, fellow Taoist Wang is joking. If that were the case, the Wang family would definitely profit, since the medicinal herbs for alchemy still need to be supplied by your Wang family. In this light-hearted banter, the group tacitly glossed over the earlier topic of restricting spirit pets from participating in battle. Meanwhile, on the arena, Zhou Chun's battle with his opponent had reached a crucial moment. Chapter 38 event has ended. Select your reward. Stone wall technique. On the arena, Zhou Chun gave the command in his mind, and a yellowish-brown stone wall quickly rose up 2 steps in front of him. Boom! Almost as soon as the stone wall rose, a ball of crimson fire landed on it and exploded. The powerful explosion instantly shattered the stone wall into pieces, turning it into scattered specks of light. Even Zhou Chun, who had erected a protective shield behind him, was slightly affected by the impact of the explosion. But a smile appeared on his face. This was his opponent's last mid-grade first-tier magic talisman. In the previous battle, his opponent had already used 1 high-grade first-tier magic talisman and 3 mid-grade first-tier magic talismans. Now, with the exploding flame talisman used, his opponent had no more trump cards to use. And he had only used 1 mid-grade first-tier magic talisman, Diamond Shield. Next, under the combined attack of Zhou Chun and the Rock Turtle, his opponent's shield was quickly broken, forcing him to leave the arena and admit defeat. My He family is renowned for its talisman-making skills. I can now make most of the first-tier low-grade talismans myself. If there were no limit to the number of times a talisman can be used, even with your spirit pet's assistance, I wouldn't lose to you. Outside the arena, He Changfeng, a He family cultivator forced to admit defeat by Zhou Chun, shouted at him with a face full of resentment. But now that the outcome was decided, Zhou Chun wouldn't care what he said. He smiled gracefully and said, fellow Taoist, he is right, but that's just how the rules of the arena are. You've been too kind. In the audience, seeing Zhou Chun's victory, Zhou Daoi also showed a joyful smile. On the other hand, the He family patriarch said somewhat sourly, 3 out of 10. It seems your Zhou family is going to be the biggest winner this time. Zhou Daoi, like Zhou Chun, didn't care about other sour remarks after gaining an advantage. He immediately smiled modestly and said, fellow Taoist, he is too kind. It's just that the juniors in the youth group are more promising. Just the youth group is better? The clan leaders, observing the situation in the elite group, felt somewhat relieved. Unlike the youth group, the elite group had a lower age limit of 60, meaning most participants from other families were at the 11th or 12th level of the key refining stage. The Zhou family was different. Because cultivating spirit pets would hinder the Zhou family cultivator's own cultivation, there were several like Zhou Jiapeng at the 10th level of the key refining stage. Furthermore, most of the cultivators from various families who had been at the late key refining stage for many years possessed 2 or more high-grade first-tier magic weapons, and their spellcasting was quite proficient, with many even mastering 1 or 2 secret techniques. Therefore, despite having spirit pets to assist them, the Zhou family cultivators couldn't gain much of an advantage. After Zhou Chun stepped off the stage, Zhou Zhenggang, who had been watching from below, immediately patted him on the shoulder with delight, saying, "You're really something, 13th brother. You've really brought honor to our Zhou family this time." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Just lucky. My opponent wasn't very strong. Even if you were in his shoes, you could have won." Zhou Chun rolled his eyes at this, saying, "Come on. I know my own limitations. Unless it's a life or death battle, I probably wouldn't be a match for that guy. In a life or death battle, he could have his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, fight desperately, but that was definitely not allowed on the stage." So Zhou Chun stopped trying to be charming and just smiled without responding. Seeing this, Zhou Chun suddenly asked in a low voice, "Now that you've secured a top 10 spot, 13th brother, are you planning to try for a top 3 finish? In this martial arts competition among the 5 major families, the top 10 all received substantial rewards, but the best reward was the top 3. For someone like Zhou Chun of the Zhou family, the goal was to be in the top 3, or even first place. Now that Zhou Chun had entered the top 10, Zhou Chun naturally asked him about it out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "I won't compete. My strength is already somewhat due to luck in making it into the top 10, there's no way I can get into the top 3, whether he gets 4th or 10th, it doesn't affect the reward." Zhou Chun had no interest in continuing to fight, he wasn't a battle maniac. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh with regret. "Tisk, 13th brother, you're still so cautious and steady. If it were me, I would definitely give it a try." Next, the 7 who failed, along with the 1 who received a bye, would draw lots again to determine the remaining 80 or 90. The 7 who successfully advanced, including Zhou Chun and his group, could compete for the top 3. However, with the withdrawal of Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhentao, and another Mu family cultivator, only 4 remained to compete for the top 3. The highest cultivation level among these 4 was the 11th level of the key refining stage, and the lowest was the 10th level. Each of them possessed the strength to be among the top 20 in the elite group. After the 4 drew lots, Zhou Chun of the Zhou family was the first to step onto the stage, facing Wang Zhenhong, a cultivator from the Wang family. Both were of similar cultivation, at the 10th level of the key refining stage. After exchanging greetings and introducing themselves on the arena, they began their fight at the referee signal. Zhou Chun reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist and flung it around. 2 crimson-furred demonic wolf spirit pets charged out, spitting fireballs at their opponent. These 2 demonic wolf spirit pets were low-level crimson flame wolves born of the same mother, both already cultivated to the upper grade 1st rank, each stronger than Zhou Chun's crimson-tailed monkey. While the 2 demonic wolf spirit pets attacked their opponent, Zhou Chun himself unleashed a crimson flying sword magic weapon to strike at his enemy, simultaneously protecting himself with a blue pearl that emitted a protective azure light. Both of these magical artifacts were naturally top-grade 1st-tier artifacts. With such a lineup, even if the opponent also possessed 2 top-grade 1st-tier artifacts, they would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. Having a purple mansion stage cultivator as a backer is truly wonderful. Not only do you have no shortage of elixirs during your cultivation, but your spirit pets and magical artifacts also steadily improve along with your cultivation level. Beside Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun suddenly sighed softly, his eyes filled with envy. As a Zhou family cultivator, he couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of Zhou Chun, the most outstanding young Zhou family cultivator. Zhou Chun, however, remained silent upon hearing his words. Zhou Chun's situation was indeed something for his peers in the Zhou family to envy. He not only possessed excellent top-grade spiritual root aptitude, but his great-grandfather was also the elder brother of Zhou Ming, the current supreme elder of the Zhou family. This made him destined for greatness from birth. It wasn't that his identity granted him resources unavailable to ordinary Zhou family members, although he certainly received some preferential treatment. The main reason was that, with his ancestors being Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Chun could inherit and utilize far more resources than Zhou Chun, whose ancestors were all mortal cultivators. For example, his great-uncle Zhou Ming, a purple mansion stage cultivator, could easily provide him with enough to eat his fill. Zhou Chun might have been less familiar with this situation, hence his current Gankei, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including regret and reflection. Zhou Chun, however, had witnessed countless examples of the carefree lives of those born with a silver spoon in their mouths in his previous life and had long accepted this social reality. In layman's terms, reality had worn down his edges. He simply sighed and said, if he can win first place, it will be good for the Zhou family. Some things cannot be changed, so let's try to accept them. Zhou Chun, whether he took his words to heart or not, didn't reply. After a relatively easy battle on the arena, Zhou Chun successfully defeated his opponent and won. 4 people vying for the top 3 meant each person had to fight the other 3 once, with rankings determined by victory points. After a series of battles, the one who ultimately won first place was none other than Zhou Chun, a cultivator from the Zhou family. His 2 first-tier high-grade demonic wolf spirit pets had a huge advantage. The 2 wolves attacked together, forcing the opponent to focus most of their energy on dealing with the 2 demonic wolves, leaving them unable to defend against his subsequent attacks. As a result, when the results were announced, the cultivators from the other 4 families looked at the Zhou family cultivator with anger, and accusations of cheating were rampant. In the audience, the patriarchs of several families also looked rather grim. At this moment, they even regretted letting the Zhou family participate in this event. It wasn't that they were worried about the small reward, but rather that the result of this martial arts competition would undoubtedly be a blow to the reputation and morale of their families, a loss far greater than the reward itself. Next time, we must ban the Zhou family's spirit pets from the competition. This thought flashed through the minds of several patriarchs. Compared to the youth group, the elite group's results took longer to finish. The elite group participants had higher cultivation levels and deeper magical power, so battles often lasted over a quarter of an hour. Therefore, their final results were almost a third slower than the youth groups. When the elite group results were announced, the other family heads' expressions finally improved. Of the top 10 in the elite group, the Zhou family only occupied 2 spots, and none of their members made it into the top 3. This somewhat made up for the loss of face in the youth group. Fellow Daoists, now that the results are in, let's go and present the awards to the juniors. In the audience, the host, Wang Zixian, stood up, smiling and bowing to Zhou Daoi and the other family heads, inviting them to go up and present the awards. The family heads, seeing this, also stood up and bowed politely, saying, "Fellow Daoist Wang, please." Then they followed Wang Zixian to the 2 arenas. Dessert updates tonight. Chapter 39 Generous Rewards. The awards were primarily given to the top 3 in the elite group and the top 3 in the youth group, as these rewards were fixed. Those ranked 4th to 10th, like Zhou Chun, could choose different rewards later. The rewards for the top 3 were truly enviable. For example, Zhou Chun of the Zhou family, who won first place in the youth group, received a first-tier high-grade magic weapon, the Silver Cloud Shield, 3 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills to enhance cultivation, a second-tier magic talisman, and 500 spirit coins. These rewards, if calculated in spirit coins, totaled nearly 2,000, enough to make even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators envious. The cultivator who won first place in the elite group received an even more prestigious reward, a foundation establishment pill that increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 30%. The 5 great families are really willing to spend money. They're even offering such precious items as foundation establishment pills as rewards for the martial arts competition. They're incredibly generous. A foundation establishment cultivator in the audience sighed with admiration after witnessing the awards ceremony on stage. His words immediately drew discussion from other foundation establishment cultivators present. Isn't that right? That's a foundation establishment pill. 1 pill is worth thousands of spirit coins, and even if you have the money, it's often hard to buy one. Sigh. Back then, I also wanted to buy a foundation establishment pill, but after scraping together more than 10 years, I only managed to gather less than 1,000 spirit coins. In the end, I had to risk my life to force myself to establish my foundation. Luckily, I was fortunate enough to succeed. Buying a foundation establishment pill on your own is too unrealistic. Without the support of a family or sect, a key refining cultivator couldn't earn several thousand spirit coins, even if they became a bandit and robbed, so I really envy these juniors from the 5 major families. They don't have to go out and fight to the death with demonic beasts, or outwit those bandit cultivators. They have the opportunity to obtain foundation establishment pills through this kind of martial arts competition. How fortunate they are. One foundation establishment cultivator after another recalled their bitter experiences before establishing their foundation, and now they were all filled with envy for the lucky one on the stage who obtained the foundation establishment pill. Even though they no longer needed foundation establishment pills, it didn't stop them from feeling envious of the cultivators who possessed such precious elixirs. Of course, whether they had any other thoughts besides envy was something only they themselves knew. At this moment, after the rewards were awarded, The patriarchs of the 5 major cultivation families thanked the cultivators who had come to witness the ceremony and announced the end of the martial arts competition. Then, cultivators like Zhou Chun, who had achieved the top 10 results in their groups, were all called together individually to choose their rewards from a list. The list included various items such as magic tools, talismans, pills, and demon beast eggs, each item worth approximately 200 to 400 spirit coins. Zhou Chun had already decided what he would choose as his reward. Therefore, he only glanced at the list briefly before immediately selecting 2 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills. This Jade Ginseng pill is a specialty of the Wang family in Red Medicine Valley. It's said to be made primarily from yellow jade ginseng that's over 100 years old. It's mild and easy to refine, and its potency is significantly stronger than the Zhou family's Spring Sun pill. The Wang family rarely sells this kind of pill. They either exchange it with their own members or use it to trade for special spiritual items from other families and sects. Just like how Zhou Chun saw the Zhou family's specialty, Beast Spirit Pill, on the list this time. After the rewards were all selected, the cultivators from the 4 cultivation families, including the Zhou family, left Red Medicine Valley, escorted by the Wang family cultivators. As they left, Zhou Daoi's azure cloud python undoubtedly brought great honor to the Zhou family. Watching the Zhou family members ride the python into the sky and depart freely, every cultivator from each family was stunned, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Although they had heard about this from some Zhou family cultivators before, seeing it with their own eyes still left them shocked and envious. Only the Foundation Establishment cultivators, with their extensive experience and knowledge, managed to maintain their composure and not lose too much of their composure. After flying through the air for over an hour aboard the Azure Cloud Python, Zhou Chun and the others returned smoothly to the Zhou family at 9 Peaks Ridge. You all performed very well in this martial arts competition among the 5 major families, and your achievements have satisfied me and the family, especially Jiang Kang, who won first place in the youth group, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Zhou family, and deserves a generous reward. Furthermore, Jia Chang, Jia Peng, Zhang Tao, and Zhang Chun all successfully made it into the top 10 of their respective groups, bringing honor to our Zhou family, and they also deserve a substantial reward. As for the other clansmen who did not make it into the top 10, although they did not perform well, their contributions and efforts are commendable. At Pagoda Peak, inside this haunting hall, Clan Chief Zhou Daoi looked at the 20 key refining cultivators of the Zhou family in the hall, his face full of satisfaction and joy as he delivered a concluding speech on the martial arts competition. Upon hearing his words, most of the Zhou family cultivators in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Those who hadn't made it into the top 10 were initially anxious, fearing a reprimand from the clan leader. Instead, they received praise. This completely opposite outcome of their worries filled them with joy, and their disappointment and frustration at failing to make the cut vanished instantly. At this moment, clan leader Zhou Daoi, after contemplating for a moment while observing his clansmen, solemnly announced the rewards for everyone. I have been entrusted with the trust of the Supreme Elder and all clansmen to serve as the Zhou clan head. In dealing with the merits and demerits of clansmen, I have always adhered to the principle of rewarding merit and punishing wrongdoing. This time, Zhang Kang won first place in the youth group, a great achievement. Simply promoting him to core clansman is insufficient to reward his contributions. Therefore, I will discuss this with the other elders and inform the Supreme Elder to cultivate him as a foundation-building seed for the clan, granting him priority access to foundation-building pills and other spiritual items. Jia Cheng and Jia Peng have previously rendered meritorious service to the clan, and this time they have brought honor and glory to the clan. Their accumulated merits will also lead to their promotion to core clansmen. Zhang Tao and Zhang Chun, although young, have also brought honor and glory to the clan and deserve reward. They will each be granted an opportunity to choose a secret technique to cultivate. If they can achieve further merits in the future, they can accumulate merits and be promoted to core clansmen. The rest of the clansmen will also receive corresponding amounts of clan merit rewards based on their performance. Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Daoi finished speaking about the clan rewards, the expressions of the Zhou family cultivators in the hall became extremely interesting. Those 5 who received special clan rewards, like Zhou's Henkang, were naturally overjoyed and very satisfied with their rewards. However, while happy, Zhou Xiangtao and Zhou Chun, who hadn't directly advanced to core clan members, couldn't help but feel some regret. Zhou Jiacheng and Zhou Jiapeng, who had directly advanced to core clan members, should have been extremely happy and satisfied. But thinking about the reward given to Zhou Chun, a younger member of the family, their joy was somewhat diminished. As for the cultivators who hadn't made it into the top 10 of their groups, they were now watching the five with envious eyes, especially Zhou Chun, whose feelings were incredibly complex. Zhou Daowei saw all of this. He even knew what the Zhou family cultivators were thinking. But since he had made this decision, he wouldn't care what the other clan members thought. Resources were limited, it was impossible to cater to everyone. If you truly envy the resources others have, then you should strive to earn them for your own family's benefit. Therefore, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Alright, the clan rewards are settled for now. You've all been tired these past few days, so go back and rest." "Yes, we take our leave." Regardless of their inner feelings, all the Zhou family cultivators quickly responded in unison and left this Hongping Hall, departing from Pagoda Peak. Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang both lived on Baozi Peak, so they naturally traveled back together. The two were preoccupied with their own thoughts and didn't exchange a word until they arrived outside Zhou Chun's residence. Only then did Zhou Zhengyang speak with a complicated expression, saying, "I didn't expect the clan leader to designate seventh brother as a foundation establishment seed for cultivation. Once this gets out, I'm afraid the elders and the family will be in for a good time." Zhou Chun naturally understood his meaning. The Zhou family currently had quite a few elders of the Jia generation with cultivation at the 12th level of the key refining stage, and several others at the 11th level. These people, who were about to reach the foundation establishment stage and were decades older than Zhou Chun, hadn't become the family's foundation establishment seed and received preferential treatment in terms of family resources. Now, Zhou Chun, a junior with only 10th level key refining cultivation, had received this honor. How could those people easily accept this? After all, the Zhou family was a cultivation family bound by blood ties. Many of the elders had intricate blood relationships with the patriarch and elders, and some were even close relatives of certain elders. If they started making a fuss, it would likely cause a stir within the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun didn't want to discuss this matter further. In any case, it wasn't his turn to be the family's foundation establishment seed, so why bother himself? He immediately shook his head and said softly, "We shouldn't interfere in the affairs of our elders. Since the clan chief has decided to do this, he must have his reasons." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang's expression shifted, and he nodded thoughtfully, saying, "That's true. With the clan chief's wisdom, how could he not have thought of something I could? He must have already come up with a foolproof plan." After saying this, he cupped his hands to Zhou Chun and said, "Then I won't disturb your rest any longer, 13th brother. I'll go back and get a good night's sleep first. Take care, brother Yang." Zhou Chun responded, and after watching Zhou Zhengyang walk away, he also stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 40 Parents, Snake Egg Hatching. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since Zhou Chun returned from the Wang family in Red Medicine Valley. During these 3 months, the Zhou family was indeed in turmoil because Zhou Chun had been chosen as the Zhou family's foundation establishment seed. However, after the commotion, everything returned to normal, and the outcome of the matter remained unchanged. Although Zhou Chun had another opportunity to choose a secret technique to cultivate, he hadn't yet successfully mastered the first two, so he naturally didn't have time to choose a new one. His cultivation level improved rapidly again after he started taking the Jade Ginseng pills. 2 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills contained 10 pills in total, and Zhou Chun took one every 50 days, basically opening one acupoint after each dose. At this rate, these 2 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills were enough to push his cultivation level to the 9th level of key refining, which was the late stage of key refining. While his own cultivation steadily improved, Zhou Chun didn't neglect his rock turtle spirit pet, which had made great contributions to him. He used some of his family's merits to exchange for 3 more bottles of beast spirit pills from 100 Medicine Peak, intending to use these pills to cultivate the rock earth turtle into a first-tier high-grade demon beast. That day, Zhou Chun was diligently cultivating the secret technique of the 5-element spirit armor technique in his quiet room when he suddenly sensed that the array outside his residence had been activated, indicating a visitor. After finishing his cultivation and stepping out of his quiet room, he opened the courtyard gate and immediately saw a middle-aged couple dressed in silk robes, along with Zhou Zhengyang, who had brought them. Just as Zhou Chun looked at the middle-aged couple, who possessed no trace of magical power, and felt a sense of familiarity and warmth towards them, yet couldn't immediately recall their names or origins, Zhou Zhengyang, seeing him standing still, couldn't help but push him, saying, "13th brother, what are you standing there for? Quickly invite your uncle and aunt inside. They've come all this way to see you, and they've suffered quite a bit." Boom. Upon hearing Zhou Hengaiong's words, Zhou Chun's mind instantly flooded with memories, recalling the information about the middle-aged couple before him. His expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing their clothes and kneeling down, crying out, "Father, mother, your unfilial son has caused you both suffering." Hearing this, the couple, who had been staring blankly at him since their arrival, immediately bent down and tightly embraced his head, weeping with joy. "My son." It turned out that this middle-aged couple were Zhou Chun's parents. They had been wealthy and carefree in a mortal city in Fang Kingdom. Over a year ago, after the Zhou family established a foothold in Jilfang Ridge, Lanzhou, Jing Kingdom, they began arranging for cultivators to return to Feng Kingdom to relocate their mortal relatives. As direct blood relatives of the Zhou family cultivators, they were among the priority for relocation. Missing their son, the two elders, after just settling in a mortal settlement near Jilfang Ridge, hurriedly traveled to Jilfang Ridge to visit Zhou Chun. Having understood the situation, Zhou Chun was deeply moved and tightly grasped his parents' hands, saying, "Father, mother, you've worked so hard. Please stay on the mountain from now on, and let me take care of you." However, upon hearing this, Zhou's father immediately shook his head, saying, "That won't do. This sacred mountain is a place for you cultivators to cultivate in peace. How can your mother and I, mere mortals, disturb your cultivation?" Zhou's mother nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, your brothers and sisters are still in the towns outside the mountain. Your father and I can't abandon them." Hearing his parents' answers, Zhou Chun fell silent. In truth, with his current status as an elite member of the Zhou family, he could have allowed his direct relatives to settle in Jilfang Ridge. However, he also knew that the conditions in Jilfang Ridge weren't really suitable for mortals to live in. Humans are social creatures, and most enjoy liveliness and a vibrant, bustling life. Cultivators, on the other hand, prefer tranquility. Therefore, for most ordinary people, living in a town with a large population of ordinary people is far more convenient and enjoyable than living in the wild mountains like Jilfang Ridge. Alright then, since you don't like life on the mountain, I won't force you. Anyway, where you live now isn't far from the mountain, and I'll visit you often when I have free time." Zhou Chun remained silent for a long time before finally nodding, no longer mentioning staying on the mountain, only asking that his parents stay a few more days so he could fulfill his filial duties. His parents naturally wouldn't refuse this request. After staying on the mountain for half a month, because his parents were really worried about their other children outside the mountain, Zhou Chun had to personally escort them back to the town outside the mountain, and also meet with his brothers and sisters. According to the family's birth order, Zhou Chun was the third oldest, with an older sister and second older brother, and a fourth younger sister and fifth younger brother. Except for him and his fifth brother, all the other brothers and sisters were now married and had children. This time, they were fortunate to have his help. His brothers and sisters, along with about 5,000 other mortal members of the Zhou family, had migrated for over a year, traversing thousands of miles to reach Lanzhou in Jingguo, where they once again received the protection of their family's cultivators. When Zhou Chun met with his brothers and sisters, he gave each of them some pills he had specially obtained from the family as gifts. Cultivation families like the Zhou family, with their large number of mortal members, specially refine pills to facilitate filial piety and affection among their mortal relatives. These pills are made primarily from certain spiritual herbs, with mild and easily absorbed effects, possessing medicinal properties such as healing, detoxification, and longevity. They even have miraculous effects on some ailments that Zhou Chun himself struggled to cure in his previous life, such as heart attacks and strokes, providing immediate relief, truly a panacea. Zhou Chun gave one to each of his direct blood relatives as a token of his goodwill. After spending 3 days with his relatives in the mortal realm, he finally returned to the Zhou family's mountain gate at Nine Peaks Ridge. "It seems I've completely adapted to this world and this identity. These past few days, meeting and spending time with my relatives, I haven't felt any discomfort or awkwardness at all. Everything has been so natural and comfortable." In his room, Zhou Chun looked at his clean-cut, handsome face in the mirror, muttering to himself, his eyes shifting uncertainly. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, he couldn't say for sure. Perhaps the assimilation effect of the environment on a person was just that powerful. Now, Apart from maintaining 3 meals a day and occasionally having significantly different thoughts from other Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Chun was completely indistinguishable from the natives of this world. In the first year, he occasionally missed the technological products of his previous life, the comfortable and soft bed, and the various delicacies and drinks. But now he had completely grown accustomed to the hard wooden bed, the simple meals, and the early morning meditation. He was now a proper cultivator, his every word and action conforming to the principles of cultivation. Perhaps this is the real me. A slight smile played on his lips. Zhou Chun was very satisfied with his current life, and he preferred it to any other. For the next 2 or 3 months, Zhou Chun indeed made time each month to visit his parents and relatives in the mortal town outside the mountains, helping them with their troubles and resolving any inconveniences they might encounter. It should be said that the Zhou family was quite caring towards these mortal clansmen. They hadn't abandoned them after their migration. Within the settlement, a cultivator of the family generation was permanently stationed to protect these mortals. If any local mortal forces tried to bully these Zhou family members, they would know the severe consequences. However, that cultivator could only provide physical assistance. He was clearly powerless to help with practical matters, leaving the mortals to find their own solutions. Zhou Chun, with his experience and knowledge from his previous life, could usually find solutions to these practical problems, thus providing considerable assistance. Time passed unnoticed, and Zhou Chun, busy with his cultivation, almost forgot about his agreement with the third elder, Zhou Chun. It wasn't until one day, when Zhou Chun suddenly sent someone to Bao's he peaked to find him, that he remembered. "Boy, you've finally arrived. You've really gotten a great deal this time. I wonder how you'll thank this old man." On Fishy Peak, when Zhou Chun saw the third elder, Zhou Chun, he saw the man looking at him with an unfriendly expression and saying these words. He pondered the words for a moment and immediately understood their meaning. Then, with a mixture of joy and trepidation, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Elder, I will naturally repay your great kindness in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyebrows twitched, and he rolled his eyes at him, saying, "What's the difference between saying that and saying nothing? Can't you just tell me the truth? Give this old man 10,000 spirit coins, or 1,000-year-old spirit herb, or something." Now it was Zhou Chun's turn to roll his eyes. 10,000 spirit coins, 1,000-year-old spirit herb, this old man really dares to boast. He could only force a bitter face and say, "Elder, please don't tease me. What I just said is absolutely true. You'll see how I perform in the future. HMPH, you said it yourself. If you dare not perform well in the future, I won't let you off easily." Zhou snorted, then with a wave of his sleeve, took out the mysterious snake egg that Zhou Chun had given him to study. The snake egg had shrunk slightly, but a faint life force could already be sensed. In other words, the life inside had already taken shape and could be hatched by a cultivator through a contract. While Zhou Chun was staring intently at the mysterious snake egg, Zhou Chun, with a face full of envy, revealed its true origin. A new week begins. Please vote. Thank you to all the readers who follow along daily. Thank you so much for your support, tolerance, and understanding. Chapter 41 The Clan Chief Born Through Little White's Inspiration. According to Zhou Chun, the demonic beast gestating inside the snake egg in his hand is a mid-level demonic beast called the Silver Lightning Python. This Silver Lightning Python is proficient in lightning magic and possesses immense strength. Even more remarkably, like the Azure Cloud Python belonging to the clan leader Zhou, the Silver Lightning Python also possesses the bloodline of a dragon, giving it the potential to advance to a high-level or even top-tier demonic beast. As for why the Silver Lightning Python inside the snake egg hadn't developed into normal life form before, Zhou Chun speculated that it might be because it was a premature egg. Some pythons don't lay their eggs directly but allow them to hatch inside their bodies. The Silver Lightning Python was exactly this type. However, for some unknown reason, the egg was prematurely expelled and not put back in by the female snake. This caused problems. Because it requires a mother's body to incubate, this premature egg, having been placed inside its mother's body, lacked the conditions for incubation and naturally could not continue to develop. However, perhaps due to the powerful bloodline of the demon beast, or for some other reason, it did not die from exhaustion despite not having developed and hatched properly for a long time. As for how Zhou Chun managed to make it develop again, he didn't explain, likely involving some confidential information. In short, the snake egg has now fully developed and can be hatched by a cultivator through a contract. After explaining the situation to Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoquan shoved the snake egg into Zhou Chun's hand, saying with reluctance, "Come on, make a contract in front of me. I really won't feel comfortable letting you take such a treasure without a contract." He was genuinely reluctant to part with it. A mid-level demon beast like the silver lightning python, with its immense potential for cultivation, was exactly the kind of demon beast that beast-taming cultivators like him cherished, especially since it was a dragon descendant with the bloodline of a flood dragon. If you were to hatch and cultivate this silver lightning python, he was confident he could advance it to a second-tier demon beast within 10 years and a high-grade second-tier demon beast within 50 years. Upon confirming that it was the egg of the silver lightning python, he had initially harbored a desire to possess it and keep it for himself. However, he ultimately overcame his greed and refrained from such a shameless act of embezzling a junior's treasure. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware of the inner struggle Zhou Daoquan had gone through. At this moment, he was filled with gratitude and admiration for Zhou Daoquan. After Zhou Daoquan's explanation, he was well aware of just how precious the silver lightning python egg was. It was no exaggeration to say that if this item were auctioned, it would fetch at least several thousand spirit coins, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yet Zhou Daoquan had returned it to him free of charge. Such noble character and integrity were certainly worthy of his respect and gratitude. His decision to come to the Zhou family was truly the right one. "Yes, this junior will now form a contract with this item." Zhou Chun nodded emphatically, and then, in front of Zhou Daoquan, began to inscribe the soul control blood array, after completing the contract with the silver lightning python egg. Zhou Daoquan finally severed his lingering attachment. An egg can only be contracted once. Even if someone killed Zhou Chun now, he couldn't contract the silver lightning python egg again. The relevant information about the silver lightning python, as well as some cultivation methods I've summarized, are all in this jade slip. Take it back and study it carefully. If you encounter any problems or have any questions during the cultivation process, you can always come to me for guidance. As he spoke, Zhou Daoquan reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade slip resembling a bamboo scroll, about 1 foot long and 2 feet wide, and handed it to Zhou Chun. This type of jade slip is a medium for cultivators to record knowledge. Only cultivators can read the information within through divine sense. Compared to paper books and stone tablets, it has advantages such as portability and a large amount of information contained, but its disadvantage is that it cannot be preserved for long periods. Seeing the jade slip Zhou Daoquan handed him, Zhou Chun was deeply moved. He bowed deeply and sincerely, saying, "Elder, your kindness is immeasurable, and I will repay you handsomely in the future." He then respectfully accepted the jade slip with both hands. Zhou Daoquan, having lived for over 100 years, had seen all kinds of people and could easily discern whether Zhou Chun's words were sincere or merely polite. Therefore, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he gently patted Zhou Chun's shoulder, saying, "Work hard. As long as you nurture this silver lightning python well, achieving foundation establishment shouldn't be a problem." "Yes, I will certainly remember your teachings, Elder." Zhou Chun nodded emphatically, thanked Zhou Daoquan again and again, and then happily returned to his residence on Baozi Peak with a snake egg. For the next month or so, Zhou Chun checked on the snake egg he had brought back every day, hoping it would hatch soon. 47 days passed, and while he was practicing his secret technique, the snake egg finally hatched on its own. When he returned to his bedroom from the meditation room, a mental connection immediately made him look under the bed. There, on one of the bed's legs, a small white snake, about the thickness of a thumb, was coiled, its tongue flicking as it looked at him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile happily and said, "Little guy, you've finally come out." He then walked to the bedside and reached out his hand. Because of the contract, the white snake showed no repulsion or fear towards his approach. Instead, it quickly pressed its cool head against his palm, then crawled up the back of his hand to his wrist, quickly coiling around it several times. It looked as if Zhou Chun was wearing several silver bracelets on his left wrist. "From now on, I'll call you Bye-Bye, a little Bye-Bye," Zhou Chun said, gently touching the white snake's head with his finger and smiling as he named it. Newborn pythons require careful feeding and care. Zhou Chun strictly followed a diet prescribed by Zhou Daoquan, feeding it appropriately sized bird eggs and a special young snake food made by the Zhou family, which was essentially minced meat and sausage-like food. This continued for half a month until Xiao Bebe grew to the thickness of 2 fingers, at which point Zhou Chun added live animals such as baby birds and mice to its diet. Like turtles. Snakes prefer stillness to movement. Therefore, Zhou Bebe usually slept wrapped around Zhou Chun's wrist. Their contractual relationship made it naturally regard Zhou Chun as its mother, only feeling safe and relaxed when it smelled his scent. After initial discomfort, Zhou Chun gradually became accustomed to having a snake wrapped around his arm. One day, Zhou Chun received an invitation to a full moon celebration at Xiangmu Peak in 3 days. The inviter was Zhou Zhengji, the 9th member of their Zheng generation, who, like Zhou Chun, was also at the key refining stage. 2 years ago, this man married a female cultivator from the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge. A month ago, she gave birth to a son, and thus invited Zhou Chun and his fellow clansmen to celebrate the baby's 1-month birthday. Zhou Chun, of course, couldn't refuse, so he prepared a gift and went to Xiangmu Peak with Zhou Zhengyang 3 days later. Upon arriving at Xiangmu Peak, Zhou Chun discovered that his 9th brother had not only invited fellow cultivators but also many elders, including the clan leader, Zhou Daoai. Moreover, before the banquet began, clan leader Zhou Daoai personally named the 9th brother's child and gave a speech. Today is a day worth recording for our Zhou family. Zhengji's son, Zhou Zhengyang, is the first Zhou family member born after we settled in Jinfeng Ridge, and also the first member of the Xin generation to possess spiritual roots. Whether a family can prosper depends not only on how many high-level cultivators it has, but also on whether its population is thriving and whether it can continuously produce outstanding descendants. The birth of Zhengji proves that our Zhou family has successors, that the roots of our Zhou family tree have been firmly planted, and that it can reproduce and bear abundant fruit. As the patriarch, I am very pleased and happy about this, and on behalf of the clan, I award Zhengji and his wife 100 family merits each. I also sincerely hope that other members of our Zhou family can also contribute their own strength to the reproduction and continuation of the family. At the banquet, Patriarch Zhou Daoai looked at the guests and clansmen with a happy face and delivered a speech to encourage the birth of the child. Indeed, Zhou Chun realized that clan chief Zhou Daoai's attendance at the full moon celebration was to urge the family to have children. Currently, most of the Zhou family cultivators of the Jia generation are either too old to have more children or have already had them. However, very few of the Zheng generation cultivators have married and had children. In the past, during the 3 Absolute Sect era, this wouldn't have been a problem. After all, with over 1,000 years of tradition in Fen Kingdom, the Zhou family's mortal members numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Even if cultivators didn't have children, many mortals would. With so many mortals, there would inevitably be Zhou family members with spiritual root aptitude. But now, the Zhou family simply cannot relocate all its members here, nor can it conduct large-scale spiritual root aptitude tests on Zhou family members born there as before. Therefore, to replenish the family with fresh blood, the only option is to urge current family members to have children. After all, if both parents are cultivators, the chances of their offspring having spiritual root aptitude are not small. Therefore, urging family cultivators to have children is a far more efficient method than gambling on probability with mortals. However, all of this hinges on the premise that these Zhou family cultivators are willing to have children. Thinking this, Zhou Chun glanced at the many Zheng generation cultivators present, as well as some Jia generation cultivators under 60. He discovered that quite a few were indeed moved by Zhou Daoai's words, revealing thoughtful expressions, including Zhou Zhengyang beside him. This startled him slightly, then he lowered his head in shame. He had misjudged others by his own standards. This wasn't his previous world. In this world, even among mortals, clan ties were strong, and the saying many children, many blessings was not unfounded. Even in a cultivation family like the Zhou family, having several direct blood relatives would likely result in a better life within the family than individual members. Therefore, there was no real resistance to having more children. Perhaps the real obstacle preventing them from having children was finding a suitable Taoist partner. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42: The Trial, Heading to the Sun Family. That 9th brother's child is only at the low-grade spiritual root level. The clan leader's grand treatment of him is probably not for his own good, but rather to set an example and inspire us. On the way back to Baozi Peak, Zhou Zhengyang suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said these words out of the blue. Zhou Chun, who was thinking about something, was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He glanced at him and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, since you understand this, what are your plans?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately answered without hesitation, "Of course, I will respond to the clan leader's call and find a Taoist partner as soon as possible to have many children." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyebrows twitched, and he looked at Zhou Chun with his mouth slightly open. After hesitating for a while, he asked in a low voice, what if you gave birth to children without spiritual root aptitude?" To his surprise, Zhou Chun answered this difficult question without the slightest hesitation. If they don't have spiritual roots, they just don't have the aptitude. It's all about luck. If they don't have it, they can only blame their bad luck. They're not destined for immortality. This answer, which attributed everything to fate, made Zhou Chun frown deeply. He quickly voiced his biggest concern, "Brother Yang, aren't you afraid that after you successfully establish your foundation and your lifespan increases greatly, you'll watch your children, who can't cultivate, die before you?" Sure enough, after this question was asked, Zhou Chun fell silent. Just as Zhou Chun thought he would remain silent for a long time before answering, Zhou Chun suddenly looked at him strangely and said, "13th brother, the questions you ask today are very strange. Don't tell me that the reason you don't want to find a Taoist partner and have children is because you're worried about these things, right?" Saying this, Zhou Chun shook his head, then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "If that's really the case, 13th brother, you'd better correct your thinking quickly, otherwise it could be very dangerous. What you just said exists even for ordinary mortals, not just us cultivators. Wild beasts, diseases, war, all kinds of natural and man-made disasters, these can all cause parents to watch their children die before their eyes, powerless to stop it. Does this mean that all parents won't have children because of this worry? To put it bluntly, even if you can guarantee that all your children will have spiritual roots, can you guarantee that they will be safe and sound when they go out? Can you guarantee that they will all successfully establish their foundation? If you can't guarantee these things, does that mean you won't have children either? You're truly throwing the baby out with the bathwater, worrying unnecessarily." Was he really worrying unnecessarily? Zhou Chun's lips moved, but he finally sighed softly. Sigh, maybe Brother Yang is right, I'm just overthinking it. He then pursed his lips and muttered, "But I still think that if we can wait until our cultivation is higher before finding a cultivation partner and having children, at least our offspring will have a much higher starting point and can go much further on their cultivation path." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement this time. That's true. Many elders in the family who haven't married or had children actually have the same idea, but Zhou Chun didn't say what but meant, but he knew Zhou Chun would understand. After the two returned to Baozi Peak, they went their separate ways. It should be said that in a cultivation family like the Zhou family, the patriarch's words were very effective. After the full moon celebration that day, some elders in the Zhou family who had dual cultivation partners indeed had their partners become pregnant again very quickly. When Zhou Chun was stationed at the Jingling Pavilion, he often heard elders jokingly complaining about certain cousins who had taken leave to visit other cultivation families, hoping to seduce female cultivators from those families into marriage. Zhou Chun was one of them. Sometimes, even female cultivators who came to cultivate would flirt with him, trying to attract his attention. This made Zhou Chun both amused and exasperated. He could only blame himself for being too charming and attractive to women. Then, on this day, Zhou Chun, who had disappeared for almost half a month, finally reappeared before Zhou Chun, again seeking his help. It turned out that he had been missing for most of the month to visit Sun Yujio, the female cultivator he had met at the Wang family in Hongqiao Valley, at the Sun family in Jinfeng Ridge. It should be said that this guy was quite capable. In less than half a month, he had won over Sun Yujio's heart, and she had introduced him to her parents. Sun Yujio's father was also a key refining stage 12 cultivator in the Sun family, and her mother came from another small cultivation family. Regarding his daughter's marriage to Zhou Chun as a cultivation partner, Father Sun didn't show any objection, but he did set a test for Zhou Chun. The test wasn't impossible for Zhou Chun, but it wasn't easy either. He was only allowed one cultivator below the late-stage key refining realm as an assistant to go to a certain location and kill a first-tier high-grade demonic beast, the purple flame sable, and use its pelt as a betrothal gift to marry his daughter. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun naturally had no choice but to seek Zhou Chun's help. In short, 13th brother, you must help your elder brother this time. Whether I can successfully win the beauty's heart depends entirely on whether I can satisfy Miss Eugenio's father." In the guest hall, after explaining his purpose, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun expectantly, his face full of hope. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded seriously and said, "Since it concerns your happiness, Brother Yang, I naturally can't refuse to help." He then looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "But have you spoken to the clan leader about this?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, not yet. If you hadn't mentioned it, 13th brother, I really wouldn't have remembered." He then quickly said, "Then let's go see the clan leader." "All right then," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately went with Zhou Chun to Pagoda Peak to pay their respects to clan leader Zhou Daoi and explain the situation. Inside this honking hall, after listening to Zhou Chun's account, Zhou Daoi nodded approvingly at him and said, "I understand. If Zheng succeeds, it will benefit the clan, and the clan will surely reward you." He then turned to Zhou Chun and said, "As for you, Zheng, although you helped Zheng out of personal reasons, you have indirectly helped the clan. If this mission succeeds, I will also reward you." "Thank you, clan chief." Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoi quickly thanked him, and then they descended the mountain together, leaving Jinfeng Ridge. Compared to the relatively distant Wang family of Hongyao Valley, the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge was quite close to the Zhou family's Jinfeng Ridge, only about 300 li away. Riding the ink-scaled steed, this distance would be less than 2 hours. Unfortunately, the Zhou family had not yet purchased and bred the ink-scaled steed, but had instead domesticated a type of large-horned blue sheep, skilled at climbing mountains, as mounts for short-distance travel. These large-horned blue sheep have hard horns like water buffalo horns, are robust, weigh over 1,000 pounds, and can climb mountains and ford rivers, easily carrying a person. However, ordinary wild animals have limited stamina, carrying a person across mountains and valleys. Without using secret medicine to stimulate their life potential, they can only travel 200 or 300 miles a day at most. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun were riding these large-horned blue sheep on their way to the Sun family in Jinfeng Ridge. The two climbed mountains and valleys, taking more than a day to reach the gate of the Sun family in Jinfeng Ridge. Since it was a test, to prevent cheating, Sun Yujiao's father naturally had to supervise personally. After resting at the Sun family for a while, Zhou Chun, along with a middle-aged couple and the young woman Sun Yujiao, came before him. After the two sides met, Zhou Chun immediately introduced them. 13th brother, this is Uncle Sun Lianzhong of the Sun family, and this is Aunt Lin. Miss Sun needs no introduction, you've already met her, Uncle Sun. Aunt Lin, this is my best brother in the family, Zhou Zhengchen. He's helping me complete Uncle Sun's test this time. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed to the middle-aged couple, saying, Junior Zhou Zhengchen greets Uncle Sun and Aunt Lin. Nephew Zhou, no need to be so polite. Sun Lianzhong lightly raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chun's handsome face, then glancing at his daughter beside him, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, inwardly sighing with regret. At this time, it had only been less than a year since the martial arts competition held by the 5 major cultivation families, and Zhou Zhengyang had mentioned Zhou Chun before, so he naturally had heard about Zhou Chun's achievements in that competition. Now, seeing Zhou Chun's true appearance, he admired him even more. At this moment, in his eyes, if Zhou Chun was the one who wanted to become his daughter's cultivation partner, then this test would be completely unnecessary. Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang naturally saw Sun Lianzhong's actions, but they weren't mind readers and didn't understand what he was thinking, so they could only pretend not to see. After this exchange of pleasantries, the group of 5 headed to the place where the purple flame sable lived. The purple flame sable was a solitary demon beast with a very strong sense of territory, and it was also very intelligent and alert. The purple flame sable that Sun Lianzhong had Zhou Zhengyang hunt was in the forest more than 100 miles east of the Sun family's mountain gate in Golden Maple Ridge. According to him, several Sun family cultivators had previously failed to hunt the purple flame sable and were instead injured by its sneak attacks. If Zhou Zhengyang could hunt this purple flame sable, even with the help of others, it would be enough to show that his ability was stronger than those Sun family cultivators, making him worthy of entrusting his daughter to him. After traveling for half a day, the group arrived at the edge of a forest filled with tall red pine trees. Sun Lianzhong pointed to the pine forest ahead and said, "This is the red pine forest ahead. The purple flame sable usually only roams in this forest," He then turned to Zhou Hengyong and Zhou Chun and said, "We won't go in. Let's set a 3-day deadline. If you can't succeed within 3 days, then we've failed." He then reached into his storage pouch and handed a specially made talisman to Zhou Hengyong. "Also, if you encounter danger and are overwhelmed, you can release this distress firework. I will naturally come to your aid, uncle. Don't worry, we will definitely bring you the corpse of that purple flame sable in less than 3 days." Zhou Hengyong took the talisman and confidently patted his chest, making a bold statement. Then he pulled Zhou Chun and strode into the red pine forest. The plot has been unfolding a bit slowly lately, causing many readers to pause reading, but I don't regret writing it this way. My experience in the desert has taught me that for a book to be engaging, increasingly exciting, and long enough, thorough setup in the beginning is crucial. Without proper setup of scenes, characters, and plot, you'll face severe writer's block in the later stages, running out of things to write about, and eventually just wanting to end the book. So, this current writing style might result in a poor initial performance, but since I firmly believe I can write over 3 million words, I'll choose the writing method that's right for me. Naturally, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the readers who are still willing to follow along every day. You are the true fans. Thank you so much. Chapter 43, Hunting the Purple Flame Sable. Red pine is a tall and robust pine tree, generally exceeding 10 zang in height. Once such trees form a forest, they attract and breed several special types of pine caterpillars, making it difficult for other trees of similar height to thrive where they grow. The red pine forest where Zhou Chun and his companion were now was filled with red pines reaching tens of zang in height, many of them over 1,000 years old. The ground of the pine forest was covered with a thick layer of pine needles, and various thorny shrubs, brambles, and weeds grew, making it very difficult to walk. Pine caterpillars, often as long as a finger, would frequently fall from the trees. In such a place, one would not be able to stay without a strong sense of courage. At this moment, Zhou Chun and his companion put on straw hats to protect themselves from falling pine caterpillars, and had Zhou Hengyong's red-tailed monkey clear a path ahead, quickly venturing more than 10 li into the pine forest. The purple flame sable likes to prey on all kinds of rodents. This red pine forest is so large, there must be a lot of squirrels and mountain rats inside, and there might even be golden-toothed rats and flame rats. If we can manage to catch one, we can use it as bait to lure the purple flame sable out. Under a red pine tree, Zhou Chun and Zhou Hengyong squatted down, looking at the dark brown sable droppings on the ground. Zhou Hengyong whispered his plan. The purple flame sable is a solitary creature, and its nest is very well hidden. Finding its nest in this vast pine forest within 3 days would require incredible luck. Therefore, the method of luring the snake out of its hole seemed the most effective. Brother Yuang, your method isn't bad, but those rodent monsters are just as timid and cautious. Capturing them alive will be quite difficult, especially since we don't have much time. Zhou Chun didn't doubt the effectiveness of Zhou Hengyong's method, but he also pointed out the difficulties. I've prepared for this. I specifically asked the elders in my family for some food that rodent-like demons like to eat, and also for some sleeping potions, Zhou Hengyong said, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, let's split up and each take some food to search for traces of those rodent demons. Okay, let's try it that way first. Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing with his plan. Immediately, Zhou Chun took some dried fruit, food, and sleeping potions from Zhou Hengyong, and the two of them split up to search for traces of rodent-like demons in the pine forest. Both of them were skilled in beast-taming, and their ability to find demons was even stronger than that of experienced rogue cultivators. From droppings and claw marks to the types of nearby plants, and changes in humidity and temperature, all of these could help them determine whether there were traces of certain types of demons nearby. Take the golden-toothed rat for example. This squirrel-like rodent-like demon has 2 golden incisors that can even bite through steel. Therefore, they often use hard stones to sharpen their teeth and like to live in places with a lot of hard rocks. Zhou Chun traversed the pine forest, meticulously observing the area with his divine sense and naked eyes, searching for traces of rodent-like demonic beasts. After half a day, he found 3 potential locations for rodent-like demonic beast nests and chose the one he felt had the highest probability of occupancy to lie in wait. He scattered some dried demonic beast meat and dried fruit containing traces of spiritual energy in a certain spot on the pine forest, concealing a sedative drug similar in shape to the dried fruit among them. Then, he sprinkled some collected beast droppings and ant repelling powder nearby. This way, Even if ordinary rodents and ants smelled the food, they wouldn't dare to approach and eat it. After doing this, Zhou Chun hid at a distance and silently circulated the forest-hidden cicada breath technique to conceal his aura. He had been practicing both secret techniques for almost a year, and although he hadn't yet mastered both techniques to the point of complete control, he could use them in advance by preparing beforehand. At this moment, Zhou Chun lay prone among the bushes and weeds, his body blending perfectly with the surrounding vegetation. His own scent was also masked by a secret technique, concealed by the fresh fragrance of the grass and trees. Even if someone passed by, they would have no chance of spotting him with their naked eyes or sense of smell. To avoid alerting any potential rodent-like monsters, he had deliberately scattered some fresh, highly pungent animal droppings nearby, ensuring his own odor wouldn't spoil the situation. Of course, the downside was that even with his homemade mask, he still had to endure the stench, a truly unpleasant experience. Time passed, and after nearly an hour of waiting, Zhou Chun finally spotted a large, red-furred rat. The rat was as big as an adult's calf and seemed unaffected by the smell of the animal droppings Zhou Chun had scattered nearby. After scanning its surroundings and sniffing the air, it climbed directly onto the dried meat and fruit and happily began to eat the delicious food. After devouring all the food Zhou Chun had spilled, the giant rat turned to return to its lair. However, it hadn't gone far when it felt dizzy and its body began to sway uncontrollably. Soon after, the little creature succumbed to the drug's effects and passed out. Only then did Zhou Chun leave his hiding place and pick up the unconscious rat. He examined it by the scruff of its neck and muttered to himself, "Luckily, it's just a low-grade first-tier demonic beast, a fire rat. If its cultivation had reached mid-grade first tier, these few, beast-bewitching pills, probably wouldn't have been enough to subdue it." Then, carrying the fire rat, he set off to find Zhou's Hengayong. Compared to Zhou Chun, Zhou's Hengayong was much less fortunate, waiting for a long time without success. Seeing Zhou Chun approaching with the unconscious fire rat, he breathed a sigh of relief. 13th brother, I'm so glad you've made a gain. You've really helped me a lot this time. He expressed his gratitude, immediately taking the unconscious fire rat from Zhou Chun and beginning to treat it. Untamed fire rats require special treatment to keep them within a fixed area and lure the purple flame sables out to hunt. This wasn't difficult for Zhou's Hengayong and Zhou Chun. Beast-taming families like the Zhou family had long since developed many methods for capturing various demonic beasts alive. Zhou's Hengayong used drugs and silver needles to stimulate and damage the fire rat's brain, driving it mad, while simultaneously piling up collected purple flame sable droppings around it to prevent it from escaping the designated area. Afterwards, to prevent the purple flame sable from discovering them, Zhou's Hengayong, who didn't know any concealment techniques, left the scene far away, only handing the spirit beast bag containing his red-tailed monkey spirit pet to Zhou Chun, who then lay in ambush nearby waiting for the purple flame sable to arrive. Squeak squeak squeak. The mad fire rat, its mind seemingly broken, scurried and leaped wildly in a forest clearing, emitting loud screams. Its eyes had lost all intelligence, filled only with a frenzied madness. Its bloodshot, red eyes were quite frightening. Some rat-hunting beasts in the pine forest, hearing the noise, came to investigate, but upon seeing that the screams belonged to the fire rat, they fled in terror. Ordinary rats were indeed food for these beasts, but the fire rat possessed magic. Even a simple fireball was enough to burn a tiger to death. Time passed slowly, and the fire rat's strength gradually waned with each scream, its voice becoming hoarse and unable to produce a loud sound. The purple flame sable, however, remained nowhere to be seen. This made Zhou Chun, who was secretly lying in wait, increasingly anxious. They were already lucky to have caught this one fire rat, catching another to use as bait would be extremely difficult. But despite his anxiety, Zhou Chun dared not make a move. The purple flame sable was extremely vigilant and cautious, perhaps observing from somewhere in the shadows. If he made a rash move and startled it, even if he could catch another flame rat as bait, it wouldn't be able to lure it in any time soon. As time passed, the flame rat on the ground could no longer even utter a sound, as if it were completely dead. It was late at night, and the starlight and moonlight were mostly obscured by the tree canopy, with only a few specks falling into the forest, allowing Zhou Chun to see only the general outline of the flame rat. He dared not use his divine sense to monitor it, because although divine sense was invisible, many demonic beasts could sense it and would know that they were being spied on. Therefore, Unless the purple flame sable appeared and he needed to use his divine sense to pinpoint its location, Zhou Chun would absolutely not dare to release his divine sense. Just when Zhou Chun's eyes were already sore and he felt he could hardly hold on any longer, he finally noticed something unusual in his vision. A blur of black shadow appeared, and a massive black figure, about the size of a yellow dog, appeared beside the fire rat. It snatched the fire rat in its mouth and darted into the depths of the forest at incredible speed. This sight startled Zhou Chun, who immediately released his divine sense to lock onto the figure. It was indeed the purple flame sable. The result of his divine sense scan brought Zhou Chun a great sense of relief, and he hurriedly gave chase. At the same time, a long howl escaped his lips, signaling Zhou Zhengyang, who was waiting in the distance, to come and help. The purple flame sable was incredibly fast in the forest. Even with his wind control technique, Zhou Chun couldn't outrun it. Therefore, after sending the signal, he released Zhou Zhengyang's red-tailed monkey, a nimble creature also adept at navigating the forest, to pursue the purple flame sable, while simultaneously summoning his flying artifact to give chase. Chapter 44 Digging and Opening Up the Mountain, an Unexpected Discovery. Rumbling sounds echoed through the night as trees collapsed. In the sky, Zhou Chun, riding a bamboo leaf-shaped flying artifact, pursued the purple flame sable while simultaneously wielding the two moonblades split from the moonblade meteor wheel, to attack it in turn. This purple flame sable was incredibly agile, leaping and bounding through the forest. Even when locked onto by Zhou Chun's divine sense, it repeatedly managed to evade the moonblade attacks. However, because it needed to dodge Zhou Chun's attacks, its speed inevitably slowed down. As a result, Zhou Zhengyang's red-tailed monkey gradually caught up and joined the battle. Nature always has its counter. Although the red-tailed monkey itself wasn't considered a particularly powerful beast among first-tier high-grade demonic beasts, it was perfectly suited to dealing with agile beasts like the purple flame sable in the forest. After it joined the battle, the purple flame sable was first forced to discard the fire rat corpse it was carrying in its mouth, and then, because it was busy dodging the moonblade attacks, it was slapped on the body by the red-tailed monkey's claw, leaving a bloody claw mark. The injured purple flame sable dared not fight Zhou Chun and his companion any longer, focusing solely on escape. It carried the man and the monkey, darting through the pine forest, leaving Zhou Zhengyang, who was catching up on foot, far behind, completely out of sight. After traversing several mountain peaks and sustaining several more wounds, the purple flame sable suddenly darted into a cave, disappearing from Zhou Chun's spiritual sense range. Hidden in a cave? It seems this is most likely its lair. Zhou Chun looked at the cave entrance nestled at the base of a rocky cliff, a serious expression on his face. The cave entrance wasn't large, only big enough for a 7 or 8-year-old child to squeeze through. An adult like himself couldn't possibly enter. Of course, he knew through his spiritual sense that the interior space gradually expanded, with deeper chambers large enough for one person to stand in. The problem was, with the thick rock walls blocking the way, widening the cave to reach deeper levels was not something that could be done quickly. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Zhou Chun didn't believe the purple flame sable's lair would only have one entrance. Therefore, he had to prevent the purple flame sable from escaping through other entrances. Immediately, Zhou Chun couldn't wait for Zhou Zhengyang to arrive. He used the smoke-blowing method to fill the cave with smoke, then flew into the sky to see where the smoke was coming from. Sure enough, he quickly found 3 locations emitting smoke. He then sent the red-tailed monkey to one location, while he and the rock turtle blocked the other 2, preventing the purple flame sable from escaping through these 3 places before Zhou Zhengyang arrived. However, the purple flame sable was more patient than Zhou Chun had imagined, and it didn't emerge from any of the entrances until Zhou Zhengyang arrived, panting heavily. Let's use poison smoke. I have dried black spotted stinking grass in my storage bag. Let's find some poisonous fresh leaves, light them, and throw them in. I don't believe that beast can really resist coming out. After learning about the situation from Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengyang quickly offered a solution. The Zhou family's monkey enclosure was rebuilt. Zhou Zhengyang usually took care of the monkey enclosure and other demonic beasts, so he always had various items on hand to punish and tame them. Therefore, Zhou Chun wasn't surprised that there was black spotted stinking grass, a poisonous herb, in his storage bag. At this moment, Zhou Zhengyang personally took action, quickly gathering the materials, lighting them, and throwing them into the cave. However, To his and Zhou Chun's bewilderment, even after all the black-spotted stinking grass had burned, the purple flame sable hadn't shown any trace. Could it have been knocked unconscious inside by the smoke? Zhou Chun said suspiciously, voicing his guess. Zhou Chun thought the same thing, but he said aloud, "Let's open the mountain. There are still almost 2 days left. If we only dig one path, there's still a chance. Alright, let's open the mountain." Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, knowing that this was the only feasible method at the moment. So the two of them immediately moved a lot of rubble to block the other entrances, and then placed large stones outside the cave to weigh down the entrances. Then, the rock tortoise and the red-tailed monkey took turns digging one of the holes. The rock tortoise was actually quite adept at digging. Its claws were extremely sharp and hard, easily shattering even the hardest rocks. Unfortunately, its massive size meant it could only help at the beginning. Later, the red-tailed monkey had to rely on its claws to dig. For Zhou Chun's future wife, the poor red-tailed monkey was now reduced to a construction site monkey, forced to constantly dig and break rocks with its two paws. Fortunately, after advancing to a first-tier high-grade demon beast, it awakened and mastered the Flame Claw spell, which enhanced its claws with flames to increase its destructive power. Otherwise, even with its demon beast physique far superior to humans, it probably wouldn't have been able to dig for long before its claws were ruined. Only when the red-tailed monkey's magic and stamina were completely exhausted and it could no longer dig did Zhou Chun put it into his spirit beast pouch, then cast the great strength spell on himself and personally began digging with tools in hand. After Zhou Chun's magic and physical strength were mostly exhausted, Zhou Chun took over and continued digging. After a day of alternating digging, the red-tailed monkey rested and recovered some strength and magic, then was released to continue the digging. With the two men and the monkey working in this relay, they finally dug a passage over 30 zang deep in about a day and a half. Once they reached the depths of the cave, the width was sufficient for a person to walk through while bending over. After discussing it, Zhou Chun went down into the cave to find the purple flame sable, while Zhou Chun stayed outside to keep watch in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun, holding a sunlight stone for illumination in one hand and his black iron shield magic weapon in the other, slowly made his way deeper into the cave, bending low and head bowed. The sunlight stone in his hand was a unique stone found only in this world. It could absorb and store sunlight, then release a bright glow in the dark, making it a common lighting tool used by cultivators in special environments. As Zhou Chun slowly made his way deeper into the cave, his ever-vigilant divine sense immediately detected the purple flame sable lunging at him. He quickly summoned his black iron shield magic weapon to block it, then, still uneasy, cast a spell, using the 5-element spirit armor technique to envelop himself in a golden blue tricolored spiritual light armor. Boom! A ball of purplish-red flame spewed from the purple flame sable's mouth, sweeping directly towards Zhou Chun. The black iron shield magic weapon only blocked most of the flames, the rest slipped through the gaps, licking at Zhou Chun's body from behind. In an instant, Zhou Chun was like a firefighter running against the flames, his entire body engulfed in fire. Fortunately, this scene was only terrifying in appearance. In reality, the spiritual light armor protecting his entire body easily kept the flames and intense heat at bay. Zhou Chun wasn't one to stand idly by. Seeing that the spiritual armor's defense was even stronger than he'd expected, he immediately reached into his storage pouch and retrieved the Moonblade meteor wheel. The cave's confined space hindered Zhou Chun's movement, which in turn limited the purple flame sable's agility. Under Zhou Chun's control, the two Moonblades attacked from both sides, quickly severing the purple flame sable's right hind leg. The severely wounded purple flame sable seemed to know it was doomed, and thus its ferocity was aroused. Suddenly, it lunged at Zhou Chun, spitting out a fireball the size of a human head. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from the depths of the cave, startling Zhou Chun outside, who immediately tensed up, his face filled with anxiety as he paced back and forth like an ant on a hot plate. He should be alright, right? 13th brother is so strong, even a late-stage key refining cultivator isn't his match, he muttered to himself, then gritted his teeth and said resolutely, no, even if I can't get a wife, 13th brother absolutely cannot be harmed. Then, without a second thought, he followed him into the cave. When Zhou Chun found Zhou Chun deep inside the cave, he discovered that Zhou Chun was not only unharmed, but was actually using a magical artifact to dig a hole. Seeing this, he first relaxed, then looked at Zhou Chun with curiosity and asked, 13th brother, are you alright? What are you doing, brother Yuang? Why did you come down here? Zhou Chun replied subconsciously, then quickly guessed the reason, and immediately felt a warmth in his heart, waving his hand and saying, "Never mind, you came down at the right time, come and see what I unexpectedly found here." After saying that, he squatted down and picked out a few dark red stones from a pile of rubble and soil that he had dug out, handing them to Zhou's Hengaiong. "This is." Zhou's Hengaiong looked at the ore in Zhou Chun's hand with surprise, took it and examined it carefully. After a moment, he said uncertainly in a low voice, "This stone looks somewhat like crimson iron ore, right, Brother Yuang? You also think it looks like crimson iron ore, right?" A glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and then he said something that made Zhou's Hengaiong's heart race. "I suspect there is a vein here that can be mined for crimson iron ore." Zhou Chun and Zhou Yang, the two started from different points and had different circumstances, which naturally led to differences in their approaches to things. I am writing about two different protagonists, and I am very clear about this. I must be clear about it. They can be similar in many ways, but they must show differences in certain areas. For example, although Zhou Yang is also a transmigrator, he was reborn, so he is no different from the natives. He has grown up subtly for more than 10 years, and his parents are both cultivators. His speech and actions are definitely no different from those of the natives. Zhou Chun's soul transmigrated into the body of a cultivator and arrived in the cultivation world only a few years ago. Having not personally experienced the education of this world, his initial actions and thoughts inevitably still bear traces of modernity. Some readers might find certain modern terms in the book jarring, but this is precisely what makes Zhou Chun unique. Otherwise, would I use such modern terms in Desert? Chapter 45 True Brothers. I suspect there's a vein here that can be mined for crimson iron ore. When Zhou Chun voiced his guess, Zhou's Hengaiong immediately jumped, staring at him in shock. 13th brother, you're not joking, are you? A vein containing crimson iron ore? Do you know what you're saying? This can't be concluded so easily. Zhou's Hengaiong was so shocked he almost stammered, looking at Zhou Chun with a mixture of shock and stammering. Brother Yuang, do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to boast? I say this because I have actual discoveries to back it up. Zhou Chun calmly responded to Zhou's Hengaiong's questioning, his tone very firm. But after speaking, seeing Zhou's Hengaiong still looking shocked and incredulous, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "However, Brother Yuang, your concerns are not unfounded. Perhaps this is just a random occurrence of some crimson iron ore, not a large vein. As for the specifics, once we return and report to the clan leader, he will naturally have a way to verify it." Hearing this, Zhou's Hengaiong came to his senses and quickly nodded, "That's right, we just need to report the situation truthfully to the clan leader, then let's go out first. I've already collected the purple flame sable's corpse, Brother Yuang, you can rest assured." Zhou Chun patted his storage bag at his waist, saying words that made Zhou's Hengaiong extremely happy. Immediately, the two put some crimson iron ore into the storage bag as evidence and took it with them, returning to the surface quickly. Upon reaching the surface, Zhou Chun's first action was to block and conceal the cave entrance to prevent anyone from accidentally passing by and discovering anything. After concealing the body, he put away the rock tortoise that had been guarding the ground and went with Zhou's Hengaiong to the outside of the red pine forest. "Uncle Sun, this is the corpse of the purple flame sable. Please take a look." Outside the red pine forest, in front of Sun Lianzhong and his family, Zhou's Hengaiong reached into his storage bag and retrieved the corpse of the purple flame sable that Zhou Chun had killed with his moon blade. The purple flame sable's final disparate attack hadn't caused any real damage to Zhou Chun. Instead, it was the fireball explosion that collapsed part of the cave, and the falling crimson iron ore that led to his unexpected discovery. Looking at the mangled corpse of the purple flame sable on the ground, Sun Lianzhong couldn't help but shake his head slightly and say, "What a pity." Then he nodded to Zhou's Hengaiong and said, "It is indeed the corpse of the purple flame sable. You've passed this test. Now, let your elders come to the Sun family to propose marriage." Hearing this, Zhou's Hengaiong was naturally overjoyed. Sun Yujio, blushing, stamped her foot and said coquettishly, "Father, how could you sell your daughter with just one sentence? She hasn't even agreed yet." Before Sun Lianzhong could say anything, Zhou's Hengaiong hurriedly called out, "Jiao, how could you say that? Didn't we agree? You?" Before he could finish, Zhou Chun covered his mouth and whispered a few words in his ear, bringing him back to reality. He was a smooth talker, quite talented at charming women. After a few changes in expression, he grinned as if nothing had happened. "Hey, Jiao, Don't misunderstand. I was just too excited. Don't worry, my promise to you is always valid. You'll always be the only one in my heart. HMPH, dream on, Sun Yujao spat at him shyly, too embarrassed to say anything more. Chatting and laughing like this, the group returned to the Sun family's mountain gate. After returning to the Sun family home, Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang quickly meditated to recover their magical power before hurriedly bidding farewell to Sun Lianzhang's family. Don't you two nephews really want to rest for a couple more days? In the Sun family courtyard, Sun Lianzhang looked at the two Zhou family members, who appeared tired but were eager to leave, his face full of surprise. Uncle Sun's kindness is appreciated, but before we left, the clan leader instructed us that if the trip goes smoothly, we should return as soon as possible to report the good news. At this point, Zhou Chun couldn't help but glance at Zhou Zhengyang beside him and chuckle. Besides, Brother Yang also wants to win the heart of his beauty as soon as possible. Hey, Zhou Zhengyang smiled happily, cooperating with Zhou Chun to dispel Sun Lianzhang's doubts. Seeing this, Sun Lianzhang didn't ask any more questions, and thus felt even more favorably disposed towards Zhou Zhengyang. Although he still felt that Zhou Zhengyang wasn't as suitable for his daughter as Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengyang's affection for his daughter was enough to offset some shortcomings. His daughter shouldn't suffer any losses marrying into the family. He nodded slightly and said, "In that case, have a safe journey. Remember to be careful on the road. We'll take our leave." Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang bowed in unison, then rode the great horned blue sheep, which they had left at the Sun family beast garden, back to the Zhou family. They again rode the sheep at breakneck speed, taking more than a day to return to Nine Peaks Ridge. Once back at their family, the two released the exhausted great horned blue sheep, which was practically drooling, into the mountains, and headed straight for Pagoda Peak. How was it? Judging from your appearance, the trip must have gone quite smoothly. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daowei smiled slightly after receiving Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang, and asked about the outcome of their journey. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, and Zhou Zhengyang bowed respectfully, replying, "Clan Chief, you are wise. Thanks to my 13th brother, I was able to pass Uncle Sun's test this time. He has already agreed to my marriage with Yu Jiao and has asked me to find an elder in the clan to propose to the Sun family." Zhou Daowei smiled and exclaimed, "Very well, then I must congratulate you in advance." After a moment's thought, he continued, "As for the proposal, Jia Peng will go to the Sun family as the groom's elder. I will also write a letter for him to deliver to Clan Chief Sun's Hongping." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang's face lit up with joy and gratitude, and he hurriedly bowed in thanks. "Clan Chief, I am deeply grateful. This is what I, as the clan chief, should do. There's no need to be so polite." Zhou Daowei waved his hand, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "As for you, Zhengjin, I'll reward you." Before he could finish explaining the reward for Zhou Chun suddenly bowed respectfully with a solemn expression and said, "Clan Chief, I have another important matter to report." Zhou Daowei looked at Zhou Chun with surprise. Seeing Zhou Chun's serious expression, he narrowed his eyes, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Speak." Zhou Chun then immediately explained his findings and speculations, and took out the mined crimson iron ore from his storage bag for Zhou Daowei to examine. Listening to Zhou Chun's report, Zhou Daowei's expression changed repeatedly. After examining the crimson iron ore presented by Zhou Chun for a while, he looked at it with a complex expression and sighed deeply. Although the quality isn't very good, it is indeed crimson iron ore. He then took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun with a solemn expression, slowly saying, "You two did the right thing. If a crimson iron ore vein truly exists, its value will be enormous, far beyond what our Zhou family alone can handle. Therefore, from now on, you two must keep your mouths shut about this matter and not tell a fourth person. As for your rewards, I will discuss them with the Supreme Elder after this matter is fully confirmed." His demeanor and tone clearly demonstrated the importance he placed on this matter. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun also knew the gravity of the situation. Leaking the information could be fatal. Therefore, they immediately swore in front of Zhou Daowei that they would never reveal this matter to anyone again. Seeing that the two men understood the situation, Zhou Daowei felt relieved and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you two go back and rest first. Once I've made preparations here, I'll have Zhengjin lead the way." "Yes, we take our leave." Zhou Chun and the other man bowed and quickly left Pagoda Peak, returning to Baozi Peak. They traveled in silence until they reached Zhou Chun's courtyard. Zhou Zhengyang then looked at him with a serious expression and said, This whole affair was made possible by your help, 13th brother. I'm deeply grateful. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just say the word, and I promise I'll do it without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother Yang, you're too kind. Since we're brothers, there's no need for thanks." He then chuckled lightly and said, "I'm looking forward to your wedding." Seeing this, Zhou Chun felt even more grateful. He didn't offer any more words of thanks, but simply laughed loudly. "Haha, I'll make sure you get your drink soon." Then he nodded emphatically to Zhou Chun and left without another word. Watching Zhou Chun's departing figure, a smile appeared on Zhou Chun's face. He knew that, given Zhou Chun's personality, after this, he should have his first brother in the Zhou family who would risk his life for him. Chapter 46 The Troubles of Happiness. It was another bright and sunny morning. On Baozi Peak, after returning to his residence from his cultivation at the summit, Zhou Chun was immediately confronted by the silver lightning python, which had been hiding under his bed. The python, now half a zang long and as thick as a baby's arm, had shed its skin several times, its white hide now showing a hint of silver, making it appear even more elegant and beautiful. Zhou Chun couldn't carry such a long python around constantly, so he usually left it at home when he went out. "Little White has grown so much, that's wonderful." Zhou Chun stretched out his arm, allowing the white snake to slowly coil around him. He then gently stroked its cool head with his right hand, giving it a few massages. The white snake hissed, enjoying the gentle touch with obvious pleasure. It was only a little over a month old and possessed little intelligence, only the instincts of a wild beast. However, Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry. Its low intelligence made this the perfect time to cultivate a bond. Once a bond is cultivated from a young age, it will be easier to control the beast when it grows up. Why do many cultivators who practice beast-taming techniques prefer to contract with young demon beasts? Besides the fact that young demon beasts are easier to contract, it's also because it's easier to cultivate a master-servant relationship. Otherwise, if you directly contract with an adult demon beast, even if you succeed, you'll constantly worry about whether the beast will turn against you when you're weak, and you'll have to expend your spiritual energy to suppress the beast's resistance when controlling it in battle. After spending some time cuddling with Little White and feeding it chopped flame rat jerky, Zhou Chun put the full and resting beast back under the bed and went to his quiet room to cultivate his secret technique. Unexpectedly, he had only cultivated his secret technique twice when the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, personally came to his residence. "Zhangjin, have you rested enough? If you have, come with me for a while." Outside the courtyard, Zhou Daoyi smiled slightly at Zhou Chun, who looked surprised when he opened the door, and directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately understood why he had come and respectfully replied, "Yes, Junior obeys." He then left the Zhou family with Zhou Daoyi. Once outside, Zhou Daoyi didn't ostentatiously release the azure cloud python to carry Zhou Chun. Instead, he summoned a flying boat magical artifact and carried Zhou Chun into the azure sky, above the clouds. Flying on this artifact, they arrived above the red pine forest in just 1 hour. "This is it. Judging from the traces, no one has been here before," Zhou Chun whispered, pointing to the entrance of his concealed cave. "Then let's go. You come in with me." Zhou Daoyi nodded, then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the azure cloud python to guard the entrance before striding into the cave. The two entered the cave and arrived at the spot where Zhou Chun had mined the crimson iron ore. Zhou Daoyi first used his divine sense to probe the area, then summoned a bronze-colored flying sword and began digging. This was the first time Zhou Chun had witnessed a Foundation establishment cultivator in action, and the result greatly shocked him. Under Zhou Daoyi's control, the bronze-colored flying sword moved like a nimble dragon, darting throughout the cave. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the stone walls were easily torn apart like tofu, revealing craggy cracks as if plowed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhou Daoyi's flying sword had carved dozens of deep and long cracks in a section of the cave, hundreds of feet long. Even Zhou Chun could detect the crimson iron ore mixed within those cracks with his divine sense. If he could see it, how could Zhou Daoyi not? Therefore, Zhou Daoyi soon muttered to himself, "It seems that this place does indeed contain a crimson iron ore vein." However, Zhou Chun did not detect much joy in his words. Suddenly, as if possessed, he mustered his courage and asked, "Clan leader, you don't seem very happy." "Oh, why do you ask?" Zhou Daoyi's expression shifted, and he looked at him with slight surprise. Zhou Chun was immediately embarrassed and opened his mouth to say, This junior just felt that. Chief, you didn't seem particularly happy. Unexpectedly, Zhou nodded after hearing his words and said, your feeling is correct. I am indeed not particularly happy. Now Zhou Chun was even more confused and couldn't help but ask, why? Although this junior doesn't understand the art of weapon forging, I know that Crimson Radiance iron is a spiritual material for forging magical artifacts. Even if it's not as rare as refined gold, steel, or silver, the value of a mine must be enormous. Yes, a mine, even a small one, once fully mined, would be worth at least 200,000 spirit coins. Even after deducting all the losses and expenses, the net income wouldn't be less than 150,000 spirit coins. Zhou sighed softly and nodded, stating the immense value of this mine. Before Zhou Chun could ask further, he waved his hand with a wry smile and said, but such a large sum of spirit coins is beyond the Zhou family's current capacity to swallow. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. With the Zhou family's current strength, if they wanted to swallow this mine, the final result would be their annihilation by other forces. To the various forces in Lanzhou, our Zhou family is ultimately an outsider. They simply cannot allow such a precious mine to fall into our hands. Zhou Chun understood now and fell silent. That's how things are in this world. There's never any fairness. Even in his previous life, there was no such thing as a mine being owned by whoever discovered it. Let alone this cultivation world where strength reigns supreme. If the Zhou family weren't outsiders, if they had close ties with the local forces, perhaps they might have a slight chance of swallowing this mine, given the intimidating presence of their Purple Mansion stage cultivators. But now that the Zhou family is an outsider, how could the local forces of Lanzhou sit idly by and watch such a huge profit be taken by the Zhou family? Now that the Zhou family has finally established itself and gradually gained the support of some local forces in Lanzhou, how could they possibly give various forces an excuse to unite against and destroy the Zhou family under such circumstances? But if this mine cannot be mined, how much reward will Zhou Chun and his group receive for discovering it? Therefore, various thoughts were flashing through Zhou Chun's mind as he pondered a solution for his own benefit. After thinking for a while, he looked at Zhou and said, then, could we join forces with other forces to mine it? Did our Zhou family just jointly hold a martial arts competition with the Wang, Sun, Mu, and He families? If we joined forces with them to mine it, and the families form an alliance to resist external enemies, that should be enough to protect this mine. It's not bad that you thought of that. Zhou glanced at him and then nodded slightly, saying, that's right. For now, this is the only way. However, whether it will succeed depends on whether the other families are willing. So, after collecting some more crimson iron ore as evidence, Zhou completely filled and blocked the entrance to the cave, and then returned to the Zhou family with Zhou Chun. Since the specific method for mining the vein was still undecided, the rewards for Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang were naturally uncertain. Over the next 3 months, Clan Chief Zhou and even the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming repeatedly left the clan to work on the mining project. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhengyang, having prepared a generous dowry, accompanied his 27th uncle Zhou Jiapen to the Sun family in Jinfeng Ridge to propose marriage, successfully marrying Sun Yujingao. Zhou Chun, as the matchmaker who brought the two together, received sincere gratitude from the young couple and was seated at the head of the table at the wedding celebration. 3 months later, Zhou Chun's cultivation was only 2 acupoints away from breaking through to the 9th level of key refining. At this time, the Silver Lightning Python also successfully awakened its innate spell, becoming a first-tier low-grade demon beast. The Silver Lightning Python was now 12 feet long, its scales beginning to take shape, making it difficult to injure with swords and blades. To train its abilities, Zhou Chun no longer fed it, but instead took it to areas at the foot of the mountain where there were more wild animals and birds, letting it hunt on its own. Sometimes he even forbade it from using magic to hunt. One day, Zhou Chun was watching the Silver Lightning Python hunt at the foot of Baozi Peak when suddenly the clan leader Zhou Daoi's large blue parrot, Lanlin, flew over Baozi Peak and came before him. Brother Chun, the clan leader wants you to go to Pagoda Peak. Lanlin fluttered its wings and circled above Zhou Chun's head, loudly conveying the clan leader's order. Its eyes, however, were nervously fixed on a white line hidden in the distant grass. From its high vantage point, it could naturally see a large python lurking there. Understood, Lanlin, go back and inform the clan leader. I'll be there immediately. Zhou Chun smiled and took a fresh, uneaten wild fruit from his pocket. tossing it to the blue parrot as a reward. Seeing this, the large blue parrot immediately swooped down and precisely caught the wild fruit in midair. It then called out to Zhou Chun, "Thank you, Brother Chun." "Goodbye, Brother Chun." With that, it left with the fruit. Watching the blue parrot's departing figure, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ponder. Why had the clan leader specifically summoned him to Pagoda Peak? Was it because of a result regarding the Crimson Iron Mine development? Or was it something else? The last chapter of the desert story is being written and should be released in a few days. Chapter 47, A God-Sent Opportunity. Inside this hopping hall at Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun entered and found not only the clan leader Zhou Daowei but also another elder, Zhou Jiasheng. Junior greets the clan leader and 16th uncle. He respectfully bowed to the two elders and then stood obediently to the side, awaiting instructions from clan leader Zhou Daowei. Judging from this, the matter summoned him today must be significant. Since returning to the clan, Zhangzhen's cultivation has progressed rapidly and steadily. He has made numerous contributions to the clan, offering many suggestions and strategies. With him and Jiasheng working together in the market, I believe you will perform exceptionally well. Zhou Daowei then smiled slightly at the still-dazed Zhou Chun, saying, "The reason I summoned you today is because the clan has decided to send you and Jiasheng to Honggaya Market to manage the newly opened family shop. From now on, you two will be stationed there permanently, manage the family shop in Honggaya Market." Upon hearing Zhou Daowei's words, Zhou Chun was first startled, then overjoyed, his heart pounding with excitement. If he could permanently reside in the market and obtain the right to operate a shop, wouldn't it mean he would frequently have the opportunity to buy and purify spiritual herbs from the market for resale? This was truly a stroke of luck. In fact, Zhou Chun had always had a deep understanding of the value of the purification stone jars. However, he also knew that his current cultivation level made it inconvenient to use the purification stone jars extensively to earn spiritual coins. Therefore, he had always restrained his greed and hadn't frequently gone to the market to buy and resell spiritual herbs. In his own plan, he would at least wait until his cultivation reached the 10th level of the key refining stage, when his cultivation progress slowed down, and when he needed to start preparing for the foundation establishment stage, before he would use the purification stone jars to earn spiritual coins extensively. At that time, whether he went out to hunt demonic beasts to find spiritual herbs or bought and resold spiritual herbs at the market stalls, he would have enough strength to not fear most bandit cultivators. But now, a safer and more stable shortcut had appeared before him. He went to Honggaya Market to operate the shops run by the Zhou family, buying and selling various spiritual herbs in the name of the Zhou family, perfectly avoiding all kinds of dangers. As long as he restrained his greed and acted cautiously, there was almost no possibility of him being discovered. If the clan leader Zhou Daowei hadn't been right in front of him, Zhou Chun would definitely have clapped his hands excitedly and shouted that heaven was helping him. He forcefully suppressed his inner elation and nodded emphatically, replying, "Yes, this junior will certainly do his utmost to fulfill the clan leader's trust." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jiasheng nodded slightly and said, "Since the clan leader speaks so highly of him, he must indeed have exceptional abilities." Then, he bowed to Zhou Daowei and said, "However, this junior still needs the clan leader to clarify the primary and secondary roles of Zhangzhen and me in running the shop, to avoid disputes and losses to the clan when problems arise." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daowei immediately looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhangzhen, you heard Jiasheng's words. From now on, Jiasheng will be the manager, and you will be the shop assistant. All business decisions will be based on Jiasheng's, just a shop assistant." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's joy diminished considerably. But thinking that with only two people, the shop assistant would have opportunities to serve customers alone, his mind settled again. He immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior will certainly remember the clan leader's instructions and obey Uncle 16's orders." Zhou Daowei then said, "You are always intelligent and often have unique insights into things. The Zhou family shop has just opened. If you find any oversights, be sure to inform Jiasheng in time. If you have any suggestions, you can also draft a letter and submit it to me for review." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhou Jiasheng beside him. Sure enough, he saw that his uncle's expression changed slightly, clearly understanding what the clan leader Zhou Daowei meant. Indeed, these words seemed to be addressed to Zhou Chun, but they were actually a warning to Zhou Jiasheng. Although he was the manager and all matters in the shop were decided by him, Zhou Chun, as a shop assistant, also had the right to supervise him and the right to report to the clan leader. In this way, if he dared to think that being in Hongaya market meant he was above the law and could act recklessly, he would surely come to a bad end. Yes, Junior remembers. Zhou Chun nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Alright, now that you two understand your mission, go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the market, Jodeowai said, waving his hand to signal the two to leave. After returning from Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun went around explaining to his close relatives that he would be stationed at the market. For most Zhou family cultivators, this job was undoubtedly a lucrative one. Aside from the extra allowance from the family for working as a shop assistant in the market, the fact that he wouldn't have to guard the Pure Spirit Pavilion or perform other family duties was enough to make many relatives envious. Moreover, being stationed at the market meant meeting and getting to know many cultivators, and encountering far more opportunities than cultivating within the family's mountain gate. Therefore, upon learning that Zhou Chun had taken on this job, the relatives all congratulated him. I knew it. 13th brother, you'd be valued by the clan leader and rise to prominence one day. Zhou's Hengayong seemed even more excited than Zhou Chun himself after hearing the news. He happily put his hand on Zhou Chun's shoulder and said excitedly, 13th brother, if you do a good job this time, you should have no problem becoming a core clan member when that reward comes. You'll even be qualified to take over as shop manager. The reward he was referring to was naturally the reward for discovering the Crimson Iron Mine. However, with his Taoist partner Sun Yujiao beside him, he couldn't say it outright. Zhou Chun didn't think too much about it, but he didn't want to spoil Zhou's Hengayong's mood. He simply smiled slightly at the couple and said, Brother Yang, if you go to the market in the future, remember to look for me. I'll treat you to some of the spirit wines at the market's restaurants. Haha, that's for sure. You'll definitely have to pay up, 13th brother. Zhou's Hengayong laughed heartily and readily agreed. After leaving Zhou's Hengayong's house, Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then went to Flying Stone Peak. Upon arriving at Flying Stone Peak, he first went to the library, bidding farewell to the giant blue-haired ape guarding it. Elder Ape, I'll be leaving the clan tomorrow to reside permanently in the market town. I probably won't be able to visit you for a long time. Take care while you're away. The giant ape wrote on a piece of paper, then gave him a kind smile. In recent years, Zhou Chun had frequently visited the library, bringing the ape fresh food and chatting with it each time. Therefore, compared to other members of the Zhou clan, the ape naturally had a much better impression of Zhou Chun. I'll be careful. When I return from the market town next time, I'll bring you some spirit fruits to try. Zhou Chun nodded with a smile. After chatting with the giant ape for a few more minutes, he went to pay his respects to the third elder, Jodeowai. Jodeowai was somewhat surprised that Zhou Chun had come to say goodbye. He looked at Zhou Chun before him, pondered for a moment, and then smiled faintly, saying, It's kind of you to put in the effort. Since the clan leader values you so much, do your job well and don't disappoint him. Furthermore, since you'll be in the market from now on, acquiring various resources should be much easier. If you have enough money, you could keep an eye out for information on spiritual items like dragon blood grass and dragon blood stone for your silver lightning python. Even if these spiritual items don't allow the silver lightning python to evolve into a dragon, they will enhance its bloodline potential, strengthen its physique, and awaken certain dragon blood talents. He was just saying this casually, not expecting Zhou Chun to be able to do it right now. After all, any material with the word dragon blood attached to it was anything but cheap in the cultivation world. Even a foundation establishment cultivator like himself would have to pay a hefty price to buy such materials. But Zhou Chun took his words to heart and immediately replied earnestly, Yes, this junior will certainly remember the elder's teachings. Chapter 48 Spirit Beast Abode, Uncle-Nephew Conflict. Red Cliff Market. Early one morning, the crisp sound of firecrackers suddenly rang out from the southeast of the market. Experienced cultivators in the market knew immediately that a new shop had opened. Generally, only new shop openings were allowed to cause such a commotion. Otherwise, shops or individuals who made such a disturbance in the market would face hefty fines or even imprisonment. And, in principle, to attract customers, new shops would offer slightly lower prices for the first few days or even a month. So, whether out of curiosity or a desire for bargains, many idle cultivators in the market flocked to the newly opened shop. Spirit Beast Shop. This was the name of the newly opened shop. Judging from the name, the shop's business must be related to demonic beasts. Outside the shop, the newly appointed manager, Zhou Chun was all smiles, bowing and greeting everyone. Welcome, fellow Daoists, to my shop. I am Zhou Chun, and thanks to the trust of my family, I have been appointed as the shopkeeper. Today is our grand opening, and all goods are on sale at a 10% discount. Don't miss this opportunity. Zhou Chun is 62 years old this year, with graying hair and fine wrinkles on his forehead, making him look no longer young. He sports a mustache and always has a smile on his face, naturally embodying the demeanor of a shopkeeper. Zhou chose him as the shopkeeper because he had relevant experience and possessed a high level of expertise in appraising various common spiritual items, making it less likely for him to be deceived into buying counterfeit goods. Zhou Chun was chosen as the shop assistant for two reasons. Firstly, Zhou Chun had recently made significant contributions and deserved a reward. Secondly, Zhou Chun was known to enjoy reading and learning, and his theoretical knowledge had already surpassed that of his peers. If he could learn and practice under Zhou Chun in the shop for a few years, turning theoretical knowledge into real expertise, he would be of great use in the future. At this moment, upon hearing Zhou Chun announce that all goods were offered at a 10% discount, many cultivators who had come to watch the spectacle were tempted. Immediately, someone walked into the shop while loudly asking, "Manager Zhou, what treasures does your shop have? Judging from the name, do you perhaps sell spirit pets and mounts?" Fellow Taoist, you are right. Our Spirit Beast Pavilion does indeed sell spirit beast eggs, and we also release some tamed demon beast cubs for pre-order every so often, Zhou Chun confirmed with a smile, nodding. Then, he abruptly changed the subject, continuing, "But our main products are pills to enhance the cultivation of spirit beasts, secret recipe beast repelling medicine, secret recipe insect repelling medicine, and secret recipe spirit beast food. We can also customize breakthrough methods for spirit pets stuck at their bottlenecks. No success, no money." He then gestured with his hand in a gesture of respect, adding, "Of course, our shop also buys various demon beast eggs and cubs at fair prices, as well as various spirit herbs and ores, and even information about certain demon beasts." Hearing this, many cultivators present immediately realized that this supposed bargain was unlikely to be good. Not everyone could afford to raise a spirit pet, even among cultivators from powerful families, only 2 out of 10 could afford one. Since the Zhou family's spirit beast shop primarily sold spirit pet supplies, what use would they have? However, since they were already there, and considering the availability of secret recipe beast repelling medicine and insect repelling medicine, things useful for travel, the cultivators still entered the shop with the intention of broadening their horizons. Inside the shop, Zhou Chun, dressed in a gray-blue robe, greeted each entering cultivator with a smile and offered answers to their questions. At his suggestion, slips of paper were posted next to each counter, clearly indicating the approximate effects and prices of the goods. The custom in this world was to price goods according to their availability, meaning the shopkeeper and staff would keep the prices in mind and offer higher prices to customers, allowing for negotiation. However, Zhou Chun knew this had its advantages and disadvantages, and it wasn't particularly beneficial for a newly opened shop like Spirit Beast Pavilion that needed to build a reputation. Therefore, before the official opening, he successfully persuaded the clan leader, Zhou, to price all goods at those prices, with no room for bargaining. This was essentially running a supermarket in the cultivation world. Zhou Chun didn't know if other shops in this world had done this before, but he certainly hadn't seen it in the Red Cliff market. In this way, even if the Spirit Beast shop's approach wasn't initially easy for cultivators to accept, it would at least leave a deep impression on those who visited, making them remember the shop. This was Zhou Chun's most practical reason for persuading Zhou. Moreover, the supermarket model had another advantage: it reduced the need for customers to inquire about prices, allowing Zhou Chun, the shop assistant, to avoid saying a lot of meaningless repetition. After all, if prices weren't clearly marked, many cultivators, regardless of whether they could afford something, would first try to inquire and haggle. At this point, many cultivators entering the shop were indeed amazed by the Spirit Beast shop's unique sales method, and many expressed their opinions. Some thought the lack of haggling was outrageous, while others felt that as long as the prices were fair, it would save them a lot of trouble. In short, many looked, but few bought. After all, no one spirit coins came easily. Most cultivators wouldn't readily buy things they didn't need immediately. What interested these cultivators most, however, was the Spirit Beast shop's acquisition of demon beast eggs and information about demon beasts. Many people were asking about the purchase price, and some were asking if they knew information about the whereabouts of certain demonic beasts and could sell them to the spirit beast shop. Some even just wanted to earn spirit coins from the spirit beast shop. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was prepared for this. He gave cultivators inquiring about demonic beast eggs and cubs a general reference price for low-level or mid-level demonic beasts, saying the specific price depended on their quality. For those asking about purchasing demonic beasts, Zhou Chun pointed to a white cardboard sign in the shop, which displayed several pieces of information about demonic beasts purchased by Zhou family cultivators. The first one was Zhou Jiapeng's announcement about purchasing a female iron feather eagle. Indeed, most of the demonic beasts purchased by the Zhou family were for finding suitable breeding partners. The cultivation world was vast, and cultivators' footprints were everywhere. Using the vast network of cultivators to find information about certain demonic beasts was naturally much more convenient than searching alone. The fact that simply providing a piece of information could earn a considerable amount of spirit coins left a deep impression on many cultivators who came to the shop that day. The first day finally came to an end amidst the hustle and bustle. As night deepened and most of the cultivators in the market had gone to sleep, Zhou Chun was still helping Zhou Jiasheng tally up the shop's revenue and expenses for the day. Today we sold 3 low-level demon beast firebird eggs, 1 low-level demon beast gale eagle egg, 3 bottles of beast spirit pills, 56 portions of secret beast repelling medicine, 32 portions of secret insect repelling medicine, and 78 portions of secret spirit beast rations, a total income of 756 spirit coins. In addition, we acquired 100-year-old red candle fruit, 1 section of lightning-struck spirit wood, and 2 low-level demon beast crimson blood snake eggs, a total expenditure of 439 spirit coins. Inside the shop, Zhou Jiasheng and Zhou Chun looked rather grim after tallying up the day's revenue and expenses. On the first day of business, when customer traffic is at its peak, it's normal for a day's earnings to be equivalent to a month's worth. The fact that the income hadn't even reached 1,000 spirit coins was truly disappointing. The expenses, however, were all reasonable. Nephews Hengchen, what do you think of today's income? Behind the counter, Zhou Jiasheng closed the ledger and calmly looked at Zhou Chun. Although his words didn't imply blame, Zhou Chun knew that his insistence on clearly marked prices had indeed displeased this elder. This was actually quite normal. The longer someone works in a particular industry, the older they get, and the more likely they are to be limited by experience and become self-righteous. In Zhou Jiasheng's eyes, no matter how much Zhou Chun had contributed to the family or how intelligent he was still just a young junior, barely 25 years old, with no experience in running a shop. He wouldn't object to such a junior learning to run the shop, and would even be happy to have more help. But for such a junior to interfere and change the shop's operating model so soon after arriving made him, the manager, lose his authority. How could he not be angry? If Zhou Chun's clearly marked prices had resulted in a very good revenue for the day, Zhou Jiasheng wouldn't have complained, even if he was unhappy. But now, the first day's revenue had fallen short of expectations, even by a considerable margin. How could Zhou Jiasheng suppress his anger? The calmer his expression, the more it revealed the burning rage within him, requiring him to forcefully suppress and quell it. But since he had asked, Zhou Chun still had to say what needed to be said. He immediately cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said solemnly, "Uncle 16, you are wise. I believe that although today's income was somewhat below expectations, it doesn't mean we failed. I'm sure you saw and heard it all today, Uncle 16. Even those customers who didn't buy anything discussed our clearly marked prices. I'm confident you'll hear the same talk about it tomorrow. With this word of mouth, even cultivators who aren't in the market today will hear of our Spirit Beast shop's reputation and come to verify its authenticity. In this way, I believe our Spirit Beast shop will be bustling with customers for the next month, and we won't have to worry about a lack of customers, and with more customers, some will need our goods, and it's normal for them to buy some on their way. Therefore, I believe that one day's income doesn't prove anything." However, after he finished speaking these righteous words, all he saw was a barely concealed sneer on Zhou Jiasheng's face. The last sentence is a sarcastic, unrelated thought. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the final chapter of tomorrow's desert should be released. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Uncle and nephew argue, attitudes change. Eloquent tongue, utter nonsense. Inside the spirit beast shop, facing Zhou Chun's impassioned speech, Zhou Jiasheng merely uttered these 8 words with a cold laugh. He stared at Zhou Chun with a sneer and said coldly, "You say the cultivators in the market are discussing our price marking system, that's true. But even without our price marking, would they still be talking about our spirit beast shop? Good wine needs no bush. From our name to our main products, our spirit beast shop is unique in this Red Cliff market. There's no need to worry about people not knowing about us, so, isn't your use of price marking as a gimmick to attract people redundant? And this redundant action, besides harming the shop's interests and reducing its income, I see no other benefit." From these words, it's clear that Zhou Jiasheng does possess some skill, at least he understands the appeal of a shop's unique features. However, his vision was undoubtedly limited to outdated business models, only seeing the pittances of price fluctuations and completely unaware of the crucial role advertising played in increasing market share. Therefore, facing his challenge, Zhou Chun felt it necessary to enlighten him. He immediately said, "16th uncle, don't forget, there's another family that also possesses these secret formulas, and they even have some formulas that we don't have." Zhou Jiasheng, of course, knew who he was referring to. His expression immediately changed. But he quickly composed himself and said in a deep voice, "So what? They haven't opened any shops in the market yet. At least for now, we're the only ones selling those things." "Yes, but Uncle 16, do you think that with their power and strength, after seeing that the Li family and our Zhou family have both opened shops in this Red Cliff market, how long will they delay on this matter?" Zhou Chun said, not even looking at Zhou Jiasheng's changing expression, and directly said, "So precisely because they exist as a potential competitor, we must make sure that all the cultivators in Lanzhou know before they enter the market that when buying pills for spirit beasts, beast-repelling medicine, and insect-repelling medicine, they should choose our spirit beast pavilion." Uncle 16, you said that good wine needs no bush, and you're right about that. We need to build a reputation, so that everyone who talks about our spirit beast pavilion speaks highly of it and believes that our goods are the most practical and authentic, he said with a resolute tone. To achieve this, clearly marked prices may not be the only option, but it's definitely the fastest way to help us achieve this. Under such circumstances, what does sacrificing that small amount of floating price benefit matter for long-term gains? When it comes to reasoning, it's not necessarily whoever speaks the most who is right. But someone who can articulate their reasoning at length will certainly make the other party think deeply. The prerequisite is that the other party is reasonable and willing to reason. Zhou Jiasheng, at his age, wasn't unreasonable. Therefore, he also pondered Zhou Chun's words, trying to find any flaws. But Zhou Chun's words had no obvious weaknesses, he couldn't find any errors in a short time. Yet, he didn't want to admit defeat to Junior. At that moment, he could only stubbornly say, "Your so-called fixed price is just attracting people with lower prices." What if they enter the market and attract people with even lower prices? Zhou Chun shook his head upon hearing this. If they attract people with lower prices, don't they need to make money? He then looked at Zhou Jiasheng and asked, "And if they continue to attract people with low prices, doesn't that just prove that our fixed prices are more honest?" Finally, he looked at Zhou Jiasheng meaningfully and said, "We're running a shop, not setting up a street stall for a one-off sale. The most important thing for a shop is its reputation and word of mouth. If we sell at this fixed price now, even if the buyers find out later that it's cheaper elsewhere, they can't blame us for cheating or call us profiteers. Otherwise, it's hard to say." Zhou Jiasheng couldn't possibly not understand the deeper meaning of these last words. His face immediately turned very ugly. Because Zhou Chun's words were practically calling him a profiteer. But at this moment, he couldn't use his theory that everything was for the family to refute Zhou Chun. Because he had initially assumed that competitors were using lower prices to undercut Spirit Beast's shop. If this assumption held true, the previously opaque pricing and high prices would inevitably damage Spirit Beast shop's reputation among customers, causing them to stop shopping there in the future. Seeing Zhou Jiasheng remain silent, Zhou Chun knew he had nothing more to say. He immediately offered him a way out, calmly saying, "Anyway, the clear pricing was my suggestion to the clan leader. If this causes the shop's profits to fall short of expectations, the clan leader will definitely blame me. Why don't you just sit back and watch, Uncle 16? Fine, then I'll see if you truly have talent or are just all talk." Zhou Jiasheng gave Zhou Chun a cold look, then turned and left the counter. According to the rules of the market, each shop, depending on its size, could have one or more permanent employees. It seemed that the Zhou family's spirit beast shop, including the manager, had 3 such employees. These 3 people who owned the shop could reside permanently within the market, cultivating in their own backyards at any time, freely entering and leaving the market without paying any additional fees or accepting any tasks assigned by the market. Therefore, Zhou Jiasheng and Zhou Chun took turns looking after the shop. However, because the shop was newly opened, Zhou Jiasheng, the shopkeeper, was overly concerned about its revenue, even sacrificing a month of cultivation to be in the shop every day. Zhou Chun was happy to see this and didn't mind. As Zhou Chun had said, for the next 2 weeks, a large number of cultivators who had heard of Spirit Beast Pavilion stopped by to visit after entering the market. Even if most of these people only looked, if 1 or 2 out of 10 made a purchase, the accumulated revenue for the shop would be considerable. Especially after 2 weeks, the cultivators who initially bought the secret beast-repelling and insect-repelling medicines discovered their effectiveness and returned to repurchase, also encouraging many who had previously been hesitant to buy. As a result, sales in the latter half of the month actually increased significantly. When the store had been open for a month, Zhou Jiasheng and Zhou Chun tallied the sales figures and found that the total sales reached 2,637 spirit coins, far exceeding the initial estimate of 2,000 spirit coins. Now, Zhou Jiasheng had nothing more to say about the fixed prices. He might be a bit stubborn, self-righteous, and relying on his seniority. But he wasn't stupid. Faced with real profits, why would he still cling to his old rules? He just couldn't bring himself to apologize to Zhou Chun. Of course, Zhou Chun didn't need his apology, he just needed to accept it. Moreover, Zhou Jiasheng was indeed very skilled. He hadn't made any mistakes in appraising the various spirit items he had acquired during the month, which had taught Zhou Chun a great deal. Excellent, excellent. I didn't expect the shop to be so successful after only 1 month of operation. Even within the clan, we've heard the rogue cultivators discussing the existence of the Spirit Beast shop. Its reputation is quite widespread. Inside the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Daoquan, the 3rd elder of the Zhou family, who had come from the clan to restock and purchase goods a month later, showed surprise on his face after reviewing the account books and the spirit coins handed over. He was quite astonished by the result. Faced with Zhou Daoquan's praise, Zhou Jiasheng calmly said, "The success is due to the excellent effects of the clan's secret medicines. We dare not take credit." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan chuckled and said, "How, whether you have made contributions or not is for the clan leader to judge. I don't care." He then shook his head and said, "Anyway, I've brought all the goods the clan leader asked me to bring, and I've also taken what you've purchased here. Keep up the good work." Then, without saying anything more, he left the market. After seeing Zhou Daoquan off, Zhou Jiasheng glanced at Zhou Chun, who had remained silent throughout, and suddenly said, "From now on, if anyone comes to sell spiritual items, you should first assess their value. If you're unsure, then report back to me for a final decision." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and bowed to him, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, 16th uncle. I will certainly strive to learn from you." Chapter 50 Late Stage of Key Refining, Double Good Fortune. Red Cliff Market, Spirit Beast Shop. More than a month later, the Spirit Beast Shop's customer traffic had decreased significantly. Now, unless they were there to buy or sell, cultivators who had already visited wouldn't come back. However, some cultivators who had sold items at the Spirit Beast shop noticed that it offered higher prices for certain items than other shops. Therefore, when cultivators obtained spirit items during their adventures and compared prices, they would always include the Spirit Beast shop among their choices. That morning, a middle-aged man in black with late-stage key refining cultivation strode into the Spirit Beast shop. Upon entering, he greeted the counter familiarly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I've brought you business again." Behind the counter, Zhou Chun, who was reading, immediately stood up and looked at the newcomer. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, he smiled and bowed, saying, "So it's fellow Taoist Lin. What treasures have you acquired this time?" "Nothing special, just a few spiritual herbs I gathered a few days ago when I went demon hunting with some fellow Taoists," the man in black said, patting his storage pouch at his waist and taking out 3 wooden boxes, placing them on the counter. Then, seemingly nonchalantly, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please take a look and see how many spirit coins these items are worth." "Then I won't be polite," Zhou Chun replied, opening the first wooden box and taking out a ginseng-shaped spiritual herb about the size of 2 fingers, examining it closely. He first turned the herb around, carefully inspecting it for any damage, its length, size, and patterns. Then he brought it to his nose, inhaling its medicinal and ginseng aroma. He then pinched and rubbed the ginseng stem a few times to confirm it wasn't a fake. After examining the medicinal herb by looking at it, smelling it, and inspecting it, Zhou Chun placed it back in the wooden box and said to the man in black, "One freshly picked yellow ginseng, aged between 50 and 70 years, in perfect condition with no damage. Our purchase price is 7 spirit coins." Upon hearing this, the man in black's eyes flickered slightly, but he said, "No rush, let's look at the other 2. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled and nodded, then opened the other 2 wooden boxes and took out the medicinal herbs inside to examine them one by one. One newly harvested silver thread orchid, in perfect condition and undamaged. Our purchase price is 5 spirit coins. One newly harvested candle flame grass, slightly damaged. Our purchase price is 8 spirit coins. After quoting the prices of the spirit herbs in the 3 wooden boxes, Zhou Chun put the spirit herbs back into the boxes and asked the man in black, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you satisfied with my prices? Would you like to sell these spirit herbs to our shop? The prices are indeed fair. It seems I will be a frequent customer of your shop in the future." The man in black smiled slightly, revealing his satisfaction. Then he pushed the 3 wooden boxes in front of Zhou Chun and left with the 20 spirit coins Zhou Chun had given him. After the man in black left, Zhou Jiasheng, who had been sitting on a chair in the shop, got up and went to the counter. In front of Zhou Chun, he opened the 3 wooden boxes and inspected the 3 spirit herbs again. Then, looking at Zhou Chun, he said calmly, "The yellow sprout ginseng is over 60 years old. So 7 spirit coins is a normal price. The silver thread orchid is mature and ready for medicinal use, so 5 spirit coins is also normal. The candle flame grass's rhizome has a slight tear, resulting in some loss of medicinal efficacy, and it's difficult to preserve for long periods. It's worth at most 7 spirit coins." Saying this, he shook his head at Zhou Chun and said, "You're still a bit young, you need to learn and practice more. Put that 1 spirit coin in your account for now." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun replied, and then recorded the transaction in his ledger. After finishing the ledger, he said softly, "Actually, I know that the candle flame grass isn't worth 8 spirit coins, but the purchase prices offered by various shops for the first 2 kinds of spiritual herbs are basically the same. Since fellow Taoist Lin still came to our Spirit Beast Pavilion under these circumstances, he is obviously not satisfied with the purchase prices of the candle flame grass offered by other shops. In that case, I personally believe that if we can offer a discount of 1 spirit coin this time, so that he will give priority to our Spirit Beast Pavilion when selling spiritual items in the future, then that 1 spirit coin will be well spent." Zhou Jiasheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at him with surprise. After staring at Zhou Chun for a while, he sighed with a complicated expression, "I am not as good as you." After saying that, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I, Zhou Jiasheng, have lived for decades and always considered myself mature, prudent, and worldly wise. I never thought that I would be taught a lesson by a young junior like you today." How laughable! The complexity of his feelings at this moment was indescribable. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly said, "16th uncle, you're too kind. There's nothing wrong with what you did. Don't you see that other shopkeepers and clerks do the same?" He then smiled wryly and said, "My approach was just opportunistic. Perhaps when that fellow Taoist Lin comes again and sees there's no profit to be made, he won't come back." "No, you don't need to comfort me." Zhou Jiasheng shook his head, looking at him with a complicated expression, and stretched out his hand, saying, "Although I had some objections to your actions before, I'm not blind, and I can distinguish right from wrong based on the facts. What you said earlier is very true. If we can offer customers discounts that other shops don't have in these details, we have a great chance of leaving a good impression on them, making them choose us first when they sell spiritual items next time, and it won't give other shops an excuse to cause us trouble." At this point, he said with complete conviction, "No wonder the clan leader insisted on sending you here for training. It seems that the clan leader had already discovered your extraordinary insight and ingenious ideas." From that day on, Zhou Jiasheng's attitude towards Zhou Chun changed significantly. Even when Zhou Chun made mistakes in appraising certain spiritual items, he would no longer scold him harshly, but would calmly explain his errors and how to correct them. In his spare time, he would even tell Zhou Chun stories of being cheated during his own apprenticeship, teaching him how to identify the methods of seasoned forgers. However, this meant that Zhou Chun's plan to secretly acquire spiritual herbs was temporarily thwarted. Fortunately, he wasn't in a rush and focused on learning these skills daily. As time passed, 3 months after Zhou Chun arrived at the market, his cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of the key refining stage after consuming the 10th jade ginseng pill, officially entering the late stage of key refining. Unlike his previous advancements, which were all within the mid-stage of key refining, this breakthrough in a minor realm brought Zhou Chun immense benefits. First, his magical power increased by nearly 60%, allowing him to fully utilize the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, a high-grade first-tier magical artifact, for over a quarter of an hour in battle. Second, his divine sense was greatly enhanced, its detection range leaping to over 80 zang, enabling him to simultaneously control 3 or 4 magical artifacts without feeling strained. Simultaneously, due to his breakthrough in cultivation, the power of the 2 secret techniques he had learned, especially the 5-element spirit armor technique, also saw a significant increase. And good things come in pairs. Not long after news of Zhou Chun's breakthrough reached the family, the patriarch, Zhou Daoai, promoted him to core member of the family and Zhou Sengyong to an elite member. It turned out that after much bargaining and negotiation, the Crimson Radiance iron mine could finally be opened for mining. After much discussion, the Crimson Radiance iron mine was to be jointly owned and mined by 5 major cultivation families. The Zhou family, as the discoverer of the mine and able to provide Purple Mansion stage combat power to deter potential collaborators, was granted a 30% share of the mine's profits. The Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge, being closest to the mine, will provide a free rest and supply area for the cultivators mining there, and is willing to undertake part of the mining tasks, thus receiving 30% of the mine's profits. The Wang family of Honggaiao Valley, possessing a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, is willing to share the task of purifying and removing half of the turbid energy from the crimson iron ore, receiving 20% of the mine's profits. The Mu family of Bian Mountain and the He family of Kingzhou Mountain, only sharing some of the tasks of purifying and removing the turbid energy from the crimson iron ore and providing military deterrence, will each receive only 10% of the mine's profits. After agreeing on the profit distribution, the 5 major cultivation families each sent people to the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge to oversee and guard the mine. Simultaneously, they recruited a large number of low-level rogue cultivators to mine the ore. News of the appearance of this crimson iron ore mine quickly spread throughout the market. For a time, the entire cultivation world of Lanzhou was in an uproar because of this mine. Recently, the cultivation world in Lanzhou has been quite astir because of that mine. The clan leader said on the Eagle message that we should also pay attention to the opinions of the cultivators in the market regarding this matter. I need to stay at the shop, so I'll leave this matter to you, my nephews Hengchen. Inside the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Jiasheng explained the situation to Zhou Chun after reading the letter brought by the messenger eagle from the clan. The messenger eagles trained by the Zhou family can transmit messages over 1,000 miles. Moreover, except for takeoff and landing, the eagles fly at altitudes of over 1,000 feet. Unless a foundation establishment cultivator or a flying demon beast intervenes, it is difficult to intercept such eagles. Therefore, the market can exchange letters with the Nine Peaks Ridge clan every 10 days, exchanging information that does not require strict secrecy. Because the market has an array that prevents the eagles from entering, Zhou Chun usually leaves the market temporarily at fixed times to go to the mountaintop outside and use signals to notify the circling eagles to land and send and receive messages. Upon hearing Zhou Jiasheng's words, he was moved and immediately replied, I understand. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle 16, with the matters in the shop. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.